and they use the logo of the United States, whatever they choose, and that's on their shirts or their helmets, whatever. It would show respect to our president, regardless of whether it's a professional team or a high school team.
I don't get that at all.
We're shaking our head kind of at the workaround. I think if you have to work around the name, I see why people want to change the name to begin with. Like, why would I want to jump through 75 hoops to make sure that nobody's offended by the name? If it's going to be a problematic name from that standpoint, then just stop dealing with it. Now, if Canton had elected to just keep the C with the arrow, I don't think many people would have cared. I think that's the point.
Exactly.
I don't think this was like a very divisive issue to begin with, but now they've stoked the flames, and you got a lot of people who are upset that they would dare change it.
Yes.
248-539-9797. The phones are packed. We'll keep talking about it. 97.1. Heather, you made an interesting point. Like, the people they should have checked with most on this issue
are the Native Americans. Well, I was just wondering, the school board voted, but obviously I would think the people that this is offending the most or is most important to would be the Native Americans, correct? Because it doesn't seem to be offending any of us or really anybody who calls in. So I wonder, did they actually pull in, a Native American group, a Native American tribe, and have these conversations with them?
I mean, that's where it all started in Washington, because Native American people got pissed.
And I would get if the Kansas City Chiefs had been pressured and changed their name, that maybe the local Chiefs would say, hey, do we want to do this too?
Right.
But that's not happening. The Kansas City Chiefs are still the Chiefs. They use the arrowhead. They don't use like overt offensive Indian imagery like the
I think
Cleveland
they changed they used to have a
Greg is bringing up the chop.
Well, they still do it, but they used to have a guy in a headdress on a horse, but they have that ridiculous like wolf looking guy now.
So they've made some tweaks.
Yeah.
Now Florida State still does. Chief Osceola on a horse in the headgear, spear in the logo.
Yes.
248-539-9797. We're bringing this up. Canton High School played against them at Livonia Churchill. They were the Chiefs.
How'd you do?
They kicked our ass.
Oh, you weren't a legend, huh?
I was not a legend. I think they beat us pretty bad my senior year. Let's go to David on a cell. What do you think about this, changing the name from Chiefs to TBA? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I have a lot of Native American friends that I've talked to over the years about this before. And the question I always bring up with them is like, why are you offended? And that would be the question that I would also ask anyone. I think the Redskins thing is obvious. The old baseball Indian team, that's obvious. But anytime that they are presented in a manner of like a warrior or this high icon, like idol, president, person in charge, is a time-honored tradition that, anyone that I talk to who is Native American, they're like, no, I'm not offended. Like, that's the same way that, like, you idolize any other person in a high position of power, that, it's a good thing. So, no, I'm not offended, because they're not using it as a joke. They're using it as, something that is, an honor. So to anyone who would be offended or reasons to change it, that would just be my question, to be like, okay, like, I'm not going to tell you not to be offended, but I can ask you, like, why? Like, teach me why.
Sure.
Like, help me understand. I'm not Native American.
Sure.
But, help me to understand this. Like, you talk to most Irish people, like, they're happy with the Fighting Irish, Notre Dame. Like, they're, you talk to 5 out of 100 people, they'll be like, oh, I'm offended. But, the vast majority are honored, and they don't want to see it change. So why is there, like, this need to change everything around, especially people who do the Native American thing, Indian warrior thing right?
Yeah,
like,
I would say.
Why do we find the need that we need to change all of it? Like,
need is a good word.
That's where I have a problem.
Yeah, David, need is a good word. Why do they need to do it? The only argument that I've even been able to try to understand is from the perspective of someone who went to Central Michigan with the Chippewas. It's incredibly limiting.
Right.
And you have to jump through a lot of hoops.
You don't care. You don't care about the offensive.
No, not with that. I trying to make me a bad guy. I think CMU does it respectfully. I think the Chiefs here in Canton aren't offensive.
No.
But if you feel like, hey, we're very limited by our name and our nickname and our logo and our imagery and what we can put out, that's maybe the only argument I could see to making the change. Not that it's offensive on name or image right now. 248-539-9797. Steve, this point was in the story. We haven't brought it up, so the floor is yours. What's your thought?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to the situation. Live in Plymouth. My kids go to Plymouth Canton schools. Have a lot of friends who coach in the schools, have coached in the schools, played there, all that. The money used to rebrand this is going to be outrageous. The money saved, it's just a total misuse of dollars to do this. It's they're just trying to cover something that's not even a problem. It's not an issue. The kids in the school right now don't want this. The athletes in the school right now don't want this. There's a longtime coach who coached at Canton, he's a Native American. He was a football coach there. He explained to the school board what this term means to them as Native Americans. He did it very, very well and explained the point, and it was just totally ignored. They're not respecting the thoughts of the community when it comes to this. They're just totally misusing the dollars.
Well, it's funny, Steve. In the article, they had I think a quote from a mother who, because they're hockey jerseys and they fundraise now they're going to have to raise more funds just to change the jerseys.
Absolutely. the Plymouth Canton, they charge a pay-to-participate fee for each kid to play sports.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, the booster clubs charge an additional fee to be a member, for the parents to be members of those booster clubs and to be involved in the team. Where does this money go? Where does this all end? It's ridiculous. We're charging fees, and this is a whole nother issue. But it's the rebranding of this is going to be. This started back in probably March. My son was part of a group in the school who's involved in the graphics department and everything. They went through and they started tearing down all of the Chiefs signs in the school back in March. This was already decided then. They knew what they were going to do. They were tearing down signs then. So why go through the process of all this media publicity now and everything? The school board knew what they were going to do. They weren't listening to anybody. There was a community group that was involved in this, and they went through and they discussed. Guys were on the board.
And you're saying they were ignored, basically, because that's what it seems
Absolutely.
like. Even the stories that we've referenced this morning, right? I mean, Heather, you had the story in your news last hour that it seems like, some of the people's concern was that the discussions in the community were ignored.
Right.
So 248-539-9797. Who's next up? Josh in Chesterfield. Josh, you are on 97.1 The Ticket. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Good.
I was just calling. I heard you guys talking. I'm Native American, man, and I really don't see an issue with the names. It's the crazy logos and what comes after it. Like, I've seen tomahawks. And I tell people I'm Native American, and sometimes you get a side eye, and then sometimes you just get a lot of questions. But the name, I don't think that names aren't offensive, because those aren't our real names. Like, that's given to us, like chiefs. That's not what we call our chiefs. That's what we were, like, helping you guys help us, like, call each other. Easier for the names and stuff, like Chippewas or Chipways.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I don't know. I don't think the names will ever.
What really gets me is it seems like the people that are most offended by the change is the angry white man. We're living in the era of the angry white man. Every time you turn around, he acts as if he's losing something. The most important thing that I look at, being a brother, being a black man, is the fact that this country was owned by Native Americans. And if they say, one says that is offensive, then we should be done with it. It's just that simple.
Well, I don't know about just one, but I agree with you. If it's offensive to a tribe or to a decent amount of people, then yes, then you are offending people, no doubt.
Well, this is the thing, Stoney. We're a race of one, human race. And we're supposed to be doing this together. We're supposed to be taking care of the planet. We're supposed to be taking care of each other. Things that we don't do. Everybody is so self-centered now, and it's about the gain of one. It really doesn't matter. If it's an issue of money, how many times have they had an issue with millages out there in Plymouth and Canton? I grew up in Pontiac, where you had to pay to play in 1987. And now they're complaining about it because they've had to do it since 2013. Man, miss me with all that BS. That's where I'm coming from. It's just, it's the white man crying. It's the white man crying. I'm tired. Just put a pacifier in it. That's where I'm coming from today. Put a pacifier in it.
I get some of it. I think you're over-exaggerating.
I had to. 248-539-9797. Oh, yeah. Get yourself in trouble this morning. By the way, that did go well yesterday. Yes. You guys had a lot of fun with that.
It was really terrific, and everybody who put it together, Kenny and Roberto and Hatchet, and of course Woj for actually working 6 hours. That's incredible that he did 2 hours with Rieger.
I couldn't believe it. I know, stunned stuff. I'm sure he'll bill Jimmy for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, he won't be in the rest of the week. And, of course, Mike and Rico for letting us be a part of it. It was a lot of fun. And everybody listened because it was lots of calls. It was great.
We'll recap it a little bit towards the end of the show, but just while it came up, I thought it was an entertaining stretch yesterday for you guys in the afternoon. Anyway, we've got the phones, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Latest. Oh, yes, that's right. I got to talk about the D. Am I allowed to use the word D? Is that going to offend anybody? Go to Las Vegas, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great time at the D. When you stay at the D, you will also get 2 free stadium passes located at the Circa Hotel and Casino. And remember, for the best steak in Vegas, there's Andiamo Steakhouse right there. Now, I don't know if anybody from PETA is going to be protesting the fact that there's a Bacon Nation restaurant because, bacon comes from pigs. They have great bacon there. If you're looking for something more casual to eat, American Coney Island, you want to play golf, the folks at the D will hook you up with a great golf course in Las Vegas. The Long Bar is lots of fun. And don't forget, the odds are always better downtown, and Fremont Street is a freak show, and I say that in a good way. So the D is also the best bang for your buck. So book your room at thed.com. That's thed.com. And if you're staying on the Strip, make sure you put the D Las Vegas on your agenda. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
We'll knock out a couple phone calls. Appreciate the interest in this today. I mean, this is clearly struck a chord. But I think for the most part, we're all on the same page with this. I mean,
pretty much.
The Canton Chiefs, the name and the logo aren't, based on what the community feels and what we've talked about, isn't offensive.
And what most Native Americans in that area feel.
Now, if it was the name Redskins, if it was a smiling Chief Wahoo like the Cleveland Indians had, I think those are offensive.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We're going to take a couple phone calls. We got Heather with the news. And at 9:02, how about a little football? Talk a little football?
Yeah.
How about we talk a little football? Everybody cool with that? We talk a little football at 9:02? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to Jasper. You're in Canton. What do you think? You're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Not too bad. How about yourself? So I went to Plymouth High School, and back in the day when I was younger, the Canton High School would actually hold a week-long baseball clinic. And when I was there, they actually had a baseball hat, if I'm not mistaken. They used a similar C to like the Chicago Bears, and then they had an arrowhead on the hat. Well, now they don't even use those logos anymore. They use like the new Cleveland logo,
just the
real
C.
big C type deal. Yeah.
Okay.
So like, I think that like the other caller said he said that he was Native American. He agrees. Like the name shouldn't have been changed, but the logos and everything after that, I can agree with him. But like the chief, it's a leader. Like the definition of a chief is a leader. So I don't know. I don't think it should have been changed.
Right. They do. It is leading of Native Americans or Indians, but they also lead police departments and fire departments, and the president is the commander-in-chief.
Well, we've had those phone calls. So maybe you take the arrowhead out, you strip it down, you just keep the name. But then that's the point I've made is that if you're going to water it down, jump through all the hoops, like, might as well change the name. Not because I think it's offensive, but because I just think it's limiting. Yeah. TC in Royal Oak, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
So this whole thing started in 1990 at Eastern Michigan, at least in public education in Michigan. You know, the public K-12s and higher ed institutions that are state funded. The Huron tribe never wanted this changed. The Huron tribe still doesn't want this changed. Every year they send a certified letter to Eastern Michigan asking school leadership to change the name back to Huron. And you can call the Huron leadership, which is now in Oklahoma, and their tribe leader will tell you the same thing I'm telling you. This happened because William Shelton, who was president at the time at Eastern, desperately wanted to leave his mark. And just like you had a caller before the the previous break who said this was happening at Canton before any school board vote. The school ordered that the marching band stop play the fight song and the war chant well in advance of the vote in January of 1991 to eliminate the Huron nickname. So they knew they were going to do this. Mm-hmm. And they being one person, the president, William Shelton, who unfortunately was at Kent State and changed their public-facing name to Kent as if that was going to make people forget that there was a shooting during the Vietnam War on their campus.
Now, didn't they change their nickname, too, to Golden Flat?
What were they before? I don't know what they were before.
I don't know about the nickname, but, you know, they were Kent State University.
Right, yes.
Right,
and then suddenly all their publications, their forward-facing publications, became known as just Kent. Yeah, as if people were going to stop.
Well, but now I don't know when it switched back, but like it's Kent State now. Like as a guy who went to a MAC school, like it's Kent State. Can I get one more? And this is Chuck in Grand Blanc. Chuck, you're Native American. You want to give your thoughts on this? I think you can have the final word. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how's it going? Listen, I got a couple points to make. I'm old school. I'm 60 years old. I'm not politically correct. Never have been. Okay. I don't refer to people as Native American, white American, African American. We're humans, period, all the way. Now, everybody's all concerned about the arrowhead. Well, let's predate the arrowhead. And Nathaniel, I can't even say the word, And cavemen been using arrowheads since the beginning of time. So are they offended? No, they're not around anymore. But because
the caveman
we
lobby,
had Indians that used arrowheads. But let's go back. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Romans. Everybody used arrowheads up until gunpowder. And so where does it stop? We've raised the generation of overprivileged, whiny-ass kids who have nothing better to do than cry about, oh, it's an Indian head, I'm offended. Well, why don't you call the government and put billions of dollars to people who hate us and take care of our veterans and our homeless people here? That's a good thing to get on, not an arrowhead or a Kansas City chief. Who cares? It doesn't make sense.
Chuck, appreciate the phone call. Have a good rest of your morning. We got to get to Heather in the news. Heather, I know this is how it all started.
Yeah,
with a news story.
Well, I'm going to skip that story since we've covered it a lot, but this is pretty cool. 2 young boys are being hailed as heroes after they rescued a drowning 7-year-old from the bottom of a Michigan pool. So the pair, 12-year-old Noah and 8-year-old Weston, just jumped to action when they spotted this young child sinking to the bottom of the deep end of an apartment complex pool in Fenton last month. This little boy, Griffin Emerson, was swimming in the shallow end. He had his little arm floaties on, but he thought, I want to see if I can do this. So he took the floaties off. He went to the deep end, and unfortunately, he started to struggle. And after about a minute, he sank to the bottom. These boys thankfully noticed. The parents were around, but obviously weren't paying quite as close of attention as they probably should have. And these boys jumped into action. They pulled him out. And when they did, he was blue, lifeless, and he wasn't breathing. The boy's mother was able to perform CPR until paramedics arrived. He was taken to the hospital and he was released about 36 hours later, making a full recovery. But these boys have been honored by law enforcement here in Michigan. They were also featured on Good Morning America as well, which is a pretty cool story for sure.
Yeah.
Questions regarding Aretha Franklin's estate will finally be answered thanks to a handwritten note that was found in her sofa after her death. On Tuesday, a jury ruled that document is, in fact, a valid will. And the news is, very significant for her 3 sons who will ultimately share their mother's income from her music and her copyrights. So there you have it. There's some edibles that contain too much THC that have been recalled here in Michigan. So you might need to check your cupboards or wherever you keep those things.
Yeah.
The edibles were branded as the Weed Bar, and they failed to actually list that it was a marijuana product in the first place on its packaging, which is one of the reasons it was recalled. And the other reason it was recalled is because they were created with 200 milligrams of THC per serving, which exceeds allowable concentration amounts here in Michigan. So the Michigan Cannabis Regulatory Agency also says the packaging is not child resistant. So that's another issue.
Yeah.
If anybody bought these products, you can return them to the shop where you bought them for proper disposal. And they were sold all over the place. So take a look there. This is pretty crazy. A Las Vegas SWAT team arrested a man who had taken a woman hostage and barricaded himself in a hotel room at Caesar's Palace.
The video is unbelievable.
It is. I mean, I can't imagine what people were thinking, what they were feeling, because it is unbelievable. There's video. This guy first claimed that he was armed as well. And there's video. The window was smashed out. He was up on a higher floor, just throwing things out the window down to like this pool area below. That area had to be evacuated. People there were told to go take cover. Thankfully, this woman that was being held hostage was unharmed. She is now safe, and the man has been arrested. They also say no weapons were actually found. Finally, I don't know if you've been following this story, but Kevin Costner has been in this battle with his estranged wife for quite a little bit of time now, and he's just been ordered to pay more than double his proposed amount for child support to Christine Baumgartner. Now, a judge ordered that he has to pay $129,000 per month in child support. Now, she had actually been asking for $248,000 per month.
He was asking 50 something.
He was. So it's a lot more than he had wanted to pay. But
it's a compromise, but it really bothers me. I understand when you're really rich, it's a percentage.
Yes.
Probably the same percentage if you're not really rich. But what kid needs $40,000 a month.
It blows my
on.
mind. It is wild. And he also has to pay her $300,000 for attorney's fees. And it says they're going to split the kids' healthcare expenses, extracurricular activities, and private school tuition. So that child support doesn't include any of those things. It must go to clothes, food,
shelter, I guess.
Yes, and that, because they're splitting the cost of everything else.
Private schools.
Yes, that's true. Those are expensive.
The lifestyle, if you will.
Yes.
All right, coming up next, are you putting a ceiling on the Lions this season? Get to it. It's 97.1. We'll check in with Wojo at 9:35. You and him got into it yesterday with fun, Stony Wojo Invitational. Good stuff, the drop tournament.
Great.
Maybe we'll play the winner later this hour. A little controversy yesterday. Always better with a little controversy. So Wojo will join us 9:35. I also want to get his thoughts on Mel Tucker's hot seat. Wonder if M. Go Bob has some thoughts on that. Can we talk a little football?
Yeah.
So there's a list out, and there's always a list out, but it talks about 10 defensive players that could impact/change the upcoming season. And there was a Lion on the list, Aiden Hutchinson. And it stands to reason that if he takes a leap this season, whatever you think the Lions are going to do, there's another level. The question is there a ceiling on this season for the Detroit Lions, and where would you put that ceiling at?
Ceiling is not where you think they're going to end up, right?
No, this is like the very tip top of what they could possibly achieve for the upcoming season. And we were talking about this pre-show, and Gov.
Mine's 12-5 if you're going to go record. That's my ceiling.
Well, Gov, you made the statement, like, could they win the Super Bowl? Is that on the table? Because if it is, then there is no ceiling on the season. Do you think this team can win the Super Bowl this season? And part of the discussion was if Hutchinson takes a big leap and he's a Bosa, and they were, 6-1 in games. He had a sack last year. If he is that transformative, all of a sudden you are the Niners. All of a sudden you are competing with the Eagles. All of a sudden you are in the Super Bowl. So the question was, is there a ceiling on the season? You say no, they can't win a Super Bowl.
I don't think they can win a Super Bowl. I think they could. There's an outside chance they could get to one. And then you say, well, if they get to one, they go. No, I just think because if they win their division, they'll have the home playoff game and they can win a couple games.
Listen, if they win the division and have a home playoff game and win it, that's a humongous deal.
Yes.
It's something that has not happened in over 30 years, okay? It's a humongous deal. My question is, though, is there a way to go all the way? Is there? And I think the Hutchinson thing is huge in this. It's like a 12-plus sack season. Him becoming a Pro Bowler, the first of being a perennial Pro Bowler. Amon-Ra St. Brown truly becoming a number one receiver in this league, respected along the lines of a Hines Ward type player.
Could he be a Cooper Kupp?
A Kupp, yeah.
I think they would need Jameson Williams after suspension to be a legitimate
well,
guy.
right. Infusing the offense, taking it to a next level while you're on the way. Maybe you're at a 4-2 start, and then it just goes to 13-4. It's like they just accelerate. And Jim, when I asked you, you've got an absolute. Do you think your answer is no? There is no way. Or if there's no way, then you have a ceiling on the season.
I want to open up the phones, and then I'll tell you why I hate this question. 248-539-9797.
Great question.
And that's why it's a great question, because I hate the question, and I hope he's twisting you guys into knots, too, over this. If it's an easy answer, yes, you think they could win the Super Bowl, great, but is there a ceiling if the answer is no? Like, where do they top out at? 248-539-9797.
And I gave you mine, 12-5.
And I respect it. Why I hate the question is, I am super excited for this season, and I'm going to be painted as the bad guy again because of this. I think they're going to win this division. And, Stoney, if they're going to win the division, it's probably 10, 11 wins.
Yeah.
Ceiling, could I see them win 12? Sure. Do I think they're the Niners or the Eagles at this point? No. I think they've got an O-line reminiscent of those teams. They don't yet have a defensive line.
Correct.
On the level of those teams.
Especially the interior.
Hutchinson could go a long way, and maybe you bump them up and say, yeah, there's a world where they could go toe-to-toe with those teams. But, Stoney, if they get to the promised land,
yeah,
and they face Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, Lawrence, is that 6 elite quarterbacks who would have had to go through one another in shootout-style football games?
Well,
do I have to say Goff isn't those guys? Is that what this conversation is going to turn into? Is me saying Goff isn't going to beat Mahomes at his own game?
No, okay, but if Goff gets to the Super Bowl, then, anything can happen. So I don't think it's a Goff issue there. Is Goff better than Mahomes or any of the quarterbacks you mentioned? No, I don't think.
But this is not just, you don't have to be to win
Goff.
it. Okay, so I believe the Eagles are Super Bowl champions if they play anybody but the Chiefs last year. And you saw it in the fourth quarter with Mahomes, just like he did against the Niners. I believe Jimmy Garoppolo would have a ring, but he ran into them. Like, I think the Eagles, I don't buy the Debo argument that the Eagles would have lost to the Niners if they had Purdy. I think it would have been a game in the fourth quarter.
Right.
A completely different game. But the Eagles are like the example of what the Lions could be this year. They caught a couple breaks along the way to kind of navigate their way. They got Danny Jones at home in the first playoff game, and then the Niner situation. That's what those breaks could happen in the NFC for the Lions. What Stoney, I think, is saying is they're going to run into the brick wall
right
in a Super Bowl. But if this team, look, I don't think it's impossible. Jared Goff's gone to a Super Bowl, and it was a great defensive game plan by the greatest coach of all time to beat him. They were in that. Remember that fourth quarter? Still 3-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Low scoring.
So they were doing that to Tom Brady on the other side of the football. It can happen, but it's got to be so dang perfect, I think, this year. I've been feeling like if this is truly flipping with the Lions, I know we all think in the back of our mind, oh, no, the rug's going to get pulled out.
Right.
The Lucy, Charlie Brown, blah, blah. But if it's one day it is going to change, and I think this is one of the best opportunities for it to begin changing, is you're going to get a season like this reminds me of if it works, and I know it's going to sound nuts. It reminds me of the 85 Bears, the precursor years. So 82, 83, 84. If you've seen the 30 for 30, they started getting a collection of their guys. And I really believe that is what the Lions are becoming, like the Bugs and Kaminsky's of the world. Those kind of guys were on the 85 Bears, and it got inflated into like almost borderline stars because that team was such a one-year single-season team. I'm not saying they're becoming that. What I'm saying is they have I believe that they can escalate rather quickly like that team did.
I see the runway here because you draft Jack Campbell to play the middle of your defense. You want to stop the run. You want to be able to slow down a Philly team that relies on running the ball, a Niner team that relies on running the ball. I think this team gets what they have to do and who they have to go through.
Right, but they still don't have the personnel up front to stop the run.
Yeah, I would say defensively, they got to stop the run and have Hutchinson become a premier pass rusher.
Right.
And he's well on his way to doing that. Great rookie season. Those two things happen. Now they're equal to the Niners and the Eagles, and they're an NFC title kind of team, right?
If they can stop the run.
So
yes.
maybe that's my ceiling for the team as it stands. And if Goff hits another level and everything else on the roster crystallizes, yeah, they could win a Super Bowl. But the more ifs I say, then I guess, yes, I am putting a ceiling on the season.
Would you be shocked if they made the NFC Championship game?
I would be surprised.
I wouldn't be completely shocked.
I wouldn't either. And I do think that if this is working out the right way, okay, and it's a huge if with this franchise, that they have a chance to escalate the way the Eagles did last year, where they barely made the playoffs, and the knock on the Eagles the previous year was they beat a bunch of bad teams to get in the playoffs at the end of the year, and then they got trounced by Brady down in Tampa.
So does Goff have a Hurts season? Remember, because people were a year ago, people were not sold on Jalen Hurts.
No, I know.
People were like, he's all right. He's all right. He went to another level last season, and I think some of that is supporting cast, great O-line, great run game, smart play caller. Gee, aren't we saying the same things about the Lions? If Goff were to have a Hurts-like leap, and the defense got stout up the middle, and Hutchinson, Zabosa, that's why this question, I think, is such an interesting one. Is there a ceiling for the Lions season, and what would have to go right for them to exceed even the high expectations
Besides
that we have?
the obvious health issues that every team has, I think for them, on the offensive side of the ball, Gibbs and Montgomery have to be better than Williams and Swift.
I think they are.
And Laporta has to be who they think he is.
Well, the other thing for the Eagles, too, is they added A.J. Brown.
Yes.
I guess that was a big move for them. And there hasn't been an A.J. Brown addition. I guess maybe you think Gibbs can be a game-breaking weapon right out of the box.
Right.
Then that changes everything.
They also gained a pass rusher last year in the offseason in Riddick.
It was a game changer for them.
Exactly.
I mean, that guy was one of the. Did he lead NFL in sacks a year ago?
And they had hopefully Chauncey Gardner-Johnson will be for the Lions what he was for the Eagles.
Yeah. Where you take the ball away.
Yeah.
Give yourself extra possessions.
And Kirby Joseph, if he continues as a second-year player to elevate like some people hope and think, then you're talking a real game changer.
That's my point in all this is you don't know what the ceiling is yet for players like Joseph, Hutchinson, and St. Brown. And if they keep rising to Pro Bowl caliber, perennial pro, that's how you rapidly ascend in this league. And this is the league of rapid ascension. I think one thing as Detroiters, we are so used to slow, methodical builds here that is it on the table that this team could just go boom to the top.
Hey, as the great Michael Jordan said, the ceiling is the roof. Hey, summer's a great time for Planet Fitness and beat the low E. Planet Fitness, the home of the judgment-free zone where anyone, and we mean anyone, like myself, feels comfortable, work on the fitness goals, which helps you build a lasting active lifestyle and also helps your mental capacity as well. Because when you're looking good, feeling good, physically, it helps you mentally as well. They have the Black Card membership if you want perks too, hydro massage shares, all that stuff. Also, the deal is really good right now. You join now for only $1 down and $10 a month. Beat low E and find your big fitness energy. Your fitness is essential, and fitness is a key part of physical and mental wellness, which is why Planet Fitness has invited teens between the ages of 14 and 19 to work out free all summer long with the High School Summer Pass program. That's right. So join now for only $1 down and $10 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone.
I hate this question that Gov is forcing us to do. The question of, is there a ceiling on the season? Hype is at an all-time high for the Detroit Lions. No one wants to be the jerk that caps the season.
No.
But I don't think they're winning a Super Bowl this year.
Me
neither
neither.
do you.
No, I think they win 12 games. All right.
Anything is possible, right, Kevin Garnett?
Here's some ticket text. There's no ceiling. There's a floor, and that's win the division.
Okay. I kind of like the way of looking at it like that.
Ceiling has to be 12. Lions are 1 or 2 lockdown cornerbacks away from an NFC Championship game. That's Jeremy and Monroe. They've upgraded the secondary now. Whether you want to call them lockdowns, I don't know, but there's certainly an improvement over last year, you would think, on paper. They win division, make the playoffs. They could definitely have a chance to win a Super Bowl. Costa, if by your own words, you're always painted as the bad guy, maybe you are what they say you are. Lions have an easier schedule than the Eagles. Maybe we get home field for the entire playoffs.
With how loud Ford Field is, it does change
Listen,
things.
the big thing with the Eagles is just Jalen Hurts. He's phenomenal. He's talented, but he's injury susceptible the way he plays.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him prone, but
I mean,
right, because of the
he's running quarterback.
Yeah.
Just the doing the play that everybody hates and some people want outlawed. This is how they stack the line.
Yes.
But putting your shoulder down and going forward like that, one hit and you're out 6 weeks.
Lions ceiling, 13-3 is the best I think they can do. Realistically, 11-6, win the division, minimum 1 win in the playoffs, NFC Championship game, Eagles tops, but others are beatable. AFC has 3 or 4 teams, Kansas City, Cincinnati, L.A., Buffalo, Tom and Sean. L.A.?
The Chargers?
Really?
Here's what I'll say about the Chargers. I'm probably higher on them than most. I'm higher on Herbert than most. They missed Rashawn Slater, their tackle, a huge chunk of the season.
Yep.
They moved on from their coordinator,
Joe Lombardi,
who we remember.
Kellen Moore.
Yeah, not very good. They think they've upgraded. They didn't have Mike Williams and Keenan Allen for large stretches of the season. I do think they're going to be better.
Yes. As a 43-year-old Detroiter, my prediction, based on past experience, is that there will be so many injuries by the time week 4 comes around, it'll be another bad year. I hope not, but this is how I've been conditioned to think. Hutch is on his way. He had 9 sacks, 3 in one quarter, 2 in another. That's 4 sacks in the other 15 games. Dominant. Okay. I don't know if he was being sarcastic.
I think there's a little sarcasm there, but I gave the stats. 6 and 1 in games when he records a sack.
Yeah.
And a lot of those in the second half of last season. When did the defense flip? Because early in the year, they couldn't get a stop.
Right.
It flipped when they used him more as they did at Michigan. A little more of a stand-up
And when
rusher.
they fired Aubrey Pleasant.
Sure. Well, Aubrey Pleasant's not on the staff, and I assume Hutch is going to be used a lot of the way he was last year. He'll get doubled, but he'll work. He'll get to the quarterback, and he'll get home.
And you know what might be underrated? Because he was hurt pretty much all of last season, and he had a really good year 2 years before, or a year before. Charles Harris is back healthy.
You know another name who's healthy?
Josh Pascal.
Tracy Walker.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, we didn't even mention really the offensive line. And I think everybody thinks...
Because that's a given.
Well, I think we all know that the Lions have a good offensive line. But what if this is the year that it like completely gels and it has a Dallas-type dominant year? Is that unrealistic?
No.
Is it unrealistic for Aiden Hutchinson to turn into a Pro Bowl type player?
No, it's not.
No.
Is it unrealistic for Kirby Joseph to be that surprise Pro Bowler?
No.
Is it unrealistic for Monroe St. Brown to do the same? And I think you put a pretty high benchmark with Cooper Kupp.
I just think he's the best slot possession receiver in football, so that's kind of the...
But it might be unrealistic for everything to happen.
Correct.
Like that.
I don't think it is, because the one thing is most of what we just said is super young.
But let's say it all works.
They haven't hit peak age, except maybe the O-line some.
Let's say it all hits. Everything you just said. The defensive players, the young ones, they pop. The offensive line stays healthy. They run the ball. Everything could possibly go well. And that kind of happened for the Eagles last year. They had the best pass rush in the sport. Their quarterback broke out. They added A.J. Brown. They had the best O-line in football. And what happened? They ran into Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And I think that's the daunting part, is if you even let yourself get to that point, it's Mahomes or it's Burrow or it's Allen staring you down. And
put it this way.
I don't think you're some kind of hater for acknowledging they're not those teams.
I may regret saying this. Buffalo doesn't scare me.
Go back and put the Thanksgiving tape on. See what Allen can do.
No, I know.
I think they win the game if there's not a safety by Jared Goff. There you go, Jim. I was just giving that.
He said it. I didn't, people.
But there was a safety by Jared Goff in the play, and Buffalo made the plays, and Lions didn't.
Right.
You want to get to Matt, and then we'll get the show rolling. We got Woj coming up at 9:35. Wednesdays with Wojo. But first, Matthew, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So first of all, just on behalf of all Lions the world over, I'd like to file a complaint that our name and likeness has been used by this horrible franchise for the past 70 years with one win. So I'd like to file a motion to file an offense there. So, but no, seriously. But no, seriously, when I was in Las Vegas in March, I got looking at the odds, and it was like, I look at the Lions. They should win the division, so I put some money on them there, and then I put some money on them going to the championship game. There's no reason they can't, unless they have a Lioness season where they just fall flat on their face. But really, I put their cap at being in the championship game this year, in my opinion.
Okay,
that's a high ceiling, but if they're 12-5, like I say, the ceiling is they certainly can get to the NFC Championship game at 12-5.
If I was to set ceiling cap, like the odds, I actually would put it at the championship game.
The NFC title game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think you can make a reasonable argument that they can get to that Philly or San Francisco has just things that happen, but the other one's sitting there and they're not ready for it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of feel that way. NFC title. Yep. Heather with the news.
So I came across this story, and it's pretty wild. There was a man running an illegal dental clinic out of the basement of his home, and he has been charged with killing a patient in Dearborn. But he didn't kill him through a dental procedure. No, listen to this. So last week, neighbors said that they watched as police just swarmed this fake dentist's home after he shot and killed another man. The story is wild. There's a lot more that needs to come out and be divulged. But the family of this 28-year-old victim says that he could not afford a root canal, and he went to see the suspect, who they say charged about $100 for the work out of his basement.
Pretty cheap root canal.
It's ridiculously
Only
cheap.
cost him his life.
But then, after having some intense pain, the victim showed up at the dentist's home again last Thursday, and he was shot in the head.
Why? How?
Well, there's not a lot, and there's not a lot of information in this article, and I want to know more. Either way, very, very unfortunate, and I'm sure this guy will be facing a lot of charges. Michigan just got rid of several very old laws, including one that made it illegal for unmarried men and women to live together. Yes, it was illegal to live together if you weren't married. So on Tuesday, it was announced that the governor signed into legislation these changes that would change this old dated law in the state. So under the old law, it found that those in violation could face penalty of up to a year in prison. Did you guys live together before you were married?
Of course.
Yes.
So did we. Not everybody does, but most.
This is going to sound
do.
heavy-handed. I kind of feel like you should. I'm not saying you have to, but you should know what it's going to be like to live with them before you're married.
I agree. We didn't live together that long.
You're advocating premarital
we dated
sex.
long enough.
Premarital sex,
No, not necessarily, but just to kind of get to know everyone's quirks, right? How they do. Oh, stop with that one. You stop with that one. Also, it's no longer legal to marry a child in Michigan. This is a great one. The governor also signed this package of bills that would end the archaic practice of child marriage. So basically, it raises the minimum age to marry to 18, and it prevents parents and guardians from basically consenting to a minor's marriage. So that's great news that has been changed here in Michigan. Detroit is amongst the most stressed cities in America. Thanks to Wallet Hub, they examined 182 large cities in the U.S., and they factored in more than 36 metrics in 4 main categories. So they looked at work stress, financial stress, family stress, and then health and safety stress. And those things determine that Cleveland is the most stressed city in the nation, followed by Detroit. We're right there at number 2. We actually came in number 1 in the health and safety stress category. And then Baltimore, Birmingham, Alabama, and Philadelphia rounded out the top 5.
Right.
New Orleans Saints running back Alvin Kamara pleaded no contest to a lesser misdemeanor charge in this alleged assault incident that took place in Vegas back in 2022. Kamara will have to complete 30 hours of community service and pay over $105,000 in restitution to the victim. And also that will go towards past medical expenses as a result of his no contest plea.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets suspended. There was speculation last year, and it got delayed. Now it's a misdemeanor. Any guess?
I think he's going to get suspended.
How many? 2 games, 4 games, 6 games?
Well, let's see. Doing what he did and he pled to, okay?
Sure.
It's not as bad as gambling outside the facility. He should get similar, right?
6 games,
At
8
least.
games. With the way the NFL is, I have no frame of reference for this.
Yeah.
So you guys remember that wild streaker story I had that was arrested in Vegas after he got up on that poker table and was just dancing completely nude?
Yep.
Well, yeah, how can you forget that one? Well, his family says that it only happened because somebody spiked his drink. This 34-year-old Long Island man was in Vegas for a bachelor party when apparently he guzzled a drink before just going off the deep end, according to his wife. And his wife says that her husband is the victim here. And she says whoever drugged his drink is the criminal, and they're working with doctors. They want to get toxicology reports because they said this is completely out of his character. He's a computer programmer and a great man, and this is something he would never do. So he's been charged with disorderly conduct, battery, and 5 counts of indecent exposure.
There you have it. Heather with the news. Thanks, John. All right, we'll get to Wojo coming up next. The drop tournament was a lot of fun yesterday. We'll get Wojo's thoughts on the aftermath. How about a little DeBrincat, Isaiah Stewart, Mel Tucker's hot seat? A lot of stuff to talk to Wojo about. We'll do it coming up next, 97.1.
Okay, you guys, you've heard me talking about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration for a long time now, and maybe you've been on the fence. You're thinking about going to see him. Well, let me tell you, now is the time because it's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10th anniversary, and Dr. B, he is ready to celebrate. So he's actually doubling savings for our listeners. For a limited time, you'll save $2,000 when you mention 97.1, and you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. So enough with all the ball caps every single day. You know, being self-conscious when you go swimming, or maybe when you're on that Zoom call for work, or hey, maybe you're single and you're ready to start dating again. Dr. B can help you get your confidence back, just like he's helped thousands of guys over the last 10 years. With the most advanced hair restoration techniques available. And hey, you can even start thinking about your beard and eyebrow too. There's beard and eyebrow transplants available, and they're getting more and more popular, and the results, they look amazing. So for more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
God, I hope he got enough sleep because he actually had worked for the longest time consecutively in the last decade, probably. What's up, Woj?
Well, what's up, guys? What's up?
Good job yesterday, my friend. That was fun.
I did work 6 consecutive hours, and I am exhausted, of course. No, I'm not, but it was a quality time. What are you fellers chatting about this morning?
Oh, lots of things. First, we'll end with the tournament, but there's some things I do want to ask you, and Jim does well, but I guess I'll start off with a kind of a down story. What
Shocker.
No, but seriously for a second. What do you think our buddy Jamie would be saying right now about what happened at his alma mater?
Oh, my God. He would be devastated. And there's a lot of people devastated connected to Northwestern. I still find it murky, that some people saying it's all completely some people at Northwestern who played there saying it's completely overblown, that Fitzgerald either didn't know or it wasn't that extensive, and then the graphic accounts from other sides. It's gonna get even messier because I assume Fitzgerald is going to either have to file a lawsuit or try to get some sort of settlement, even though he probably was fired with cause if they do indeed have the evidence. It's a mess. Of all the places, Northwestern, right?
Yeah.
And who do you think steps in there? Now, I know people say David Shaw, the Stanford coach. You know who's just sitting out doing very little right now? And I think he's in the Big 12 as an analyst for somebody in the Big 12, is former Wisconsin coach Paul Chryst.
Yeah, he was mentioned in Bruce Feldman's thing in The Athletic.
Right, that one to me makes perfect sense. I mean, not a sexy pick, but you're going to be in a desperate situation, I think. Although that eventually will again become not a coveted job, but it's a Big 10 Power 5 head coaching job. They'll eventually be able to get somebody decent, I think.
I like Tommy Rees, actually, but I don't know. He's a first-year coordinator at Alabama, but who knows?
Right.
It depends. If they don't fill the job till the end of the season and Bama wins, then maybe those dots get connected. Wojo, we brought up Mel Tucker earlier in the show today. Hot seat conversation from CBS Sports. How hot in your mind is Mel Tucker's seat?
With zero being no pressure and 5 being he better win some games or he's gone this year.
Okay, when you say hot seat, you mean job security-wise,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Not just like, people will be upset. Well, if he didn't have the contract, the hot seat would be a 5, I would think, right? As hot as possible. With the contract, I mean, certainly he'll be under scrutiny for criticism if they stumble again. I don't think he'd be on the hottest of hot seats, but it's getting a little dangerous. And I was actually chatting with our guy Mikey V the other day about Tucker a little bit, and I said he does have to wean himself off of the transfer portal because, as he's finding out, it's not as much of a lock to gather up a bunch of transfers as he thought, perhaps. And I think his high school recruiting has picked up a little bit lately, but it hasn't been very good so far this offseason. So, yeah, the recruiting combined with the record. If the record is – I honestly think if the record is 6-6 or better, it will calm down a little bit. Calm down. But then the following year becomes huge.
I think that's fair. All right, two of our...
That's fair for once. Yay!
Yes, you're fair. Is the criticism of Troy Weaver for the Isaiah Stewart extension fair?
Yeah, yes. I mean, criticism or at least questioning, certainly. Just like questioning of Steve Yzerman for not yet landing DeBrincat a couple of weeks ago was fair, although I think overblown. I think this is fair to criticize Weaver, and I'm not sure why he felt compelled to do it right now. But remember, was it at the trade deadline last year? Who knows who was whispering this, but weren't like the Celtics and other teams poking around about maybe trading for Isaiah Stewart and the Pistons were asking way too much and he was too valuable. I mean, I understand why they think he's very valuable from a team standpoint, team building standpoint. From an actual basketball strategic standpoint, I don't think he's that valuable, but prove us wrong. Go continue to work on the 3-point shot, and then he'll be worth $64 million or whatever. I mean, seems a bit much to me, but they believe in him. Let's see.
Wojo, you've got a column up in the Detroit News.
Column.
Got to enunciate. You know me.
Oh, yes.
You guys had some fun
Costa
yesterday.
almost enunciated himself to a drops championship yesterday.
I had some Cinderella potential for sure.
Yeah.
the DeBrincat article where you said, like, the playoff conversation is a conversation. Like, explain to people where the Wings are at following the DeBrincat move.
I think it's a conversation. I don't want to be one of the ones, now they make the playoffs. Well, no, he's one player, one very good scorer, certainly. This is not, I think I wrote in the column, this is not the go-for-it move that Yzerman has suggested they weren't really ready to do. But it is the go-for-it direction. Like, I do think now the move, I assume, barring some collapse this season, I assume the sell-off at the trade deadline days are over. I assume the days of scoring 2 goals in 4 games are over. But they're not, as we stand right now, I don't think they're a playoff team. I think the East is, certainly the Atlantic Division is still tough. But I could envision, and then I could envision maybe a team that is supposed to be good collapsing during the season, another team, maybe Boston or somebody, and other teams sell off pieces. I could see that happening. But if you asked me today, percent chance of Wings making the playoffs, I would say 35%.
Woj,
that's low key.
Yeah. That's I think that's pretty fair. Woj,
I'd be very fair today.
In what year should your nephews and people of that age group buy their Max Clark jerseys?
In what year you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, he's 18 years old. He's a great high school hitter. And you know, I said this the other day. Like, I was on vacation, so I was sort of vaguely watching the baseball draft unfold, but then I caught up on everything afterwards because I was like everyone. They took a high school player, and then you read about it, and that, like, the Pirates were going to take him at number 1, perhaps. The Rangers were craving him. He's supposedly one of the best 5-tool high school outfielders in many years, and it also is an indication of Scott Harris's direction, the new GM. They drafted 9 high school players out of their picks. Avila, the 6 years before him, drafted like 1 or 2 or none or 3. I mean, obviously, famously, Jackson Jobe. So the philosophy with Harris is I am going for the best possible talent, preferably a hitter, and not paying attention to any timetable. He's under no pressure to fast-track Max Clark, which I think is good. I know nobody wants to hear that. Whoa, we want him next year, but I think it's good to take a supreme talent, and theoretically you have better pieces in place to mold him into a good player.
Well, I think it also projects some confidence that you think you can actually develop some guys. Right. I mean, I get Avila like, hey, we got to take high schoolers. They got to be halfway. We're not going to be able to really develop these guys.
That's a great point. Yeah, and I think Harris obviously is showing confidence in the system they have in place and their hitting approach. And the guy, Max Clark, seems like a really dynamic personality, dynamic player, super fast. So I think he'll play in opening day next year. Opening day in Toledo. Well, that actually would be a pretty good jump, too.
Yeah. Opening day in West Michigan would probably be the most realistic.
All right. Jeez.
Yes. All right.
Whoa.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So what did you think of the final outcome yesterday, the Final Four, with a 1, 2, 3, and a 10?
Yeah, well, little Jimmy Costa is correct. He made almost a couple of Cinderella runs with his well-enunciated things that are cleverly cropped in certain spots. For those who don't know, Valenti downplays it. This is cool and everything. He was so excited when he had 2 entries in the Final Four.
Yes, he was.
And then Yeah, no, he really was.
I know.
Okay, probably somewhat sheepishly, but no, it was entertaining, and the songs, the song that won, Valenti singing the Donald Sterling song, which when you realize that those are really quotes from Donald Sterling, it's very creepy, of course. But yeah, I thought it was and let's give Stoney his props. He pulled out a rule from the rule book that a caller had made a second call to make a pick, and it was nullified after the caller made an awful pick. So it was restored, and the tournament maintained its integrity.
Well, it was a big deal because it would have ruined the marquee matchup at the very end.
Right.
And we had TJ Lang standing on hold, ready to accept the award until it was taken from him at the very last moment.
All right.
Yeah, that was very mean of Mike to wrench it out of his hands.
Did you think the right song or drop won from the Final Four?
I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, there were a lot of – I had my own sleepers in there, and, Coffee, you had a few you were talking about. It's not that small, and I think you were talking about that one. Yeah. And I do like Valenti. Shut up! But other than that, no, worthy champion.
Yes,
absolutely.
My hose did not make the Final Four, but I like.
Oh,
I still think that the not feeling good or not going good was very lowly seated as a 12, but it did still.
No. I agree. Yeah, that should have gone further. So, Sony, was it sad last night when you had to break it down and tell your hose that they didn't win?
Yes, very upset. And, when I told them that, they said, not going good. Anyway. All right, Woj, thank you as always. We will leave with the winning song as you drift back to La La Land, okay?
Oh, please.
All right. All right, Wednesdays with Wojo with the winning song from the drop tournament. Hey, you want to get away? Relax, just simply have a good time. The D Las Vegas has everything you need when you're going to Vegas. It's downtown where the odds are better and where all the action is. Fremont Street's great. Now, if you stay at the D, everyone who stays there gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the amazing Circa Hotel and Casino. And remember all the great food at the D. You got Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there. Or the Bacon Nation Restaurant, which is located on the second floor right next to Bar Canada. Now, if you're looking for something more casual, American Coney Island, and the D staff will hook you up with any golf courses if you want to play some golf. The odds are better downtown, as I said, and the fun is nonstop at the Long Bar. Best bang for your buck in Las Vegas, so book your room today, thed.com. That's right. And if you're staying on the Strip, make sure the D is still part of your agenda. Step on by. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas. good story there. And in fact, it was kind of weird because the pitcher who gave up the home run, Romano, got hurt on the play. So they had to bring in Michael Lorenzen to come in, and he promptly gave up. Now, they called it a single, but if you watched it, it should have been an error on either Rutschman or Guerrero, either one. It was a low throw, and it went right in his glove, and he dropped it. And then he walked the next guy, and then he got Soto to pop up and struck out Alonso. So Michael Lorenzen did a nice job. All right, Jim, ESPN's been running this little deal periodically where they talk to executives, players, coaches, and scouts to rank the 10 best players in the NFL at particular positions.
I think they did corners yesterday.
Okay. Safeties today.
Okay.
And I'm just curious what you think of this list.
Okay, so on the spot, I think Minkah Fitzpatrick is probably 1 or 2. Is he regarded as the best?
He's 1.
Okay.
Derwin James is 2.
Big fan. He's got to stay healthy.
That's part of your Chargers. Justin Simmons is 3.
Yeah. Super underrated. Really good player.
Budda Baker is 4. I love Budda Baker, but I think injuries are starting to take a toll on him. He's getting up there in age a little bit.
And there's he wanted out of Arizona. Does he get a fresh change of
Watching
scenery?
in-season Hard Knocks, I got to like Budda Baker, actually.
I could see that.
Javon Holland of the Dolphins is 5.
Boy, he's a young player. Top 5.
The Falcons, who picked up this guy in free agency, Jesse Bates, is
Former
6.
Bengal. Deep safety.
Kevin Byard of the Tennessee Titans is 7.
A long time would have been 1-2 on this list.
9 is Telenova Hufanga of the 49ers.
Yeah, playing kind of the Palomalu role for that team.
10 is Antoine Winfield of the Bucks.
You know what I would say? This is all safeties, and some of these guys play completely different games.
Yes, absolutely.
Deep safety versus down in the box safety.
Now, I forgot to mention number 8.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I wasn't counting. Okay, I'm assuming 8's noteworthy.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
See, and that's the versatility. I mean, he's going to play some slot. Is that slot corner? Is that nickel safety, nickel corner? He can play the deep part of the field. He is a good tackler. He's got great, ball hawking sense to take the ball away.
Swagger.
Yes. So they have a top 10 safety.
Yes. And Quandre Diggs was among those that honorable mention.
Him. I always liked Quandre Diggs. Yeah. That the day they traded him, if you weren't already out on the regime, and it just was fuel on the fire. What are they doing getting rid of a captain who still makes plays for this team?
I got to admit, I wasn't that enamored with him that as much to go crazy over that trade as I was.
Well, they gave him away. That was my frustration.
Right. The Slay bothered me more.
Well, it bothered me that you had guys in the secondary who were good and they, quote, didn't fit the scheme, and it made me question, what the hell is your scheme?
Well, yes, absolutely. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator is here. How are you, Scott?
I'm all right. Are we going to pile on Patricia some more?
Are you looking forward to it?
What we're going to do? Okay.
We actually piled on him earlier in the show. We were talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, who took over the NFL Network yesterday, and he trolled the Green Bay Packers by one of the games he showed was the Packers-Seahawks NFC Championship game where the Packers choked. And I got back to Patricia by saying that, boy, if the Packers didn't choke, we would have never had the greatest defensive play called ever in Super Bowl history, because Green Bay would have gone instead of instead of Seattle.
Yeah.
So that would never
no more play at the goal line, none of that.
Yes.
Right. No, I mean, he deserves all the credit.
Yeah.
He's brilliant.
Did you enjoy the All-Star game?
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It is what it is, and I think it's I love this new pace of play in baseball. So it moved along. There were some nice plays, nice nuances they do. I like the interviewing with the players on the field while the game's going on.
How about the pitchers, like with Josh Hader when he was pitching? I think that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with the pitcher and then they had the hitter. The kid from Arizona is up there at the plate, and he's talking. Well, I think Eovaldi was on the mound, and so it was cool. No, I enjoy the All-Star game. I think it's the best by far of all the All-Star games, and it's not the only tweak, but one thing I wish that they would do is just go back to the uniform.
Yes, we said that.
That's like unanimous.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't. And I thought last night the hats were interesting with the teal look, the Seattle blue or whatever for both teams, but it had your own team logo on it. I'm like, would I get an Old English D on a teal hat? No. But nonetheless, I thought it looked okay. It was fine. But I just go back to wearing the uniforms, man. As a kid, that was the best.
I agree with you, but I understand why they do it. To sell those American League and National League jerseys.
Yeah, but I mean, did they really make a ton of money off that?
I don't know. I don't know.
First thing my son said last night, I love those American League uniforms. He's 13.
Yeah, well.
Another thing wrong with the youth these days.
Yes. What do you guys got going on the show today?
Yes,
I think it's parenting.
It's
It's horrible.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, in honor of tonight being a major night to hit the lottery, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
It's a substantial amount of money. I understand. We thought we'd talk about something hitting the lottery in sports and if it's feasible and how much of a chance do you really have for this.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful day. Jim, thank you for sitting in. John Jansen will be back tomorrow. By the way, Doug, he thought he was working today. John Jansen thought he almost pulled a gator. He texted me during
great
the
minds think
afternoon.
alike.
Yes, indeed. All right. See you tomorrow. 97 on the ticket.
I'm going to do some venting today, Gator. I'm going to vent.
You like to vent?
And I don't like to vent, but I'm going to vent.
Well, you got to get it out, man.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something everybody's aware of.
It's not healthy to hold that in.
I got an event coming up.
Okay.
And I'll get to a little bit later on what it is. But I got an event coming up where I was $40 a ticket. And I got to get 4 tickets. So, quick, do the math. How much money am I going to spend?
Well, that's $160 right there.
Yeah. Or after all the fees.
Oh, no. This is like a Ticketmaster thing?
Yeah.
Ugh. It's disgusting. I have no idea what the fees are on this.
Yep.
I mean, what it should be and what it is going to be crazy difference. So right now you're in for $160.
Mm-hmm.
Are you topping the $200 mark?
Yes.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
absolutely
just,
ridiculous.
If you're selling something and you say the price is $40, okay?
Then it's $40, right? Oh, is there tax? I got to pay tax. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, 6% sales tax.
I pay
so
taxes.
I'm paying
Do you want to know how much I pay a tax per ticket?
Well, it should just be the $4.20, right?
Well, it's an out of state, so you never know.
Or
But
$2.40, I should say.
$8.32 per ticket is the tax.
Wow.
Yep. But with the fees, delivery and service fees and all that, do you care to guess again? You said it's over 200. Give me a number.
Oh, my God. So
4 tickets.
I swear to God, if they charge, if it's $240, I want to go over and punch somebody in the face for you.
Well, it's not 240. It's more than 240.
I really want to go with you to punch somebody in the face.
It's $246.12.
That's insane.
The same thing happens when you're trying to rent you go to one of those popular rental property places and it says $320 a night. And then after all the taxes and rental fees and cleanup and service, and it's $520 a night, not $320. I mean, $300. It's so aggravating. I wish the price was listed for what you're going to actually effing pay. It's not like that, and everybody's experienced it, and I just experienced it again.
It's ridiculous.
So I'm venting today. It's just misleading.
Well, it's wrong.
Yep.
And if the price is $40 and you're going to charge fees on top, you're right. First of all, they shouldn't charge the fees. The fees should be included in the cost of the ticket.
I understand that the fees are how the middleman makes their money, right? The fees are how these things get delivered and how the company that is putting this out, how they make their money. But then advertise it with the price of the fee. If the ticket wasn't $40, okay? And don't tell me it was $40. Don't make me believe it was $40. The ticket was actually $61.53. Just tell me that. Just tell me that. I'll be much happier.
I agree. You would be happier, but then you want to break down, how much are the fees? And then you see what the fees are, and then you get pissed again. At least I do, because I don't mind. I understand the middleman stuff. There's a difference between middleman and then monopoly, which kind of is what Ticketmaster has.
I didn't use
disgusting.
a company name. I did not use a company name. But I will say that, to me, if you are to tell me from the beginning, because I'm looking for the cheapest ticket for this event, that the cheapest ticket is $61.53, I will accept and pay the $61.53, and I will not be remotely aggravated. But when you tell me it's $40 a ticket, and then after it's all done, I realize it's more than what is that, 150% more than what it's listed at.
Well, it's 50%.
That is, I am aggravated. It's 150% of the price that I thought I was paying. I am aggravated. I'm very, very aggravated.
Well, yeah, you should be. I don't blame you at all. I can't stand. I've hated this for a long time. It's one thing when you have service fees and they're like 2 to 4%, 5%, something like that. But this is what, 18% markup,
and
under the guise of fees before taxes are thrown in, and then what the tax is the fees in addition to the ticket cost, and then they apply the tax.
The bottom line is, got it. I'll pay it, and I would have paid it, and I would have never even gone back and looked if the fees were included from the very beginning. And maybe, they do it for a reason. And I'm not mad that there are fees. I expect there to be fees, but it just drives me insane that the fees, when you just feel like you're misled. And this recently happened to us when we were trying to book, a place to stay, and we went through one of the popular rental home places. And I seriously was like, all right, we can afford that. Blah, blah. And I went and checked. And when we were done, I was like, we can't afford that.
I'm surprised that tickets for Thunder Down Under was that expensive for you.
But that's just the beginning of the venting that I'm going to do today.
Oh,
but see.
Well, you're not alone.
No, of course not.
I mean, people
have been bitching about this forever.
And
it's
people
just today,
should.
Today is my day to bitch. Today is my day where I feel pissed off.
Have at it.
Yeah.
Have at it.
All right.
Unload.
Did you watch? No, I'm not going to spend the whole day unloading. But the red zone is for loading and unloading only. All-Star game. Did you watch?
I watched lots of it. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, mic'd up players. I just absolutely love mic'd up players. And the fact that they had Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts talking to one another during the game was fantastic. Absolutely love that. The the story of Julio Rodriguez telling about how he had to learn to hit the opposite way because where he grew up in the Dominican Republic, he hit so many home runs to left field that he was clearing the park and endangering the people that live near the stadium, and people complained. So he had to start hitting the ball the other way. It's how he learned to spray the ball to all fields. Like, this is fun stuff. And Michael Lorenzen coming in and having enough success.
Well, and the reason he had to come in, it was kind of strange. I mean, you had this long-ass review about, is it a home run, not a home run?
Yep.
Not a home run, and now we're going to change pitchers. Oh, interesting.
But I was rooting for our guy, man. I was really rooting for our guy, and he gave up the little bleeder.
He gave up nothing.
Yeah, he walked the guy, but
that it was an error on the catcher trying to throw to first base.
They ruled it a hit.
With crap.
Yeah, I was ready to protest.
Well, I am protesting.
Talk about.
Let's vent some more.
Talk about faux outrage. That was an error.
It was an error. Mid-4 did not give up a hit.
Mid-4 didn't deserve that. Our guy did not deserve that.
No, sir.
Yep.
Are we still sure he was supposed to be an all-star? Like he wasn't just asked to come pitch the home run derby?
Wow. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Well, I didn't.
No, he did fine. It's good to see a Tiger out
Call
there.
me late to the party. You're stupid on this, but I had not noticed the gun show that he was displaying until last night. I'm like, wait a minute. What is that?
He is.
I watched him every start this year, and I don't remember ever seeing Kyle Farnsworth's kid come out and do this. What is that?
I was cracking up because I'm like, how did I never notice how jacked he was? And then I had the exact same thought. It was something about those uniforms, those stupid, ugly all-star uniforms that were awful. I mean, they were awful. Put them back in their home and road uniforms, please. That's this, especially the National League, black pants with blue tops, navy blue. I mean, it was. Maybe somebody liked them. They're not marketing to.
Yeah, Milliken's kid liked him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Milliken's kid's probably more likely to buy a jersey than you guys.
That's a great point.
There you go.
That's a great point.
That's actually not
Merch.
true
It's all
because
about
Dad's
merch.
going to have to buy it.
Yeah, but he'll buy it for the kid.
On the principle, I would not buy one for
There
my
it is. That's what I want to hear, Doug. That's good parenting right there.
Yeah, right.
Ken, got to learn this.
I'm not learning from Doug. I want my kids to like me.
Oh.
I want them to talk to
You
me.
sound like my kids. When I have a kid, my kid's going to be my best friend.
I don't know about that.
Then you're going to be doing it wrong. Anyway,
don't tell me how to parent. Do not tell me how to parent. That's one thing parents don't like is other parents trying to tell them how to parent.
They don't like that?
Mm-hmm. Anyway, long story short, the uniforms were awful, but Lorenzen looked absolutely yoked in his, man.
That guy, he's ready to compete, over the top or something. It's a massive.
Seriously, did anybody like the uniforms? Anyone?
Yeah, and Milliken's kid, literally, he just said that before
Did he?
in crosstalk. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He said my 13-year-old likes it. I'm like, okay.
I
said, that's just bad parenting, Tom.
I missed that.
But either way, like I said, whatever they do, they're doing for sales, of course. And Doug, I've never ever seen you wear a baseball jersey, so
I own one actual game jersey.
So it's marketed for people who buy jerseys.
I guess so.
Tony Gwynn?
Yep.
They got your money once 35 years ago or whatever.
Yep.
So fits.
The Padre blue and orange. Yep. Number 19. Name on the back. Yep. I have it. It's on display though. I don't have it on a display with
It's not
Tony
signed
Gwynn.
though, is it?
No, but the autographed Tony Gwynn bat sits with it. So, yeah. And a framed story about him staying in San Diego from a magazine that says loyalty can be measured. I'm like, yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
I got deep into the ethics pool. With it. I just absolutely love that.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so you mentioned before the break. Yesterday we talked about winning the Powerball. Okay? This is dreaming stuff, right? In sports, there is a lottery ticket out there. And the question is, can we get a ticket? We'll get to that today at 10:20. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Play, practice, and party at 5 Iron Golf opening in Detroit this July. It's downtown's newest area with all the TrackMan simulators they got. In fact, 13 of them, certified instructors for your golf. They've got a couple of full bars. They got a restaurant going on. They got a whole meeting area for private parties. You can join as a founding member, and you get 50% off your first 3 months. Plus, you get a free lesson and even more. Or you can experience just a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach with excellent food and drink specials. They've got up to 200 courses right now on those simulators. A private event space and a new late night or date night activity, this is the place to go. Go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and to tee up good times.
I'm going to vent even more. But this vent...
You're going to be so alone on this.
Look, I vented about something that everybody probably agrees with, right? The first part, do you think...
100%.
Yeah, everybody agrees
Nobody's happy about fees added onto the cost of a ticket to go see a show.
I guess it's different. To me, it's not that I'm mad that there are fees associated with it. I'm mad that they're telling me that the ticket price is $40. And I don't care what the price on the ticket says. I want to know how much I'm paying per ticket. Because what I ended up paying per ticket was $61.53. Then list it as $61.53. Don't list it as $40 because now I'm mad and I want to hit somebody with a shovel. My second vent, I'm going to say something that I am guessing I'm on an island. How come I can't find the Tour de France on cable?
Because nobody cares?
Yeah, but in the past, I always put the tour on during the show. It's either that or Wimbledon. We got two TVs, so one will be on Wimbledon, the other be on the tour. And yes, I know it's a slow time in sports. But I like the tour.
Try, see what 232 says right now.
232, NBC.
Oh,
that's today with Hoda and Jenna.
Okay.
That's not the tour.
Then
the tour to Hoda?
It's on Peacock.
So it's streamed.
No, it's on Peacock. Isn't that great? This is the perfect sport to be streamed on Peacock.
So now I got to subscribe to Peacock?
That's right. This is where you should
Guess
watch.
what's not happening?
Oh, you're not going to get Peacock for this?
No. All right. God, I really am going to vent a lot today.
Here we go. Buckle up.
Mm-hmm.
Ken, you ready for the ride?
No, I mean,
no.
You don't want me to vent. You're the producer. You can tell me to shut up.
well, listen. I'm not saying they're not justified. Your vents, okay?
Yeah.
But also the fees, not a new thing. We all know this.
Yeah.
And then the All-Star jerseys. I mean, venting about jerseys.
Yep.
I feel like we're going down the old man road here.
Okay. And now I'm
what's
complaining
next?
about the tour.
Yeah,
I can't find the tour on.
It's like,
Going on the long walk with
You know what?
both
I'm
hands
starting to-
clapped behind your back.
I'm starting to sound a lot like a sports talk host who is flailing. I have got nothing. I'm flailing.
what's going on?
Yeah.
I already paid for cable.
You're doing your best, Francesa.
It's a
Don't
sports
nod
talk
off on me.
whose career is short-lived, who's winding down, who will soon be looking for new employment.
And another thing, these cellular phones.
Yeah, right? That's like
Shake your fist at the sky.
clouds.
Am I being saved by my producer's trying to save me right now?
Just, release something on TikTok. Get back to
Right,
your
yeah.
younger audience.
Believe it or not, in the time we've come back from commercial break, I've managed to log on to Peacock, and now I got the tour streaming on my computer monitor, so I'm all set.
You've got problems.
Yeah.
You got real problems.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one.
I am the one.
Is he logged on yet? Not
Dude,
yet.
you know
Is he
how
logged on yet? Not yet. He logged on.
You know how we like to do, we'll take 10 texts?
Yeah.
Right now, if you are streaming the tour, text us. Will we get 10 texts?
No.
Okay. If you're streaming,
How long are we going to give it?
well, usually we get 10 texts within like 2 minutes. Well, less than 2 minutes. We get them in like 30 seconds. So before the commercial break, Kang, if we get 10 texts from people streaming the tour right now, and I'm guessing it's going to be a hard no. All right, so lottery. We talked about the Powerball yesterday.
Yeah,
Right?
what's it up to today, King? Do we have an update on the?
No, not as of right now.
I wonder. It's got to be.
You talking about the Powerball or Mega? Powerball?
Which one's?
Well,
tonight?
Mega was
I
just
guess
last
they're
night.
they're
No one won.
No one won. So
But
they're
it's a
both
big-
Mega and Powerball's tonight.
Yeah.
And it's the 7th largest Powerball in history. Expected to be the 7th largest Powerball in history. But usually when we see these things, they estimate what it's going to be next time, and it's more. But I believe it was $750 million, which means if you win, you get the immediate payout, taxes and fees and all that. Fees, Ticketmaster gets their share. You'll walk away with like $4 million.
Yeah, estimated 725. They say.
So instead of the 725, you'll get like $4 million.
Cash value 366.
Which after taxes is?
It's going to be like half that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
190 million, something like that.
Why don't they just tell us the real jackpot we're supposed to win, right, Doug?
Exactly.
Right?
Full
circle. Come on.
Okay, so anyway.
The anti-fees.
When we talk about the Powerball and we talk about Mega Millions and we talk about lotteries, we have discovered in our 17 years of doing this together, Gator, that people call, right? People want to talk about it because people play and people dream. Last night, during the All-Star game, Shohei Otani stepped to the plate. And the fans in Seattle started chanting, "Come to Seattle," or "Sign with Seattle," whatever they were chanting. I don't know exactly what they were, but they were chanting. And then they had Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts mic'd up. And they said, "How would you like this guy on your team?" And Freddie Freeman said something like, "Well, I can't really say anything because that would be tampering. But if he has any questions, we'd be glad to answer it." This is the sports lottery ticket right now, is Shohei Otani. And the question I have is, do we in Detroit even have access to a ticket? Do we have access to a ticket? And I bring it up, and if we bring it up in the context of just normal sports talk and say Shohei Otani to Detroit, I think that the Major League Baseball upper crust that listens to the show laughs us off the air. But if we're going to talk about winning the Powerball, right, which people do talk about, can we get a ticket to this lottery? Can we even get a ticket? Can we ask ownership? Because I have a feeling, Gator, that the old man wouldn't have let this go by without at least inquiring, without at least trying. And there's a reputation for Chris right now in Detroit that he's not necessarily going to be a player, although they just, it's starting to come around a little bit for the Red Wings here. And, there's a cap in that sport. There's no cap in baseball. And we have sort of defended Chris in that they haven't been at a point, Chris Ilitch, the owner of the Tigers, hasn't been a point where it's like made a ton of sense to spend money. But if you are close or you're looking to get over the top is when it makes sense. Is this a lottery ticket that we can get access to, or is it just like the Powerball? We're never going to win it.
Well, I mean, in terms of just dollars and cents, can the Tigers get a ticket in there?
Yep.
100% they can. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're talking about a $60 million a year contract. Okay, adding $60 million to the payroll. The Tigers' payroll for this season is $123 million. At the end of the season, Miguel Cabrera comes off the books, right?
Yep.
You may have some other players come off the books, and that number is going to be considerably lower than $100 million. If you added $60 million to, say, 90.
So that their payroll goes to $150 million?
Yes. First of all, that's a good $50 million less than what the payroll was in their heyday of several years ago.
Yep.
It's also still less than the league average, which is $161 million right now. So from just a dollars and cents argument, if you just want to argue, can the Tigers afford to pay Shohei Otani? The answer is a resounding, oh, yeah. They can afford to pay him. In fact, the Tigers can overpay him to try to land him here, as opposed to teams like, say, the Mets, who have a $348 million payroll that spiraled out of control. You feel like they can't put themselves in it because they're going to have a payroll north of $400 million if they do.
Do you know what Seattle's payroll is right now?
I do, Doug.
What is Seattle's payroll right
now? The Seattle Mariners payroll is just above the Tigers. It's not just above. It ranks ahead of the Tigers at 18th highest. Tigers 19th highest, but it's $136 million.
136 for Seattle.
Yeah.
And Detroit's
123.
123.
Yeah, but Seattle has the Asian market. All right, we know that Ichiro Suzuki was huge, and they would sell out. So would Seattle sell out with Shohei Otani? You bet your ass they would. So they could afford to pay him, I would imagine. I mean, I don't think they'd like to pay $60 million a year for a player, but we know what Otani is, and I think they know how they can market him, and they could really make money off it.
I mean, it's a total lottery ticket. I just want a ticket. I just want a ticket.
They have a ticket. The hard part, look, coming up with the money, that's not the hard part, because they have money to spend. The hard part is convincing Shohei Otani that Detroit is where he needs to be. You'll feel comfortable here in Detroit.
Yeah. What do we have to sell?
I mean, not much.
Yeah,
it's not like we have a rich history. We have a rich history and tradition of signing and producing Japanese-born baseball players.
I mean, Seattle, they're sitting there in a position where I think that's a legitimate destination for him, and they probably have similar financial constraints as Detroit. But
I mean, it's not like we're going to break out Hideo Nomo for the one season he played here or whatever it was.
All right, Kang, did we get 10 texts
that are actually streaming?
Yeah.
No.
Did we get one text?
Yes.
All right, sweet. We'll read that text coming up at 10:33. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Dark Car, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. So, look, in sports, I think the biggest lottery ticket out there right now is Shohei Otani. He is a dominant baseball player. And the question is, do we have any chance here in Detroit of even getting a ticket to the lottery? When we talk about the Powerball, look, the odds of winning the Powerball are slim, but people call, people dream, people talk about it. You have until 10 o'clock tonight to get your Powerball ticket in the seventh highest jackpot, as it's going to be north of $725 million. And when these numbers get up there, I know a lot of people love to get involved, but can we even get a ticket? You did some research on Japanese players to Detroit?
Yeah. There's only been 2.
Now, you found a phenomenal website.
Yeah, well, the first thing that came up was JapaneseBaseballPlayers.com.
Mm-hmm. Appropriately named.
Sure, and it's got the answer. And there are 2 Japanese major league players who play for the Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
Masao Kita, who I believe was a relief pitcher for the Tigers, and then Hideo Nomo, who towards the middle or end of his career, he played a season or 2 with the Tigers as well, starting pitcher.
Yep.
Nomo hit the scene. He was great, and then leveled off.
Yep.
But what's interesting about these 2 players is how they're displayed on JapaneseBaseballPlayers.com. The image next to the name for either player is the Nintendo image of a baseball player.
So great. The pixelation
of a pitcher, leaning in to get his sign.
It's just fantastic.
It's pretty cool.
I love that. You can check it out for yourself at JapaneseBaseballPlayers.com. Well, and the other thing about it is, could you imagine the shift in public perception for those that don't like the owner if he actually did this?
Good God. It'd be massive. Just absolutely, positively massive.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me just say this. If they finish within 5-6 games of first, let's face facts. They probably don't get a lottery ticket with Shohei Otani, but they better invest something. They better take the Miggy money and spend it on somebody good, Because the division, as much as it feels like it's a crap division and up for grabs this year, the same thing will be true next year. Now, if you want to swing for the fences, because in Shohei Otani, if you think of it, let's say it's $70 million the Tigers offer. You're spending $35 million on a great hitter and $35 million on a great pitcher.
That's right.
And you still have a team payroll that is nowhere near the top of the major leagues. And you're getting 2 players for the price of 1. Now, that comes with as much as that is a benefit, it is also a risk because one injury takes 2 players out of one out of your rotation, one out of your everyday lineup.
It could. Now, there are some people that think that, okay, let's say that you have an arm injury that you could still hit. And that has happened. But I agree with you. To me, it's almost like, yeah, if you get hurt, then you're kind of screwed on this. But would I want my owner to take a swing at it? Yep. I don't know if it's the years that you'd have to commit to the contract that I don't know if that's where I don't know if the Tigers can stay in the long run on this on dollars and cents. They have deep pockets, but other teams have deeper pockets for the long term. What is he going to sign? Is he going to sign a 4-year deal? Is he going to sign a 5-year deal? Or is he going to sign a 10-year deal?
Well,
because those are the questions. I'm just loving the ride of watching this guy play because he's unbelievable. He is truly the unicorn of baseball. And because of what he's doing, and we see it in college baseball where there's still guys that pitch and they'll also play in the field somewhere else and they'll hit. And I think because Otani's done it so successfully, we're going to see more and more players that matriculate to the major leagues that will be hitters and DH or hitters and a position player because their bats are just too valuable because they can flat out hit.
Yeah, but nobody's going to be the best at both in the game.
Probably not.
No.
Probably not. No, but there are players that are like that are out there. You saw them in the College World Series.
By like that, you mean can do it.
Can do it, yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, difference in looking at a 20-year-old kid and looking at a guy who's played professionally for 10 years.
I mean, it's the impossible dream, of course, but I like that we're trying.
Powerball.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why we're trying to figure out
Exactly.
what's the path. And I like what you've laid out. I mean, money-wise, when Cabrera's contract comes off the books, they're already lower in payroll compared to a lot of other teams. The thing is, there's no salary cap in Major League Baseball. I mean, you can spend what you want to spend. Do you have the owner? Or will Illich, reroute and be more like his father and say, I will force this guy to turn down the most insane contract in sports history. I mean, it's kind of what you have to do, right?
You have to. If you're going to say no to us, it's going to be because you turned down the biggest, most insane contract anyone has ever looked at.
It will not be because of money.
I would love to see, and here's how, to sweeten the deal, what I would do if I were Chris Illich is I would also get on board right now and try to negotiate a deal where in the next year or two, whatever it is, when these players can come over, of landing one of those top Japanese players we saw in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
They got the one hitter and the one pitcher that are outstanding players. And they showcased it in the World Baseball Classic. You can get one of those guys as well to try, hey, look, we're working on this. We're trying to make things more comfortable.
Get you a buddy.
Wasn't
that a Mike
Which is
Ilitch
exactly
line?
what Mike Ilitch said about Pavel Datsyuk. We're going to get you a buddy. And they never really got him a buddy, but
I was just saying that.
All right, they're going to get you a buddy. I think they drafted late in his career. Maybe I don't know, was Svechnikov still part of that or not? But get him a buddy, and you can have a couple of absolute studs on this team. But of course, it costs money, right? And Otani's going to cost you through the roof. These other guys, they're probably going to be $20 million, $30 million players when they come into the league because they're that good.
248-539-9797. All right, here we go. I am streaming the tour. Always watch. Upset it isn't on cable like the last 15 plus years. I'm with you, Doug. That's from Eric.
That's Eric, the 10 text.
That's the 10 text.
That's the 10 text, Doug. You asked for 10 texts, I gave you that 10 text.
I love this one. John at work in a trailer. I am not streaming the tour right now.
He texted that in.
He stopped what he was doing to let us know he's not streaming the tour.
Gator, going back to getting him a buddy thing.
Yeah.
I don't even care if he's good. Just get him his best friend. Who's his best friend? Bring him here. Hey, Otani, do you have a son you want us to draft?
Yeah.
Because we'll do it. You know?
If you're worried that your interpreter's not coming with you, don't worry about that.
Yeah, we'll sign Roy.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Whoever his best friend is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Okay, just understand, the idea of what we're discussing here is last night, you're watching the All-Star game and Shohei Otani comes to the plate and the Seattle fans start chanting. Now, do you think Seattle's legitimately in play for Shohei Otani in the offseason?
Yes.
I mean, I guess he could get traded. Somebody could trade for him right
now.
now.
Seattle has had more Japanese players play for them than any other team in the major leagues.
11 total.
It's just, I mean, kind of shrewd. They also drafted my nephew yesterday. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's awesome. I saw that. So it makes all the sense in the world why Seattle would go for him. I mean, I would say here's where it makes sense. Seattle staying with the Angels, going to the Dodgers, and the Giants maybe.
You don't think a New York team here?
You got to always throw the Yankees.
I think you always have to throw the Yankees because it's always a wild card. But I'm trying to stereotypically figure out the Asian markets and where he would maybe feel comfortable. Maybe he's totally cool going wherever.
We have an extremely strong Asian population here in Detroit.
Do we?
Yes, we
Ken,
do.
you want to speak on behalf?
I don't see it.
Sell it, Kang. Sell it.
Not like the other markets you just mentioned, Gator. And here's the thing about Seattle and their Asian market, or just the city itself. When they were chanting, come to Seattle last night with Otani, like, come to Seattle, they asked Otani about that in the presser, and Otani lit the flame even more for the Seattle fans and said he likes the city. He's actually spent some off seasons in Seattle, so they're going nuts right now. So Seattle's definitely a viable option for Otani.
We got our work cut out for us. Here's the feedback coming in. The realistic answer is we absolutely cannot get Otani. We are just not a big enough team yet to make that move. However, there's a cat named Roki Sasaki from Japan, and that could be our lottery ticket. Guy will be a top 5 pitcher when he joins the league. Keep an eye out, boys.
Well, I just looked up Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yeah.
And he's thought of as being the best Japanese prospect. He's, I believe, 24 years old. He's a pitcher. Ridiculous strikeout to walk ratio. I mean, he's got a career whip of under 1. His career ERA is 1.82. I mean, everything you look at, right?
Yep.
There's a handful of players in the Japan ranks that could be coming to the major leagues in the next few years, and they're stud players.
Unnamed texter, we would have a better chance of winning the Powerball than Otani coming to Detroit. Not even a sniff.
See, this is where I disagree. You've got a 1 in how many billion chance or trillion chance to win the Powerball?
It's 1 in 292,201,338.
Okay. Give or take a few.
No, I think that's actually exactly what it is.
But the Tigers are one of, 30 teams in Major League Baseball?
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
The Tigers are a team that can spend money on a player. The question it's not about money. It's about what Shohei wants to do. The Tigers could outbid anybody. But where does Shohei want to go?
I don't know that they could outbid anybody, but they could. They're a team that has had a budget significantly higher than what it will be going into the offseason.
Yes.
And so they could put together the Tigers offered what kind of offer that makes them say no to the highest contract ever offered anybody in the history of the sport.
This is what I'm saying.
248-539-9797. Tony. Oh boy. Tony put us on hold. It's pretty loud.
Big bass line.
Kind of is. God, I know why I love it when this happens. So what do we think? Enterprise Rent-A-Car he works at, put us on hold.
I'm not sure because I've seen this in my car where I've been driving around and I'm talking to somebody on the phone and another call comes in or if just a call comes in, I have the option to put them on hold.
Hold on. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, Tony's here.
Yeah, where you had us on hold?
I'm sorry. I run a roofing company, and I had to take a.
That's fine. That's fine. Roofing company is fine.
Yeah, the music was great.
I was guessing Enterprise Rent-A-Car, but roofing company, it was not on my board. Well played.
If you really want this guy, and he's a once-in-a-lifetime player, you get off the money, you give him $20 million a year, and you outright give him 5% of the club.
Just make him part owner?
Make him a part owner.
I don't think you can do.
How about this?
I don't think you can do that.
Commit to move 3 games to Japan, 3 home games to Japan. Sign his best friend, put 3 home games in Japan.
I don't know whether that'll make up the other $40 million he needs.
I don't think ownership is something they can offer a current player. I could be wrong on that. But I like where your head's at, Tony. You're thinking outside the box.
But you could get creative with a contract that would make Bobby Bonilla blush. Like, do something like that, where you're paying the guy to the year 21, 23. You're paying for the next 100 years. I mean, something. But, can you get hyper creative? Let's go to Dan. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. How you guys doing?
All right.
Great.
So the guy I think they should either trade for or consider signing, I think trading him could get him to help the Tigers, is Lars Nootbaar from the Cardinals. And, he was such a hit with Team Japan, and I think Nootbaar played really well with Shohei Otani, and I feel like that could maybe be a little bit of, salt and pepper to kind of season it for him. But he's making about $750 right now, I think, this year, and is eligible for arbitration, so maybe there's a trade and sign option for him. I don't know what you guys think, how he would fit in, but I think the Tigers could use him.
I love Lars Nootbaar, and I don't know if he's even remotely accessible, if you will, given his contract situation.
He's arbitration eligible through 2025. His earliest free agent year is 2028. So
you'd have to trade.
You have to
for
trade,
him.
like you said. You have to trade for him.
Can I interest you in Casey Mize?
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Huh. Well, either way, it's a lottery ticket. I just want a ticket.
I understand.
I don't even buy lottery tickets. I don't buy them when it's 1 in 282 million.
Well,
what are the odds here? 1 in 100?
The pitcher I mentioned, Yamamoto, he is looks like he'll be eligible to come to the major leagues after this season.
Okay. Step one.
Yes, as the New York Post reported earlier this month that Yamamoto could be posted for MLB consideration after the 2023 season. At that point, Yamamoto will have succeeded in clearing the necessary MLB thresholds, which are 25 years old and 6 years of service in a recognized professional league, to no longer be treated as an international amateur free agent. So could be as early as this offseason where he comes here, if he wants to come here.
Well, is that your ticket? Do we have any idea if these two even have a relationship? Just because they're both from Japan doesn't mean they like each other.
Right. Yeah, maybe there's a grudge.
We're working on it. Yeah, they might not. It might work the opposite way. But I'm just looking for some in. Yamamoto, is that his name?
Yamamoto.
You just tell Shohei, there's your buddy. There's your Illich line. Go get your buddy. It was. I mean, as soon as the Seattle fans started chanting, I had that. Damn it! Like this is helping. Damn it! They're making their case right now. They're getting a leg up on the field. Son of a darn. Like
son of a darn. Is that what you just said?
I sure as hell did. I didn't want to swear, so I said, "Son of a darn."
All right.
Yeah.
Easy on the language.
Yeah. Slow down.
Almost have to use the dump button.
Yeah. Careful.
You're towing that line, my friend.
Yeah. So the Angels come to town July 25th, 26th, 27th.
And you don't let them go.
They say, come to Detroit.
I'm sorry. When did you say?
July 25th, 26th, 27th.
Okay. So the trade deadline's at the end of July.
Yeah, I don't know that we can put together a package that could actually get them in trade.
Well, here's what's interesting, because the Angels have decisions to make.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
With the Trout injury, it looks like their playoff hopes just went in the toilet. Mm-hmm. So, do you lose the greatest baseball player we've ever seen for nothing? Imagine we're in Los Angeles, right, or Anaheim.
Yep.
It's really where they play. If we're in Anaheim, imagine being a fan of that team and you could see this guy walk for nothing.
I mean, they're 5 games out of the wild card, right? And they were right in the mix for a minute, and now they're falling, which means trading him becomes a strong possibility. In which case, we're probably out.
Okay, yeah. Well,
son of a darn.
Son of a darn.
Yeah.
You're out for the trade. I don't think the Tigers have put together something to trade for him. But there's no guarantee that whoever he gets traded to, he's going to sign a free agent contract with at the end of the season.
This is true. I'm getting a strong sense that this version of Doug is having Cracklin' Oat Bran for lunch today. It's from Johnny and Macomb. That would be exciting.
Oh.
Unnamed texter, we're paying Cabrera $30 million plus. So is it really that much more money, especially if Erod opts out? If Erod opts out,
I'm telling you. Yeah. It's not even if Erod opts out. Forget that. If Erod gets traded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, his first start back was awful. But if you just say yuck, throw it in the garbage and move on from that. And then the next 2-3 starts he has or 3 starts he's got before the trade deadline are good starts, he will likely be traded. And there goes, $17 million a year in addition that you would have to worry about.
So all you got to do. So what's that? $47 million that is freed up. That'll pay for half of Shohei. I'm climbing up there. I'm like 80 million, 85 million.
Well, I mean, people are talking about a $50 million a year deal or maybe a little bit more net. I'm not. I'm talking 60, 70 because that's what he's worth.
Guys, if I were Otani's agent, I wouldn't come to any team. I wouldn't talk to any team that doesn't come to the plate with at least $75 million a year. That's from Tim at Ford.
That's lofty, but I hear you.
Another one here. Otani will be an immortal in baseball when his career is over. There's no price we shouldn't pay him. I don't think he would sign here, but he would be a DH or a plus ace pitcher if for the prime of his career. It obviously fits organizational needs, plus provides legitimacy and nationwide relevance for the duration of the contract. Force him to say no. Well, that's the thing. Just offer him the most money anyone's ever been offered.
Yeah. I have my reservations about him being able to continue to do it at this level for a length of time, like being another 5 years. I struggle with that.
Yep.
But boy, am I watching him do it. I love it. I love watching him get the opportunity. He's unbelievable. And you enjoy the ride until you can't enjoy the ride anymore. And he's going to cash in this year. And it's going to be crazy money.
When he started doing this, people already questioned if he could do it for the rest of that year. And let alone a year or two later, and he's done it. I think that one ticket texter, that said, force him to say no, that's where I'm at. Because guess what? He says no to the biggest contract in sports history. For Illich, you're like, hey, at least I look like a great guy. I'm willing to spend, guys, right? I mean, I tried. I put out there $1 billion.
Well,
he said no.
With Tom Gores. Tom Gores is not well liked here in Detroit. And then he went out and he got Monty Williams, right? And everybody was very public how he did it. And the tune of the people changed dramatically from one day to the next once the story came out of how he went back and made this incredible offer and landed the best coach available. Now, what Troy Weaver's done since then may kind of calm things down again, but at least that's how one owner can change things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Chris Illich were to go out and at least offer this offseason something crazy, hey, we'll give you 5 years and $350 million.
Scott just wrote in, maybe he loves barbecue chicken pizza. I don't know that the Illich organization is going to sell. Slows and Buddies has put together this great yard.
Yeah, but the problem is Little Caesars is going to have to get on board.
I know. I'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Plus, Gator, yesterday I was watching a Summer League basketball game, and I had the thought that it's possible that what I was watching, it was a Piston replay. Has never happened before in the Summer League. It might have, but maybe not. We'll get to that today at 11:05. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. With the Derby and the All-Star Game in the rearview mirror, baseball will be off for a couple of days, including the Tigers. The next time they take the diamond will be on Friday night when they join Michael Lorenzen in Seattle for a weekend set against the Mariners. For now, not a whole lot going on in the sports world other than Summer League, and also Wimbledon is happening right now. Unranked Christopher Eubanks, the American, going up against 3-seeded Daniil Medvedev. Eubanks has lost the first set. Carlos Alcaraz is getting ready to begin his quarterfinals match in just a few minutes. Speaking of the Summer League, the Pistons will play their third of 4 Summer League games. Tonight in Sin City, the young Detroit players will take the court against the Raptors prospects for this one. Asar Thompson said he wants to continue to play better and better, and one big fan of him, ESPN analyst JJ Redick. Right now, Asar is averaging 9.5 points and 8.5 boards per game in the Summer League. Tip-off in Vegas will be at 6 p.m. tonight. Also, the league will have some new rules next season, including a flopping violation that fans have been calling for forever. It will be punished with a technical free throw for the other team. The Red Wings announced they've signed their newly drafted center, Nate Danielson, to his entry-level deal, 3-year contract for the 18-year-old who was taken number 9 overall in this past draft. And Aaron Rodgers and the Jets have been reportedly selected to be the next team to appear on HBO's Hard Knocks. By the way, we're officially 1 week away from rookies reporting to Lions training camp in Allen Park. Open practices begin for fans on July 29th. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I'm actually going to talk some Lions a little bit later in the show, as we are getting close. Football. Gator football.
Soon.
Yep.
Soon.
Yep.
Feels like we've had an eventful summer so far. You know, there's been stuff that's been intriguing to Detroit sports fans, right? The Tigers keeping it close with their chase, and everybody, kind of watches it with some interest, not totally, enraptured with it, but we get it.
Yeah.
But we've had news with the Pistons. All 3 drafts have happened now in the last few weeks. Free agency coming and going. Got a big trade with the Red Wings. Got a trade deadline coming up in a few weeks here with the Tigers.
We got the tour.
Right, the Live Tour and having what's going on with PGA. Yeah. No, but it just feels like there's stuff going on, and stuff is going to continue to go on here leading up to training camp.
Yeah.
And excited as I've ever been about a Lions training camp.
Did you see what the Buccaneers just announced?
No.
They're
going back to creamsicles?
Yes.
Oh, I just totally made that. Yeah?
And they're going to wear them against?
The NFC North?
The Lions.
All right.
Yeah, they're wearing them against the Lions in week
Old
6.
school.
Yep. According to Dove Kleiman.
Will Jahmyr Gibbs be able to don the number 20 just for the one game?
That'd be sweet.
That'd be pretty great.
Yep.
I just came up with that. What do you think of that?
I love the idea.
Go old school. Barry used to run wild over the Bucks.
Love the idea.
That's great news, because wasn't the last time the Lions won the division was when the Buccaneers were in it wearing those uniforms?
That's right.
I think that might be true.
Yep. This is all coming back.
Yep.
You see that graphic? I mean, this is just, when you put up on graphic, it looks better or worse, depending on what. NFC or NBC Sports put up every NFC team's last division title. Oh, God. And literally everyone is in this century but the Lions. And it's not even close. It's not like they won it in 1999 or 98.
92.
93.
93, yeah.
And they were the only ones with an asterisk, because back then it wasn't even the NFC North.
No.
What about the Cleveland Browns?
Central.
I thought the Cleveland Browns.
I said NFC last division title.
Thank you.
But
because they're in the AFC, Doug.
Son of a darn.
Where did you come up with that?
I said it in the moment. Work with me.
Oh,
okay?
It's gonna last more than
what
a moment.
You're saying they're not all gems?
That's right.
Maybe this one is.
This one is gold.
Little print shirts.
You're right. It's not a gem. It's just precious metal.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're good.
Yeah, man, I just think you guys are kind of onto something a little bit. Like, I would be finding out who Shohei's best friend is in Japan, and even if he's not that good, trying to sign him.
Yep.
And then everybody complains about the Cabrera contract, but at least it comes off the books this year. Like, you guys know who the third highest player in Cincinnati he is on their team this year? No. Ken Griffey Jr. Like, so at least we're getting this stuff off the books. Like, this team's still going to be paying guys, and I think that gives us opportunity. And I would throw literally, I mean, my starting point would be 65 or 70 million with, we'll sign one or two guys from your home team to try to get this guy here, because the amount of money it'll generate, like how much money you spend on him doesn't matter because of how much money it'll generate if he's in this town.
I gotta tell you, I thought you were joking. Ken Griffey Jr. is still one of the one of the highest salaries the Reds are paying right now.
He's third on their salary list this year. Like, I was dead serious. That wasn't a joke. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people complain about this Cabrera thing, but at least we're done with him. But a lot of teams, like you're talking about the Bobby Bonilla and all that shit. Stuff. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Just say son of a darn people.
Yeah, we've given you the perfect alternative. Use that.
I mean, that's a lot of money coming off. $32 million coming off. Erod is $14 million if he gets traded or if he opts out.
Mm-hmm.
Lorenzen's a 1-year deal, right?
If they get Shohei, he's not going to want to opt out. Dun dun dun.
Well, Lorenzen's a 1-year deal. Mid-4 is a 1-year deal at 8.5.
Mid-4 looked good last night. You get absolute BS ruling on a infield single. That wasn't a single. Oh, yeah, throw it in the dirt. Single? See, Shohei, you don't want to go to Seattle. Look at their score. When you're pitching, they're going to give singles for that. Of course, when you're hitting. Anyway. I think it's possible that what happened in the Pistons Summer League game has never happened before. I want you to think about the Summer League and who plays in the Summer League. I had a game on yesterday, and I looked up, and on the floor for the Pistons were Marcus Sasser, Jaden Ivey, Asur Thompson, James Wiseman, and Jalen Duren.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's possible that in the Summer League, no team has ever had 5 guys on the floor that will also possibly be together as a unit during the regular season? And my first thought was that must have happened. But then you think, wait, what team literally will have a possibility that there's like no veteran beyond their third year in the league?
Right. It was one thing to have
at some given time.
It was one thing to have Duren and Ivy decide that they wanted to participate in the Summer League. But when James Wiseman, he was like, yeah, I'm down. Okay. I think you're.
Is it possible?
I think it's possible. You're right. We could definitely see that group of 5 on the floor at some point.
I mean, it speaks to how incredibly young the Pistons are,
absolutely.
And like how far they have to go to be a legitimate team that's going to, like when the total comes out and it's 24 games and everyone goes, oh, over. Just remember that. Remember that they literally had a 5-some on the floor in the Summer League that could be on the floor during the regular season. And, it's not like that was their primary 5. They rotated guys through, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, they ended up losing the game. So when you're playing veterans, keep in mind, now Cade Cunningham wasn't on the floor, and he isn't playing. But, like, that could actually happen. That could be if a group could be out on the floor together. So it's an idle observation that may or may not be true. We'll get research. Can we get research on that, King? He shakes his head yes. Awesome. Coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? But according to one publication, they name a breakout candidate for the Detroit Lions. This is not a rookie. They name a breakout candidate for the Detroit Lions who's about to become a star.
Oh.
You know what we're going to do, Gator? We're going to take 10 texts. Who do you think it is?
But only from people that aren't watching the Tour de France.
Well, that eliminates Eric. 10 texts. Who is the Lions' breakout candidate to be a star? Also, later in the show, we'll hear from Brad Holmes, Lions GM, joined the podcast, and we'll bring you the best of what he had to say. Plus, he told a fascinating story that I want to see if anybody can relate to it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We did a little math. Some sort of, rudimentary adding. Hey, we keep it. We know what we're capable of. Gator just made a hell of a point, and I want to get to it in a minute. But first, we got the 10 text thing.
Yeah.
So, major publication did one breakout candidate for every team, and I'm wondering. And I said they're not rookies, although some people sent over a name of a rookie. Well, the Lions at least wasn't a rookie. But here we go. These were the 10 texts we got. Mark and Holly, and thank you everybody for signing their text. I know it's unusual to put your name on there, but Mark and Holly, I want to give you credit. I will guess Lee McNeil. Nick says Derek Barnes. Pete in Waterford says Amon-Ra St. Brown. Bob in Oak Park says Kirby Joseph. Mo says Derek Barnes. Dave in Detroit, Will Harris. Nate says Josh Pascal. Mike O writes James Houston. Chris from Albion says Jerry Jacobs. And then unnamed texter says the obvious answer, Sam Laporta. Hearing the guy has been phenomenal in camp. He said it wasn't a rookie, but that's fine. Gator, do you agree with any of those or one of those in particular, I guess I should say, because there's multiple candidates and none of these were terrible choices. Maybe Will Harris, but anyway, what do you got?
I think it could be a Lee McNeil, but my guess is it's Aiden Hutchinson because Hutchinson didn't have double-digit sacks last year. So is Hutch a guy that goes out there this year and breaks out and has a 14-sack season? I think he could.
Okay. Kang, would you offer up a name or agree with any of those?
I like Kirby Joseph as my breakout candidate. I could get like nationally recognized and known.
Okay, so this comes from the staff of The Athletic, and the writer for the Detroit Lions is Colton Pouncey, and he suggested that the breakout candidate for the Detroit Lions, his name is Kirby Joseph. And he writes, Joseph recorded 82 tackles, 2 forced fumbles, and 4 interceptions as a rookie. 3 of those interceptions came against Aaron Rodgers, including one on Rodgers' final pass attempt as a Packer.
Oh, what happened his last pass attempt as a Packer?
It was intercepted by Kirby Joseph.
Oh, was that at Lambeau?
It was at Lambeau, yes.
The game probably didn't mean anything. Did it mean anything?
To the Packers it did.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh.
The Lions love his range and instincts and believe he can be even better this season. The 2022 third-round pick was lights out in minicamp, catching everything thrown his way. He has a chance to be one of the game's better ball hawks. Like it.
I love secondary players with great ball skills. Like, that's what he is. He's a ball hawk, like the article just mentioned. And now he's always had some swagger to him, but the fact that he saw so much success his rookie year, his confidence is through the roof. I mean, if you watch this guys at pressers and then any clips from him from practice, things like that, he is very confident in his skills, and I think that's going to go a long way this year. And I think he's going to get some Pro Bowl mentions. I mean, if the Lions are going to be good and win the division, he better be pretty good back there.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we have seen other organizations go out and make the brilliant mid-round pick and the brilliant, the guy that becomes a star, that they were the ones that we were able to see. And I keep thinking back to the Seattle Seahawks, right? And they got
Cam Chancellor
and Richard Sherman, and put together the Legion of Boom with mid and late round picks. Richard Sherman was a 5th round pick, and I don't remember what Chancellor was, but they absolutely crushed it in the mid to late rounds, specifically in the secondary, but really in the draft. And that's how John Schneider built that team, the backbone of that team. And so, I mean, I'm crossing our fingers that we got that guy, that we finally did it.
It would be nice. And the thing is, it also seems like it's a position of depth right now with the Lions, with Gardner Johnson and a couple other players they have at safety, that what was once really thin back there because of guys getting healthy and because of free agent moves, the secondary as a total unit has gotten so much better.
Sure has. Yeah, Cam Chancellor was a 5th round pick. So, all right, let's do some math, Gator.
Well,
I'll do the math.
Thank you.
The Tigers' current payroll is how much?
Is, what do we say, $123 million, something like that?
$123 million. Okay, so that's our starting point. Miguel Cabrera drops off. Now, I believe they owe him $8 million, actually. So even if he's retired, so what's his total? His total that falls off $32 million.
$32 million comes.
So they'll free up $24 million with Miggy. Let's keep working.
Eduardo Rodriguez likely to be traded forget about the opting out, but just traded. Theirs goes $14 million.
Okay.
Mid 4, Michael Lorenzen.
Yep.
8.5.
Okay.
They have an arbitration year on Jose Cisnero if they want to hang on to him. He's at 2.287.
Okay.
I believe Chasen Shreve, the lefty out of the bullpen, you're talking about another $1.2 million there.
Okay.
Then you get into players like Matthew Boyd.
Yep.
$10 million.
Okay.
Austin Meadows still has an arbitration year if they want to bring him back, but can understand if they don't. But that's $4.3 million.
Okay.
You've got Jonathan Scope, who they've already let go. That was $7.5 million.
Was that taken off the 123 already?
That's already off the 123.
Okay, so we can't include him.
Okay, fair enough.
But it was $7.5 million that they were paying this year. So originally they were at 130 before they.
That's correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so they were 130 up until last week. Is that it?
I believe that's it. Let me just check one more name here. Still have arbitration here, and Spencer Turnbull. I imagine they're going to try to bring him back, but so that's it. They got a bunch of contracts out there to players that are, recent draft picks, players of that ilk that all make under $1 million. So those are the big numbers where we look at. You total all that up, Doug, and
$81.7 million.
81.
So they start at $130 million. They could get rid of all these guys and offer Shohei $81.7 million and leave the payroll the same. Now, clearly, you'd have to fill out the roster because you need these bullpen arms. You need to replace. Now, I mean, Boyd might be replaced internally anyway.
Well, a lot of these guys are replacing. I mean, you're expecting Casey Mize to come back. You're expecting Tyler Alexander to come back. You're expecting Spencer Turnbull to come back. That Will Vest will come back.
So without even increasing the payroll, you could offer Shohei $81.7 million. Make him say no. I don't know.
And he might say no. Maybe highly probable that he says, no, thank you, Detroit.
Yep.
But the point being that you could offer him a mess load of money that would make everybody else uncomfortable. I don't think the Yankees would be comfortable, shelling out a long-term deal, $400-500 million deal for Shohei Ohtani.
Yep.
I don't think Seattle would be comfortable paying him north of $60 million a year. But what you have to realize is that you're getting two players in one, which means you're also doubling the risk of injury, but you're getting two players in one.
Yeah, injury would hurt.
If they were on this player on the free agent market as a hitter and as a pitcher, you're talking $35 million each all day, right?
I'm not sure if you offer him the most money he'd even consider Detroit, but
you may not.
I would try. I would try.
And I'd let it be known.
Yep.
Scream from the rooftops. Well, we have made him a very lucrative offer. It would make him the highest paid player annually in baseball, and not by a little, by a lot. I mean, let the number leak out that Tigers have offered a deal that would pay him $70 million a year.
Yep.
Just let it leak out.
And then let the chips fall.
That's right. And then when he says, thank you, but no thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, we
So be
tried.
it, yep.
And then everybody's going to say, now spend the money elsewhere. And we'll see what they do.
You know what it would be like if that contract leaked out, and he didn't say no yet, but it's leaked out there. Hey, Pick Your Baseball Insider tweets out, sources tell me the Detroit Tigers have offered Shohei Ohtani somewhere between $75 and $80 million per year. A length not unknown yet. A length unknown right now.
Yep.
And for the next 24 or 48 hours before this gets shot down or he says no, it'd be like buying a lottery ticket for the Powerball. You're like, oh my God.
Yep.
Is this thing going to cash?
Yeah.
Right? Is this thing going to... Oh my God.
Right?
Yeah.
Please, God.
Yeah. Well, and that's the point. That's
You're
why
like kissing it before you go to bed.
When we talk about the Powerball, people call, people tell us what their dreams are, and this is the sports lottery ticket. This is the Powerball ticket is Shohei. But
So you dream, like Gator dreams about getting all the guitars he wants, that great house that he wants, and put my kids through college.
Right. That he wants.
That's right.
So for those, you just dream, oh, wow, Otani pitching at Comerica, left-handed, short porch and right. Oh, wait, when they pull Otani after he's pitching 7 strong innings, he gets to play in the field. Because that's insane. But but he's ours.
248-539-9797. You will hear from Brad Holmes in the second half of the show. Also another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, are you tired of having these creepy ads that follow you all around in your smartphone or your computer? You know what I'm talking about. You do some search, and next thing you know, you're just inundated with these ads for what you were searching for. You don't want that. Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that help to prevent the spies that are on your searches. Look, I don't want anybody checking out my browsing history or looking up cute dog videos or true crime stuff. That's my business. Stay out of my business. DuckDuckGo private search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Macs. You can keep your searches and browsing activity more private and download it today for free in the App Store, or you can visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Stage is over, Gator. Stage 11.
Oh, good God.
Yeah. Some dude in green won.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is he part of that team?
The team that wears green?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Tour de France. It's a sport won by an individual. It's an event won by an individual, but the individual has no shot unless he's got the team.
Yeah, it's intriguing because there's a million subtleties that I'm sure we don't understand. But you're right.
Yeah, like, blood doping.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do understand
cheating.
that. Yeah, cheating is
just blatant cheating.
Yep. That is correct. Let's go to Richard. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Richard?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
My thought on this Otani thing is, let's say you do offer this guy $60 million, but he's pitcher and a hitter. Pitchers get hurt. So if he gets hurt, you lose two superstars. I would feel better if they went out, and if I offered, $30 million to a pitcher and $30 million to a hitter, I would feel safer for a full run. Because he goes down, now you might as well just throw it in.
There's some truth in what you're saying. And we brought it up a little bit that it does come with a risk.
You're playing scared, Richard.
Clearly his agent's going to try and drive the price up to make this the biggest contract in the history of the game, and somebody is probably going to bite. But it doesn't come without a risk. I mean, I imagine if you start to ask to drive the price down because of that risk, that Otani's agent will say, okay, fine, we'll go somewhere else. Like, I don't know how much there are other suitors here. And
yeah, but I think some of those other suitors who would do it, they don't really care of the risk as much as putting butts in the seats. People coming to see him, hey, he's our guy. We're never going to make the playoffs, but he's our guy.
Yeah.
Where I'm more interested in this Tiger team being who they could be in the next 2 years. And
well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I hear you. And look, we just pointed out that just with money falling off the books, we tallied it up to like $80 million. And there might be some nuances like in Miggy's contract. I'll give you an example. We accounted for this. After this year, they'll still have to pay him $8 million. So the 32 is really 24. And there might be some nuances in some of these other contracts. But he's got a vested $8 million vested cap hit. Not cap hit, but they'll owe him $8 million. So there could be some nuances like that might make our number soft, but it does speak to how much money they could free up if they wanted to make a serious run at anybody, let alone Shohei. By the way, Gator, I don't know if you knew this. Today is National Tyler Day.
I'm sorry, National Tyler or Taylor?
Tyler.
Tyler?
Tyler, yeah.
Like the name Tyler.
Like the name Tyler. Today is National Tyler Day.
Why do we celebrate? What reason do we have to celebrate the name Tyler?
I don't know, man. Last week, what reason do we have to celebrate the name Daniel? But apparently we were supposed to. So
I mean, Daniel, I can come up with some big names right away, but Tyler?
Steven?
Well, good by you, but I was thinking like the first name.
I know you were, but that's the name that popped into my head. Well, what do you got? What do you got for Tyler?
I got very little. I've got Tyler Alexander, and I got Tyler Florence, the chef.
Tyler Durden was the first one I thought of.
Tyler Durden. Doug has no idea.
No idea.
No clue.
That's the character from Fight Club.
Do you know what Fight Club is, Doug?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know 2 stars that were in Fight Club?
Well, first of all, you're talking about it.
Look at that. Is that all you know, though?
Yep.
Are you parachuting in?
Yep. Was Brad Pitt in that?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be Tyler Durden.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Can you name the 2 Tylers that currently play for the Tigers? There's 3 Tylers actually on the 40-man roster, I think.
Well, there's Tyler Alexander, Tyler Holton.
I'm sure there's people screaming at the radios right now.
Yeah, I'm sure there are too.
Yeah.
Tyler Lorenzen.
Tyler Torkelson. You give up?
Yeah, because I don't want to cheat.
Tyler Nevin.
Well, he's not on the team right now.
I said on the 40-man roster.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Scintillating, huh? I wonder if we lead the majors in Tylers on the 40-man roster.
Probably do.
This is the kind of stuff that you can expect out of Carson Anderson every day from 10 to 2.
See, I decided to do famous Tylers.
Okay.
Tyler Perry. You mentioned Steven Tyler. There's Liv Tyler.
Okay. We obviously mentioned Nevin.
Right. then it gets a little lean after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of famous Tylers, huh?
Not a whole lot of famous. Tyler, the Creator, is listed number 1. He's a rapper.
Yeah.
Yeah, very popular.
Yep.
Tyler Joseph is number 2. Singer-songwriter, musician from Columbus. Lead singer of 21 Pilots. Okay, I've heard of 21 Pilots.
Yep.
Tyler Hoechlin is an actor who plays Superman on, I forget the name of that show. That's a TV show with Superman in it. Yeah, there's not a whole lot there.
What about Michigan and Michigan State Tylers?
Yeah, there's
not a lot.
Bang my head against the wall trying to think of it. I'm sure they have some.
Yeah. Michigan's got a current one. Tyler Morris, wide receiver, but there's just not a lot. I don't know.
Bertuzzi.
There's a lot more. Yeah, there's one.
These are texts that are coming in.
Okay.
Chesky.
That's a great one.
That's pretty funny.
Old school.
Yep.
Long-time listener.
Yep. I would say so. So, there you go. Somebody on Twitch said, Doug just ruined our chances of Tyler Bertuzzi ever coming back now. The disrespect. That's from Bear Slays. Sorry, man.
Well, it's only a 1-year deal he signed with
That's right. Don't
with
tell
Toronto.
him. Don't tell him we didn't mention him right away.
Yeah.
He'll probably never come here because of that. No, but 3 Tylers with the Detroit Tigers. So take that, Yankees.
Tyler Vroman is a redshirt freshman wide receiver from Michigan State.
Tyler Vroman?
Vroman. Vroman.
Is he related to Abe?
That's Froman.
Oh, sorry.
But I like where your head's at.
Yeah. Sausage King of Chicago.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't have much when it comes to movies, so. Yeah, it's kind of a lean name when it comes to big
I don't know
recognition.
why. I don't think, frankly, I don't think it deserves a national day.
I think it's becoming abundantly clear. It might lose its status as a national day.
It does not belong.
No. All right, 248-539-9797. Next hour, we will hear from Brad Holmes, what he told Pete Schrager on his podcast, including an interesting story of how he ended up as a general manager in the league.
Was Tyler the name of the chick in Point Break?
The chick in Point Break.
The one who was teaching him Keanu Reeves how to surf?
I don't know. It seems like a Tyler.
Lori Petty was the actress.
From Point Break.
The first Point Break.
Yeah, it looks like that's true.
All right.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm impressed.
Somewhere in his mind.
Somewhere in this mind, yep.
That matters.
Somewhere in that mind. That grew roots and stayed.
It stayed there. Yeah.
Yep. That's another movie I actually saw. All right, 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action. How about this if you're Michael Lorenzen? You see where their next game is?
It's in Seattle.
Yeah. So he's staying, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sure wouldn't want to go cross country again.
No, you just you get the trip to Seattle and you're like, all right.
Well, maybe once the miles.
He could. Seattle's a great city.
I have never been. It is a city I'd like to visit in the summertime.
Great city. When I was there, it rained.
Well,
but great city.
People in Seattle like to keep it a secret because there's like a couple months during the year in the summer where it doesn't rain, and it is majestically beautiful.
Even when it was raining, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. My daughter visited the University of Washington before saying no. I committed, but God, it was beautiful.
Buddy of mine that moved out there about 10 years ago.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. But so Michael Lorenzen gets a free trip to Seattle and gets to hang out a couple extra days.
Think he's going to go to the fish market?
I think he will, yeah catch the fish. Straight ahead, MLB, the Players Association wants to do this, and I think it would be a huge mistake. We'll get to that at 11:46 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, home ownership is great, except when it's not great. Like when you got problems with your house, and you're like, what am I going to do? Well, here's what you got to do. You got to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial this summer. The AC goes out, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Clogged drains, busted pipe, water filtration, a boiler, or anything to do with getting the water in or out of your home, you guessed it, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Home ownership is fun if you've got the right team on your side. This is why they're the right team. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So, how about a deal to make the introduction even sweeter? Here's what they do. They offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance as well. And they also offer financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So, visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, so at the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, Tony Clark, who is the executive director of Major League Baseball's Player Association, so he represents the players.
Former Tiger.
Started talking about the pitch clock and how the players would like to see some time added to the pitch clock for the postseason. Currently, there are 15 seconds between pitches when the bases are empty and 20 seconds between pitches when runners are on base. I don't want to overstate the case, but is it accurate to say that this has been universally praised?
I think that's accurate.
Everybody loves it, right?
They love that they've shaved time off the games. I think it's more than a half an hour. Games are just humming along now. It's great.
So, with that said, Tony Clark, I don't think there are too many folks that want to have a new rule affect a game in a pennant chase or in the playoffs. There are adjustments that can be beneficial. Story on ESPN goes on to say that includes potentially adding seconds to the clock, approving extra timeouts or disengagements, or any number of other ideas which Clark said would give players a chance to breathe. Rob Manfred, when asked about it, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, said, in general, I think you ought to play the postseason the way you play the regular season. We are comfortable the way the clock and violations, particularly late in the game and high leverage situations, have been managed. So there's some inconsistencies in what Manfred says, because the postseason, you don't have the runner on second thing.
For extra
innings. You don't have the you don't play every day, which is one of my always been a gripe I've had about Major League Baseball. And I understand with travel and television and all that, but one of the things that gets you to the postseason is your depth of your pitching staff. And I mean, it's challenging to play every day, but the teams that are best day in, day out are the ones that navigate the season and earn the postseason spots. And then when you have so many days off, you can get down to a 3-man starting rotation, and your bullpen, managing a bullpen isn't nearly as difficult.
It's not an issue at all because you got the days off between games.
And so I've found myself always thinking, God, they really should play every day. And that includes travel, because there are times where the Tigers play a 1:00 game in Detroit and play the next night at 10 o'clock in Oakland. And would it be tough? Yeah. But that's baseball. That's in the fabric of the sport, is playing every single day.
Well, I want what's best for baseball, what's best to grow the game. I don't like the every other day format either. I think they should play almost every day. I don't have any issue if you're going to have a travel day. That doesn't bother me. I know you can work around it, and they do it during regular season, but everything means more in the postseason. There's no reason they shouldn't play back-to-back days. Have a travel day, and then play back-to-back days again. Have a travel day, whatever they got to do.
I mean, we're getting sidetracked, but that's the inconsistencies of what Manfred's saying, is he wants the regular season to be just like the postseason, the regular season to be the same, and they're not right now.
No, but Tony Clark has not mentioned how much time they want back on the clock, has he?
No, he has not.
So I think he's talking about seconds, just a few seconds. I don't know. He hasn't said. I get it that everything is amped up for the postseason. I don't think it'd be too much if you were to. I don't think you need to move away from the 15 seconds when nobody's on base. If you want to up it to 21 or 22 when you've got runners on base because everything means more, I don't have a big issue with that. But I don't think it's a problem. Is it a problem? I mean, unless the players, to a man say it's just too fast. It's too fast for us. This game is very cerebral. We got there's a lot of information going back and forth between manager to catcher to pitcher about how we're going to pitch all this. We need a little bit more time. I don't know if to a man they're saying that, but the MLBPA president is. And
are there any fans left that still think this is dumb?
The pitch clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
I'm not.
Oh, no, I know there are. You got the old school baseball people who are against the pitch clock. That they understand that there's a strategy, or that it takes time, and hey, you need time to think and to understand the enormity of the moment and all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that there were former players that are analysts that have come out and said that. Are they still saying it? I don't know if they're still saying it, but I would imagine that if they had that opinion of it before, that they would probably say, it's nice to see the game's moving along, but yeah, I still think that there's too much. It's going a little too fast.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much been universally praised. Of course, there are going to be some critics out there. I haven't talked to one person in the real world that has said to me that they don't like it. But that doesn't mean there aren't the critics out there. I recognize that. But I got to tell you, it's been so much better to watch baseball this year. I think what's happened is that basically pitchers and hitters have eliminated the pitch clock by being ready to go with so much time left that it hasn't really mattered. And does it feel like I know in Detroit we've had an abundance of injuries. Do you think they're because of the pitch clock?
I don't think it's because of the pitch clock. I think we've also seen an adjustment by umpires. I think they've started to pad a little bit more time too, that they don't start the clock right away. I think there are times, and they'll allow the batter to set 1 foot out of the box, and before they'll let the pitcher get the ball back, and maybe he's going to turn his back to home plate, rub the ball for a second, then turn around, and then they start the clock. I think those are little nuances that happen that are adding a little bit more time.
Well, they can call time, and that
they can, but they can only do it once.
Yeah. And I've noticed them call time, and I'm look.
Yeah.
It's been I think it's been mostly universally praised and loved. Let's go through a postseason with it. Let's just see what it's like in these high pressure, high leverage games, and then decide. Because we're not even letting it happen, and already they want to change it because they say it's going to be that much more.
Well, it sounds like Rob Manfred's going to let this go. Like, it sounds like, yeah, no, thanks, Tony, appreciate it. We like how it's worked so far, and we're going to test it out in the playoffs. Now, maybe it looks different in the playoffs. I don't know, but I love how the changes baseball has made. Mm-hmm. For the most part, I think they've been great. I mean, they've done their purpose. They sped up the game.
Yep.
Now, has it changed it for the better with the anti-shift? Some hated a lot of people hated the shift, so they're loving the change of the rule. But to me, it's a part of strategy in the game. If you wanted to do it, I didn't have too much of a problem with doing it. Okay, beat the shift. But
yeah, you always got mad that people just didn't lay down bunts and take first. But
or go the opposite way, whatever it is. You have to make an adjustment as a hitter, and that's part of it. But it wasn't a hill I was willing to die on. I don't care. Sure, you want to speed it up, and it's going to speed it up that way if it creates more offense, and clearly it has. The great thing about all these changes is that despite the fact that it sped up the game, there's more scoring in the games, which. Like, how does that happen? There's more stolen bases, and there's more runs scored, and yet they're playing a half an hour less.
It feels as though everybody, there's just an increased sense of urgency. Like it's a round of golf that you're trying not to be slow.
Yeah.
and
it helps. It's not just the changes this year. It's the changes they've been implemented in the last few years when it comes to how you use the bullpen.
Yeah.
Like you bring somebody out of the bullpen, you're no longer just going for one batter. You've got to face whatever it is, 3 batters. You can't just go righty, and here you go, unless it's the end of the inning.
248-539-9797. Antoine, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Antoine?
Gentlemen.
Hey.
And not only to add to what you guys are saying, I just recently started back watching baseball. I grew up on baseball. I love the game, my first love. And it was boring after a while. It was boring, and you see the players showing a lot more emotion. They're able to celebrate a lot more. You see them having fun in the in the clubhouse. At the home run celebration. But it's no longer that unwritten rule of baseball. After you hit a home run, you just walk around. You trot around the bases and do your high fives, and that's it. You see a lot more. Enthusiasm. You see a lot more celebration in the game.
Yeah,
that's it, gentlemen.
I think that's I think it's cool. I feel like the players in general have calmed down a little bit with that stuff in terms of reacting negatively to it. Like, hey, if a guy flips the bat, all right, whatever, because the pitcher's going to go crazy after he strikes a guy out, and it seems like there's less animosity about that. Now, there's still some growling between guys, but I feel like it's been reduced a little bit to try to bring more fun and introduce more fun to the game.
It hasn't made my viewing any worse for them not getting mad. Like I'm glad they're not getting mad and just playing the damn game. 248-539-9797. All right, Brad Holmes spoke to Pete Schrager, talked about how important it was keeping Ben Johnson, and talked about a couple of rookies as well. We'll play that for you coming up in the noon hour, and another edition of Are You Going to Eat That here on 97.1 The Ticket.
What was lunch today?
Leftover turkey taco meat. Had some turkey tacos last night, and so I brought in the little bit that was left. little cabbage with it, and a little cheese sauce I made, which was not like me, but it's pretty good.
The seasoning for that, do you have a go-to taco seasoning, or do you make your own blend?
Yeah, it's one of them that comes out of a box.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, no, I don't make my own blend. But all right, 248-539-9797. All-Star game last night. Michael Lorenzen got the job done. He got absolutely rooked on a terrible call by that scorekeeper. That's an error all the way. And they gave up they gave him a hit for that little dribbler where the catcher threw it in the dirt. Lorenzen either walked the guy as well, but then got a pop-up and a strikeout. Michael Lorenzen, our mid-4 guy, got the job done, which was I was actually like vested. I cared.
I cared about him.
I was surprised at how much I cared. I was kind of like, okay, we get it. He's 3-6. He's got a mid-4 now to low-4 ERA. He knows it.
Right.
But he knows it, and he was shocked when he got named to the All-Star team. But to his credit, he said it. And then I was like, well, damn it. Go out there and like you almost got the sense, I gotta try harder than everybody else.
Exactly.
Looking around, waiting for somebody to say, sir, how did you get in this clubhouse? Somebody had to be here, but good for him.
That's the answer.
Yep.
Well, someone had to.
Yep.
It was good to see him. I was rooting for him. Get out of that jam.
Yep.
And he got out of the jam.
Which is great. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. Chad, you're on 97 to Ticket. What's up, Chad?
How you doing, guys? Okay, I'm going to take a deep breath on this one. All right, the pitch clock. What are we trying to do here? What's baseball trying to do? Are they trying to attract younger people? Because either you like baseball or you don't, whether it's 4 hours and you find it boring. Do you find it exciting at 2.5 hours? I mean, baseball's been my life. Coached it, played it. I'm a historian and all that. I don't know about a purist. I don't mind changes if they do something. But anyway, the pitch clock. I mean, do you want the 7th game of the World Series to be a called third strike with a tying run on third because the player didn't engage in the 8 seconds? I mean, come on. But my point is, I like a long game. I like to be on a trip and have the game on the radio in the background or at a barbecue and, just have the nuances and ambience of that. And it's over so quick sometimes. I get home from work, get ready to watch the game. It's in the 6th inning already, and we got 2 hits, and it's over in a half hour. I go, what happened?
So it was interesting because, Chad, my question for you is going to be, how has the pitch clock negatively impacted you? And you just gave us away. You just told us how it negatively impacted you. I think I would disagree. I would disagree with your saying that it doesn't improve. You either like baseball or you don't. I think people found the game tedious.
But I hear people say it's boring now. And so what would they have thought before this? And what about advertisers? Now they got an hour less time baseball is going to lose money or TV contracts. I don't know, but it seems like you're losing a lot of
commercial time hasn't changed.
Commercial time hasn't changed. It's in the stadium. They don't have as much time to sell merch and concessions.
How could it not change if you have an hour less of a baseball game?
It's not an hour less. It's a half an hour less.
It's a half hour less, and it's
whatever.
Hour less.
Yeah.
There's
a big difference there.
Do you know what it's less of? It's less downtime.
True, but again, I don't mind the downtime. There's a little bit
but
of
it doesn't impact
Chad,
cerebral.
Do you think you're in the minority of baseball fans?
I think I'm in a group, a demigration, if you will. But
demigration.
I miss it. I love hearing Ernie Harwell for 4 hours. I could be on a road to Chicago and listen to the game all the way there.
Oh.
Well, their ratings are up.
Like
TV ratings are up across the board. They're up for TNT and TBS and Fox and ESPN. They're up for MLB TV, up 26%.
When Ernie Harwell announced games, they weren't 4 hours long. They were probably on par with what they are now, or even less.
That's actually true. There were less pitching changes, and maybe not at the end, but throughout a good portion of his career. Look, I mean, it's not for him, but I would argue that, given that ratings are up, I think people are cool with it.
I would have a real problem if a batter is not in the batter's box in the 7th game of the World Series and the clock hits 8. I wouldn't be pissed at baseball. I'd be pissed at the batter.
Yep.
You've had all season long to adjust to this. You know the rules. Just get ready.
Yeah, and
but at the same time, if they were add a couple seconds, literally 1 or 2 seconds, if they added that to the clock for the postseason, it wouldn't bother me.
See, it would bother me because I feel like, okay, we've done the whole regular season this way. Let's keep it up, and let's just do it 1 year and then revisit it. If it's a problem, we revisit it after 1 year. 248-539-9797. We're talking about this because there was a story on ESPN that the Players Association rep, Tony Clark, is suggesting adding time to the pitch clock for the postseason. And we are, I'm against it completely for the reason I just stated. We've done the whole season this way. Can we just do one postseason and make sure this isn't because if the regular season ratings are up, and that's what a quick Google search told me, then I would imagine the postseason ratings will also be up. Let's go to Craig next. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going well. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. So I grew up playing baseball, loved watching the Tigers. And, when they got bad, I kind of fell out of baseball. But all the rule changes, the pitch clock, the relievers having to see 3 batters, and specifically the banning of the shift, paired with MLB getting a ton of cool young players, has brought me back into the game. I'm now watching not just Tigers games, but nationally televised games. And it is because, one, it is quicker, it's more fun, and it's starting to look like the baseball that I grew up with instead of the 3 true outcome baseball of home run, pop out, or strikeout that we've seen the last few years. Singles matter more. The bases are bigger. Stealing bases is important again. Doubles, triples, you're seeing more of them. You're not seeing a million no-hitters a year because everyone's not striking out as much. It is just paired with the crop of players they have coming in, these rules have came at a perfect time. And as far as the postseason goes, I would be open if they did something like they add an extra 5 seconds onto the pitch clock from the 7th inning or later. Just to help build that drama. But no, I am completely in favor of all the rules that MLB has implemented. I do think it's brought baseball back a little bit.
I got to tell you, again, if it were up to me, I might even make the pitch clock shorter for the postseason.
Wow.
I think it's the
greatest. You think it's too long now?
No, but if you're going to change it one way or another, I'd go shorter.
But
I will say this. I am just the caller before we move on. I'm being sarcastic. Just leave it the way it is. I do find myself more engaged with some players. Like, I have to admit, I love Randy Arozarena and the posing, which I credit to. I mean, maybe he did it before. I didn't notice it till the World Baseball Classic this year. When by the way, they really leaned into the celebration part of the game. They really leaned into that. So I don't know. Maybe somebody who was more engaged can tell me, with what Tampa was doing and what Arozarena was doing, if he was posing like that all the time. And he's got so much swag. He looks awesome. As I said yesterday, if I tried to do it, I look like a big dork. But he did it last night in the All-Star game, and he did it in the Home Run Derby. And it does seem like there's an influx of fun young stars.
I wish you were a little more open to adding a second or 2 in the postseason, only because there are changes that we have already from regular season to postseason.
Mm-hmm.
So giving just 1 or 2 more seconds of time on a pitch clock, I don't think it's outrageous.
It's not outrageous. I just want to see this format used in one postseason, and then we revisit it. Because I think the improvements are great. But if in the most important games we take the improvements away or change it, I'm not down with that.
But it's not changing it terribly.
It is changing it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also changing it when you take the runner away from second base in extra innings.
Well, and that's true. And I also don't like that they have so many days off.
Right, it's also changing with the days in between games.
But let's not keep changing it. Let's make it more like the regular season, not less. Jamal is next. Hi, Jamal.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
I just want to say that I'm personally all for it. I love the pitch clock. I thought baseball was getting to the point where it was just the games were too long. Like the other gentleman who called, nobody wants to listen to a 4-hour baseball game, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's not driving to Chicago every day, you know. I think it's like you said, with the ratings going up and everything, I think it's good for the game, and it's going to make more young people engaged with the game as opposed to, baseball really, their audience was like they were losing their fans,
Yep. And that's why they made the changes, and it's been reflected in the TV ratings. And, what's being proposed, a couple of seconds isn't the end of the world, but let's just see one postseason with these rules. Just one. 248-539-9797.
If the players, let's say it's a vast majority of players that want 1 or 2 seconds added, even pitchers, hitters, they both agree, like, look, we like that the game's faster, but maybe if it's a little too fast, we need to revisit this. And I know what you're going to say, because you're going to say, well, do it next year. Let's not do it this year. Let's go with the postseason as we have it right now. But if everybody wants it changed, that plays the game, I mean, doesn't that say something? If everybody involved in the game wants it moved up by, go from 15 to 17, go from 20 to 22,
then do it next year. Why not? What you said. All right. Are you going to eat that? Coming up today at 12:20. Later, Brad Holmes, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karschen, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Player rep Tony Clark said he wants to add some time to the pitch clock for the postseason. Rob Manfred said, look, we'll talk, but we'll see. In the meantime, I want to see this postseason play out just like the regular season, just see one postseason with these rules. Gators a little bit more open to adding some time to the pitch clock, but let's.
But only if it's universally agreed upon with the players and coaches. Then okay, I'm open to it, but I don't need to.
Let's go to Brandon and Shelby on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, so talking about the pitch clock and the speed of the game, when I was a kid, my dad always told me there's a player named Sean Casey that used to play for the Tigers.
Yep.
And after every single pitch, he would fix his gloves, and it would take between, 20 and 30 seconds. And so every time he showed me that, I was like, oh, my God, this guy fixes his gloves. And so then I started to realize that the game was so slow because people like him were fixing their gloves and doing whatever. And so I love the new speed because I don't want to sit there and watch somebody fix their gloves or do whatever to their bat. It just makes the game so much slower. So I love the new speed because it gets rid of all the stupid stuff like fixing gloves.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the hitters that would do it. There were pitchers that would take their sweet time and get in the signal. They, rub the rosin bag on their hand, walk around the mound a little bit, then get there, and then exhale, get the sign, shake off, whatever. It was the same thing. And
Nomar Garcia-Parra went through the same routine of adjusting every glove and pulling this pad down.
Back in the 80s, Mike Hargrove was called the human rain delay because he was like this.
But every single pitch, he'd fix his gloves, and it would take like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And so you figure.
And he's now the hitting coach for the Yankees.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's gone. That's the thing about it is what we've eliminated is downtime. What we've eliminated was an unnecessary part of the game. 248-539-9797. John is next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Great, thank you.
Hey, Doug, I agree with you completely. These rule changes have brought back my love of baseball. Not only am I following the Tigers, I'm following the Reds, and that's an exciting team. I flip around and watch all the ball games, and the Tigers are over now. I wouldn't change anything. It's going well. I'm with you. I don't think that players showing a little bit of excitement is bad. I think it's a good thing. And the only thing I do hate are the home run celebrations. Why did the Tigers have to put on a Red Wings helmet and shoot a garbage paper cup at the end of the game?
This is fun.
Yeah, they like, I mean,
and
look,
every team has a celebration.
Everyone does now. I almost get the sense, though, that they're starting to lose steam a little bit. Like they're, all right, we've done this, but maybe it'll pick up again. But I hear you. I've seen it now, but it doesn't change my enjoyment of the game at all. All right, Gator, we like to find new menu items and figure out if they are something that you will try, or I will try, or Kang will try. It's another edition. How are you going to eat that? There's some stuff here, Gator, that I know is going to be a yes. There's a couple that I'm not sure of, and then there's two that I think are going to be a hard no. We will start with the following. According to Snackonator on Twitter.
I'm sorry, what?
Snackonator.
Snackonator.
Jack Links. You know what Jack Links are?
Yeah, the sausage.
Yeah. They are teaming with Doritos. And you'll be able to get a Doritos Spicy Sweet Chili and a Doritos Flamin' Hot flavored jerky in both traditional cuts as well as beef sticks. Gator, Jack Links, Doritos Sweet Chili, Spicy Sweet Chili. Are you going to eat that?
I think I'd try it.
Okay.
I'd give it a shot.
What about Doritos Flamin' Hot?
No.
Flavored jerky.
No, that's going to hurt my boom boom.
Okay, so we got one yes and one no.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of the Flamin' Hot stuff.
Found this on MLive. They do like these hometown meal things. There's a restaurant called Flavors, which is inside the hometown convenience store near Jackson. They have a fried chicken deviled egg which is a traditional devil egg topped with a piece of fried chicken, then drizzled with hot honey. The fried chicken deviled egg from Flavors near Jackson. Are you going to eat that?
So what is it? It's fried chicken on top of a deviled egg?
Drizzled with hot honey.
Yeah, I love deviled eggs, first of all. Fried chicken, who doesn't love fried chicken? And the hot honey is all the rage these days. Actually, I had some pizza the other night that had some hot honey served with it. So I would absolutely try it. Ken, you're down with this, right?
I would definitely try it because, first of all, me and you, we love the deviled egg. I don't think it gets enough. I don't know where at some point it just kind of went away or something, or people just they don't serve it enough, I don't think. But I will say this. I don't want the deviled egg to turn into the Bloody Mary. Are they just throwing stuff on top of it now?
It sounds like that's what this is.
I don't want that necessarily, but I will try this. But yeah, I don't need like a steak and a burger on top of my deviled egg.
By the way, would you do the Jack Link's Doritos?
Yes, both.
You would, both of them, okay. Yeah, I'm not a deviled egg guy, so it's a heck of a try. It sounds like something I might like, but I guess not.
It's chicken and eggs, man.
Yeah, I don't like deviled eggs.
You don't have to put mayonnaise in the middle, right? What if it was mayonnaise free? Would you do that? Like it's just
more inclined to.
Yeah.
Baskin-Robbins is introduced to peanut butter and jelly ice cream. Fresh take on your childhood favorite. Offers smooth peanut butter ice cream with sticky and sweet grape jelly swirled into a brown butter flavored ice cream. Gator, are you going to eat that?
So you said peanut butter and jelly and brown butter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would even try this.
Yeah, I think if it was just a brown butter flavored ice cream, I'd be down with it.
Gang, would you try this?
Absolutely.
That's 3 for 3. Okay, here's an interesting one. Burger King in Thailand is coming out with what they're calling the real cheeseburger.
Burger King in Thailand.
Yep. So the next time you're in Bangkok, you can give this a shot. There is no burger. It is just 20 slices of cheese, slightly melted.
What?
Between 2 Burger King sesame seed buns. No burger, the real cheeseburger. It's 20 slices of slightly melted, what looks to be American cheese.
That's it.
That's it.
Just American cheese between 2 buns.
Yep.
And how many slices?
20.
All right, I got to tell you this. You know I love cheese.
I know you love cheese.
I can only remember one time in my life when I said, that's too much cheese.
Yeah.
And that was a burrito that I got when I was in Los Angeles at Barney's Beanery. And they brought this thing out, and I'm like, I think this might be too much cheese. And my friend looked at me like I was nuts because he knew I love cheese. This sounds like it's way too much cheese.
I mean, this is...
I don't mind going overboard with throwing an extra slice or 2 of cheese on there if you want to have like 4 slices for your cheeseburger. Normally I would go 2. If you want to go 4, I'm like, all right, you must really love cheese. Depending on the thickness of the slice.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking 5 times what I would think is a little bit, borderline. No.
No on this?
No.
Yeah, I saw a picture of this, and I'm like, that looks awful.
I don't need to go to Thailand to try. I mean, if I was going to try it, I'd try it at home.
I mean, you can go ask Burger King just to buy 2 buns, and you can get 20 pieces of American cheese slightly melted. No? Gang, you down with the real cheeseburger?
It's not... I might try like a bite just to see how this thing goes down. But yeah, it's not appealing
I bet it tastes like bread and cheese.
Yeah, but McDonald's bread.
Oh, Burger King.
Burger King.
Oh, Burger King, sorry.
All right, so, okay, you would try it, Gator. I wouldn't. Pure Michigan has partnered with McDonald's and the Coca-Cola Company to bring the Pure Michigan Mix. This is a frozen drink available at McDonald's that blends Fanta, Blue Raspberry, and Sprite Limonade, and available at more than 500 McDonald's across this state. It is a frozen drink, the Pure Michigan Mix. Gator, are you going to eat that?
All right, say this again, Fanta and what else?
Blue Raspberry and Sprite Limonade.
Yeah, try it.
Okay. I will not. I will pass. Kang, would you try it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Love frozen.
Why would you pass?
It looks blue, and I'm not interested in blue drinks.
You because it's
like,
blue, you're turning it down?
Yeah, looks like a Windex smoothie.
Yeah, but taste
actually,
it.
to be honest with you, I'm blue raspberry is not. I'm not down with blue raspberry. The Sprite, if it were more Sprite limonade sounds good to me, but blue raspberry doesn't do it for me.
No?
Nope. Why does anything shock you anymore?
I don't
How
know
can
why
you
I'm still
possibly be
shocked. I don't know why I'm still shocked. I feel like, and I know that you're not. It's just sometimes when it goes to an extreme like this.
You think this is an extreme?
When you have your stance against, well, it's blue. I feel like that's going to a little bit of an extreme to say that. I want, my mind goes to, he can't be serious. He's got to be kidding about it. But I know you, and you're not.
No,
you're not playing the other side to play the other side. You're not doing that. Not up in here.
Not up in here.
Doug, would you drink any slushy, or is it just the blue, like the ones that
I literally cannot remember. I go to Tropical Smoothie Cafe all the time, but I can't remember the last time I just had a slushy for slushy's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably
he's never had a
20
Slurpee.
years. I've never had a Slurpee.
Well, you're not. I mean, are you completely against them? Ices, slushies, what, a frozen Coke?
I'll never order one.
Frozen Diet Coke?
I'll never order one. Finally, because we're short on time, Kim Kardashian, did you hear about this? She's come out with Kim-Aid. It's a refreshing twist on a classic flavor, strawberry lemonade. It's an energy drink collab with a better-for-you health and wellness brand, Alani Nu. Each 12-ounce can of Kim-Aid energy drink contains 200 milligrams of caffeine, 0 sugar, B vitamins, biotin, and only 10 calories. It's also vegan and gluten-free. It's a punch of sweet strawberries with a blend of tart, freshly squeezed lemonade. Gator, Kim-Aid. Are you going to eat that?
No, I'm not.
I'm not either. I'm not an energy drink guy at all. Gang?
First of all, I'm not an energy drink person either, but on principle, I'm not. No way.
That's the thing. It's principle for me more than anything else.
No way.
I like Celsius. I'll drink Celsius, but no. Kardashian, no. Don't need that.
But Kim Kardashian endorses a Gator.
Yeah. The 818 tequila is good.
What's
is that? The Kendall Jenner?
That's the other sister.
What is this with Kendall Aid?
See, your love of tequila.
But it's not.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't buy it.
See, you just
somebody
tried
bought it for me and bought me a bottle for my birthday, and I tried it. I'm like, it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. It had just a touch of sweetness to it. I'm like, it's actually pretty good.
I'm sure it's because of her.
Yeah,
that it's good.
It was her input. I'm like,
I think I saw when they first released it, she tried it and she was like, ew. Like they don't give it. They just put their name on stuff to get money. They don't care.
There it is, another
They
edition.
don't care, King. You're right. They don't care.
This one doesn't surprise me that you said no to that. And the Burger King one doesn't surprise me. It's Carson Anderson, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope everybody's doing well on this Wednesday afternoon. All-star game last night. Michael Lorenzen. Unscathed. In and out. Finished in inning. Thank you. Good to see. Tigers back in action on Friday. Talked a little bit of Pistons Summer League. They had a fivesome on the floor that might actually be on the floor in the regular season. And when you think about that, in a Summer League game, they had 5 on the floor together. There could be a unit out on the floor in a regular season game. In a game the Pistons lost, might tell you something that how far they have to go. We just need TikTok, some time, and some maturation. And, this doesn't happen very often, if ever, that you will end up with 5 on the floor in the Summer League that might play together in a regular season game. Just doesn't seem it's likely to happen. We'll talk a little Lions a little bit later on. As Brad Holmes joined Pete Schrager on his podcast. By the way, you know what we should keep our eye open for? Any day now, right? Behind the Den, the draft show. Remember, they came out with the teaser, said coming in mid-July.
Oh, right, with the Lions.
Yeah,
yeah.
So I'm kind of fired up for that.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Andy, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Andy?
Hey, how you guys doing? First of all, I love raspberries. I've never seen a blue one. That's why I don't eat anything that's blue raspberry. The other one, Doug, there might be young people and women listening to this show, and the language you used earlier was absolutely unacceptable.
Oh,
yeah. Want to revisit that one, Doug?
That was
it was brutal.
Son of a darn.
And the other thing is, yeah, there you go again. And I love all the changes that baseball has made, and the one I love the best is the elimination of the shift, because I think we're already seeing more spectacular infield play. You're seeing guys diving, throwing from their knees, whereas before, when the shift was there, if they hit right into it, you didn't see anything. The guy grabbed the ball, flicked it over there. Now infielders they're being held honest. They got to play the game now.
It's funny watching. I didn't even think about how they were going to shift as much as they're legally allowed. Like the guys will go over right to the bag.
Yeah, I mean, they are straddling that line as much as they can.
Which, of course, they are, right? I mean, that's exactly what they should do. But, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Andy.
It's a lot better game now. And with more stealing, it just makes it more exciting. I mean, you need something to make Tiger baseball especially exciting, because right now we just don't have that great of a brand of baseball. So it just makes it easier to watch.
Yep.
I hear you.
Guys.
We should hear the next, imagine the next 24 hours who the player is going to be called up, right?
You mean we should hear Colt Keith's name?
I didn't say that.
I'm saying it.
I mean, we're not going to hear it. But will it be Parker Meadows? Will it be Justin Henry Malloy? Or will it be Nick Maton?
Well, we know who Detroit doesn't want it to be.
Right.
Which I'm trying to think if we're being unfair. Should we give the guy a second chance if it's Nick Maton?
I just wouldn't do it right away.
What do you mean? You won't
they
give him
just sent him down a couple weeks ago.
Yep, but what is a required 10 days?
At least, yeah. It's a 10 or 15. I forget which it is for a position player. But, yeah, I mean, they just did it.
Yep.
Look, I think there could be some company of other guys. There's going to be more movement going back and forth here. I mean, if Akil Baddoo doesn't figure things out, if Eric Haas isn't going to figure things out, we're going to see some movement. The issue with Haas is that you need a backup catcher. And I think that's the only thing that's keeping them at the major league level right now, is because their option at Toledo is on the 40-man roster is a journeyman. Mm-hmm. They would have to promote like Dylan Dingler from Double-A to do that, to add any kind of spice, but I don't know if they're ready to do that. But Akil Baddoo is not hitting at all since he's come back. He wasn't really hitting much prior to that. He had a decent month, and then it was done. So does he need to stay down for a longer period of time?
Maybe.
Like Maton does? I think they've got an opportunity here, the Tigers do, to try to add. It's not just adding spice for the sake of adding spice. It's giving guys the opportunity that have earned an opportunity. I think the way that Malloy has bounced back after a terrible month of May, he had much better the latter part of June, that maybe he deserves that chance. I think Parker Meadows is the guy who really deserves a chance.
Well, Yeah. In which beat writer said they expect it to be Nick Maton?
Chris McCoskey.
Okay.
And that was on Sunday. You said that.
I'm just try to keep an open mind if it's him, because I don't want to give up on this season. I want to care about the outcomes of games still.
And I don't want to give up on him as a player. I think he might have something as a player. I just think it could be a little too soon to, does he have his mojo back because he played 8 games with Toledo?
Maybe. He did hit 6 home runs while batting $140 or whatever it was.
Yeah, but he hit them all in the first month.
I know, but he's capable of that. He did it. He actually did it. So.
Yeah, so what? You're hitting $150.
I know. I'm just trying to be open-minded if it's him. I don't want the relationship to start again on a sour note.
With the Tigers starting the second half on a sour note?
That's right. 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes, how big was it to keep Ben Johnson? Hear what he said to Pete Schrager coming up today at 1:48 here on Carson Anderson 97.1. Hey, discover how good your water can be like my family did with a Kinetico system that removes 99% of contaminants. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Okay, so Lions, it won't be long before rookies report. Can you believe that?
Well, I mean, we're July 12th. Usually this happens, last week of July?
Mm-hmm. I think it's July 24th.
12 days?
Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Is this year's? I'm making sure I got this year. Is this year's? Yeah, this is this year's. Gator. Rookies report 1 week from today.
I'm sorry?
1 week from today.
19th, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's exciting.
This is when it starts getting a little real, huh?
Yeah, kind of. Just want to hear everybody's healthy.
The first preseason game is 1 month from yesterday. We always kind of know when we're closer to the next season than we are from the last one.
Yeah.
We're really getting close.
Well, what are we? We're inside of 50 days for the beginning of college football, their first game.
Yep. Week 0.
Crazy.
First game of the year. Name the 2 teams.
Yep.
One of them is the biggest brand in college football.
Is it Notre Dame?
Yep.
It's starting off the season.
Yep. And one of them is a longtime rival that is always on their schedule. I'll just say that.
Purdue?
No.
Boston College?
No. It's almost never a game.
Yeah, I don't know. Air Force? I don't know.
Navy.
Yeah.
And they are not playing on this continent.
Oh, they're playing in Ireland?
Yep. They're playing in Ireland.
Should be interesting.
I would say that might be the most intriguing game of week 0, but I'm going to be there for all of them. I'll be taking them all in. I will pay you money to sit down and watch the entire UTEP Jacksonville State game.
How much money?
$10.
No, sir.
Beginning to end.
No, sir.
$12.50, beginning to end.
No, sir.
That's my final offer. Okay.
And a can of Busch Light Peach.
No, 29 more left. It's not bad, man.
I know.
It's not bad.
I know. I
have
one.
Not had. There was a peach schnapps incident years ago. I haven't had anything peach flavored since. And then one of our gracious listeners brought you and I some. It was a distributor brought us some peach, the Busch Light Peach, and I was mad that they got rid of Busch Light Apple. And then I had the Busch Light Peach, and I'm like, oh man, this isn't bad. It really isn't.
Yeah. Leinenkugel's got a peach out there as well. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Okay, so anyway, we got sidetracked. Brad Holmes joined Pete Schrager. And
Did you say Pete Schrager?
Pete Schrager for his podcast. I think it's called The Season. But anyway, they started talking about variety things, but we're going to pick it up with when Brad Holmes talked about how important it was to keep offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. I'm shocked we kept him. I'm not quite sure how we.
They're not going to be able to. No, honestly. He's gone after this year, I would imagine, because he'll get multiple offers. There'll be multiple teams that want to talk to him, and he'll have a great opportunity. And he's the bright, shining star.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Lions have the year we think they're going to have and be as good offensively, and watch what happens if they work Jahmyr Gibbs in this offense and he has 1,500 yards from scrimmage and 10 touchdowns, it's going to be, and Jared Goff continues to play as well as he does. Yeah, he's gone. And it sucks because we got the guy we think is the guy.
Yep.
And
we've identified, hired, developed.
Yeah, cultivated,
and
developed.
And he's only going to be in this current role for a couple of seasons. The question I have is, who is the in-house? Because I'm gonna speculate that they're gonna try and train somebody in-house. They know what they know. They know the odds of keeping Ben Johnson aren't great. But if the season goes the way we expect it to go, I feel like, remember when they got Scotty Montgomery, the assistant coach? He was brought into the assistant head coach. I wonder how much of this he was brought in with the idea that he would become the next play caller. Or is it Mark Brunell?
Is it Antoine Randall?
Is it Tanner Engstrand, who is the passing game coordinator, which was the role that Ben Johnson held before he took over? I mean, there's 100% chance that they're cultivating the next guy as this season goes on, right?
They could be, or look, you want to have backup plans in case, but I mean, the last thing you really want to think about right now is replacing your offensive coordinator before he's out the door, before the season's even begun. But you can't help but think of the future. The other thing is this. You've got players that other teams are coveting now that are on this team. I'm sure that's a pretty good gig. If it opens up at the end of the season, the Lions make the playoffs, win a playoff game, and lose Ben Johnson in the offseason, that job's going to be a coveted job in the NFL, the offensive coordinator of this football team.
You're probably right.
So
they'll probably have ample.
I'm not going to worry myself about in-house solutions or out-of-the-house solutions. They'll have a solution because they're going to have a nice pool to pick from.
It's basically the only way they keep him if they have a terrible season.
Or if they commit a large amount of money to him, and maybe he's got in his mind he only would leave the Lions for a couple of different teams.
Decided to do a quick search about who is the highest paid assistant coach in the NFL. Do you make him a Shohei Otani offer?
I don't make him a Shohei Otani offer. I mean, I don't know. Do you make him is it $3 million? Is that enough to keep somebody here? I don't know. You have to. I'm sure they've had the talks with him. What his desires are, his aspirations. Ideally, you'd like to hang on to him, and at some point, does Dan Campbell take a different role with the organization? You can promote him there, and both guys stay in the organization. But
let's just put it this way.
I'll worry about it later.
We're talking about a problem down the road if everything goes right, in which case I'll prefer that everything goes right and we lose Ben Johnson.
There you go.
All right, more from the Brad Holmes interview with Pete Schrager. Talked about Jahmyr Gibbs, who has come in and lived up to the expectation. We had a long conversation about Jahmyr Gibbs yesterday here on the program. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say to Pete Schrager yesterday. Okay, we talked about him yesterday because we found that story from former NFL GM Randy Muller talking about each team's biggest challenge going into the season. And the first thing he listed for the Lions was that he was not convinced Jahmyr Gibbs was an upgrade from DeAndre Swift. And I found that to be borderline outrageous. But then I looked in the mirror and realized the reason I find that to be borderline outrageous is I have completely bought into what Brad Holmes is selling. I look at their first 5 picks: Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker. Those first 5 picks. The guy that I have the difference between my pre-draft thoughts and my thoughts right now, the biggest difference is Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was barely on my radar prior to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Admittedly so. Maybe that's a hole in my game. But when we talked running back, it was Bijan Robinson or was a mid to late round guy. Remember, we didn't even really because outside of Bijan, it was like, okay,
mid to late first round.
No, mid to late round running back. Like
I thought you said Bijan Robinson.
No. I'm saying that when we talked running back prior to the draft, whenever it came up, we were talking about getting A-Shane in the second or third round, or
third, fourth, fifth, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Finding Mo Ibrahim.
Yes, exactly.
The kid from Illinois.
Yes. Brown. And yes, we were talking about that. I skipped over the other guy that could go in the first round in Jahmyr Gibbs. So it's faith in Brad Holmes, and it's completely buying the hype. Everybody else, though, those top five, whether it be Branch or Laporta or Hooker or whomever, Jack Campbell, I knew about him, done my homework on him, and liked him as picks. This guy, I've completely bought into what they've sold me. And
the one for me from that list would have been Laporta.
Okay.
Because I was looking more for tight ends later in the draft as opposed to getting one here. You know, there was the Zach Kuntz that I thought he was somebody that could be had later in the draft. I looked at Gibbs, and I saw him play plenty, and I was looking at it and paid attention to the mock drafts and all that, but I didn't expect that would be the pick for the Lions at 12.
Right.
I thought if they really wanted to get the running back and to get the second best running back in the draft, maybe that's something you jump back in late in the first round to get, more than likely top in the second round. But they went ahead and made that trade to trade back, and that's who they took.
All right, more from Brad Holmes, including an interesting story he told. And we're wondering if this has happened to you. We will get to that coming up in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Stewart, who had 198 carries. Alvin Kamara's rookie year with the Saints, 100 targets as a receiver, 120 carries as a running back. Saints' bell cow was Mark Ingram, who had 230 carries. So he says rookie year Gibbs should be similar weapon with David Montgomery serving as the Lions' bell cow. I think it's an interesting comparison to see how those guys worked out.
Well, look, my expectations are high, but I've mentioned I might be complete victim of the hype. I'm not going to deny it. Kang, was Jahmyr Gibbs on your radar at all before the draft?
Yeah, he was in the second round. Because I told you my prediction was DeAndre Swift was going to get moved, and so they were going to have to target someone in the draft, and I thought Jahmyr Gibbs would be a perfect guy to target in the second round if they're going to move on from DeAndre Swift, because I just thought that was the next. Who was the one that got traded? Okudah got traded, and I made the prediction that I think Swift's the next line out, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I had my eye on Gibbs, but the shocker was the 12th overall pick in the first round. I don't think anyone saw that coming, of course, and we have no idea how much they love a certain player. I just saw a potential need there, a fit, and if they're going to move on from a running back, they got to replace that running back.
I think it's obvious they love
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I mean, interesting. So Swift, the comparison with Swift, his rookie year with the Lions in 2020, he only played 13 games that year, obviously because of injuries. But he had 114 carries, and he had 57 targets. The next year, 13 games, his carries went up to 151 carries, and he was targeted 78 times. So if you look at the other comparisons he made, Will Birchfield made with Kamara and Christian McCaffrey, if you start talking about 100 targets as a receiver, that's considerably more than what DeAndre Swift was getting as a receiver. The carries would be somewhere around the same, you would expect then.
Yeah.
That production, if he's healthy, if he plays 17 games, should be significantly more than what the Lions got out of DeAndre Swift. But it's a big if. He has to stay healthy. And there are no guarantees that what he was at Alabama will translate to the NFL, though I feel pretty strongly it will.
Okay, so final thing for Brad Holmes from this Pete Schrager podcast. They obviously drafted Jack Campbell later in the first round, and he talked about what makes Jack Campbell different and why they couldn't afford to pass on him. He went on to mention later in a very long, very, very long soundbite that he's a green dot guy. He's a defensive captain, defensive signals kind of guy. And, there's a lot of intangibles. This is one that before the draft, as you know, that's what I wanted.
That was your guy. You firmly planted yourself on his leg. We get it.
I'm still there.
And yeah, you won't let me on. But that's fine. I like him too. I like him a lot. And when he speaks of him in that way, I would guess that he probably said similar things about Malcolm Rodriguez last year. But they used a 6th-round pick on Malcolm Rodriguez. They used a high pick on Jack Campbell. Right? They used a 1st-round pick on Jack Campbell. So it has those same qualities, which we can all agree that Malcolm Rodriguez is an instinctive player, strong, smart, heady, all these things. But they waited until the 6th round to take that shot. They didn't wait all that long to pull the trigger on a linebacker in Jack Campbell. I think it speaks volumes to what they expect Jack Campbell to be if you want to make a comparison with Malcolm Rodriguez, what Malcolm Rodriguez was. Kind of a surprise last year. Okay, Rodrigo looks decent out there. I expect Jack Campbell to be much more than decent.
Well, Rookies Report 1 week from today. By the way, it's 2 weeks from today?
Veterans Report?
Big Ten Football Media Day.
Oh.
Yeah. So we are in that time of year where we start pulling the next season towards us. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. You ready?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Like, I'm excited as hell about football, of course. Yeah. But I had somebody start telling me the other day about, I went to Target and all the summer stuff was gone. They're starting to get ready to clear everything out for the fall. And, hey, the nights are getting shorter now. Like, stop it. Let me enjoy summer. All right? I love summertime. Let me enjoy it. When football comes, it'll be awesome. But I don't need... I'm not jonesing for football just yet. I'm very much looking forward to it, but I'd like to enjoy my summer first. Thank you.
For work purposes, I am jonesing for football. It's my favorite time of year, and I give the Tigers a ton of credit for making the games reasonably important up until this point. Hopefully they can keep doing that. Okay. So Brad Holmes went on to tell a story of how when he was at North Carolina A&T as a student, he was steered in the direction of public relations because of his personality. So when he got out of college, he actually got a public relations, after getting a PR degree at NC A&T, he got a job as a public relations trainee with the Atlanta Hawks. And it just so happened that it was a year the Hawks were hosting an all-star game. And the people from the Hawks knew that Brad Holmes' first love was football. And so they said, a lot of NFL PR people actually come to the NBA all-star game. So we're going to introduce you to some people. So here he is in public relations for the Atlanta Hawks. And all these NFL PR people are at the NBA all-star game. And his job is to get quotes from, the Eastern All-Stars. And he said he was getting Michael Jordan quotes and Shaquille O'Neal quotes and Tracy McGrady quotes. But then he got introduced to the PR director of the at the time, the St. Louis Rams. And after some discussions, he applied and he got an internship in PR with the Rams. So here he is in public relations, and he's at Rams training camp in some podunk town in Illinois. And he looks at these guys out on the field that look like him, and they are scouting interns. And he goes, well, I kind of want to do that. And he got to know Wilbur Montgomery, who was the running back coach for the Rams.
Former running back with the Eagles, all-pro running back.
And he started talking football with Wilbur Montgomery, and then he started filling out the running back wristbands for him. The wristbands that while he was doing his PR job, he started, for the play calls and all that. And that turned into him getting a scouting internship. So he thought he was going into public relations at first. He ended up as a general manager of an NFL team. Very different jobs. But it begs the question, what did you think you were going to be, and what did you end up? What did you think you were going to be, and what did you end up? Now, I thought I was going to be an architect. I thought I was going to design houses. I thought that's what my future held. And I can't figure out because I thought Mike Brady's job was awesome, watching the Brady Bunch, or I just like drawing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And as we know, I ended up in radio or media, I guess. I do both radio and a little bit of TV, but whatever. What did you think you were going to be?
I thought I was going to be in radio, but I thought it was going to be playing music.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Not that sports wasn't a thought to me, but at the time, there were no sports stations in Detroit.
No.
And I just knew I wanted to be in radio, got involved with it in high school, kept involved with it through internships and through college, and I knew it's what I wanted to do since I was 16. So I had that path. But
do you think you're the norm, or do you think you're the exception?
No, I think I'm definitely not the norm in our business, for sure, to stay at the same place for over 30 years to start my career.
That's true.
That's not the norm. Starting in the mailroom and working the way up. But no, I don't think I'm the norm. I always look at my brother as an example, and I laugh. My brother got his undergrad degree in psychology.
I remember when I was in college, people saying that psychology degrees were completely useless.
So he took that degree and entered the world of advertising. Worked in advertising for a year or two, went back to school to get his MBA in, I believe, human resources. And when he graduated with that, he got into the world of IT.
Wow.
Because it's good. And the funny thing is if you had asked me before my brother went to college, what's he going to do? I said he's going to do something with computers because he loved computers.
So
he's doing what I expected him to do all along. It just took him a while to figure out that that's what he had to be.
And before the calls come in, no offense to psychology majors. My bad. I just remember people saying, psychology, it's hard to find a job in that. I'm sure there's useful
Unless you want to be a psychologist.
Unless you want to be a psychologist. But I'm sure there's useful and
there's plenty of it, yeah.
Yeah, but I remember that's what I was told in college. Psychology, you can't really do anything with it. But you could text us or call us. What did you think you were going to be? What did you end up? And with that in mind, if there's a story that goes in between, let us know. But Brad Holmes was in public relations for the Atlanta Hawks, his first job out of college. Ends up with a GM of an NFL team. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Michael. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Michael?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I was just calling to talk about what I thought I was going to do versus what I do now.
Yep.
When I was in high school and college, I thought I was going to school to pursue mortuary science to be a funeral director, and I actually ended up becoming a high school band teacher.
Those things seem to be quite different.
It's high school is a little more lively for sure. I had
funny
I ended up
play on words.
assisting with a marching band I ended up assisting with a marching band in the area and really liked that. So I decided to pursue education to teach music, and it worked out. It was great.
Did you play an instrument when you went away to college?
Yeah, I was active I went to Wayne State for my undergrad, and I played saxophone, and I played in the band programs there, and I did the marching band there, and so I was active the whole time, even after high school. And by doing that, somebody recommended an opportunity to work with a high school marching band in the area, and I was like, that sounds great. And the education aspect of it was intriguing to me, and so I decided to switch and haven't looked back.
No, that's quite different. It's similar to Brad Holmes. PR for the Atlanta Hawks is what he thought he was going to be in public relations, but then was like, I really want to get into that, and just completely shifted gears and went from PR to the Atlanta Hawks and ended up the GM of an NFL team.
Just like that.
248-539-9797. Matt is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, all right,
Matt.
You.
Hey, first-time caller. This is quite the experience for me. But, no, as a kid, I always wanted to be an archaeologist. I loved working with my hands and finding things. And as I got older, it continued, but more on the mechanical aspect. And went to school to be an electrician, and then 2008 hit, and we all know how that happened. And I'm in a career now which is, I think, not known to many, but I repaired diagnostic imaging equipment. And so I fix, when you go to the hospital and you need an MRI or cardiovascular or an X-ray, I'm the one that fixes your machines and maintains them. It's not a well-known career, but
it's important.
Yes.
I tell you what, for the minimal schooling that it takes, it pays very well to go into that field.
Really? That's kind of awesome.
Yeah, I never in my dreams would I think I was going to work on a $1.3 million machine, and it's.
And this wouldn't have.
You have people's lives at stake, basically, with when I'm checking out at the end of the day to make sure it works.
And this wouldn't have happened unless the economic downturn of 2008?
100%, because I was almost done with schooling to become an electrician, took my apprenticeship exam, and they said, hey, you passed, but nobody's hiring. And at the time, I was doing commercial maintenance for nursing homes, and the owner of the company is like, hey, have you ever thought about this field? And I'd never heard about it before.
That's awesome. Yeah. Congratulations.
That's pretty sweet.
That's landing on your feet.
I always wonder, like way back in the day, did somebody try and buy a cell phone from Kang? Didn't you? Were you selling cell phones, or were you managing the store?
I was selling them, and then I, got promoted to managing a bunch of the stores. But yeah, I'm sure. Oh, there's a good chance if you've gone to a Sam's Club, a Kmart maybe, and I did a standalone building too before that company. Yeah, that might have at least tried to get you to buy a phone.
What years?
Third, would you like a free phone?
Is that how it worked?
Well, that was my best line because no one turns on anything free.
You're right about
They
that.
would at least stop.
Yeah.
Most people were like, "Get the hell away from me."
What year was this? What years?
Early mid 2000s.
Early mid 2000s.
Yeah.
So if you were somewhere around Metro Detroit,
Sure.
yeah. There's a locker room video, and I just thought, I wonder if anyone anywhere can scrape up locker room video from the 2000, whatever it was, 2003, I think it was, NBA All-Star game. And we could see a young Brad Holmes in there, like taking notes, because he would scribe them and put them into transcripts from the All-Star game. And that was his job. Nick in Livonia says, thought I was going to be an architect, ended up being a chiropractor. Okay.
Well, protractor, chiropractor, different tools. That's right.
Well played. Drew and MC says, I wanted to be a race car driver, ended up being an electrician. Renee in Sterling Heights, I went to college for musical theater and ended up a massage therapist, now an office manager for a chiropractic clinic. Interesting.
Okay.
Bill and Adrian, I have a biology degree, and I have been in sales since getting out of college. Real estate agent now. Okay, biology to real estate. I thought I was going to be a graphic artist and write commercials. Had a scholarship to the Center for Creative Studies. Shortly after school, I was offered my first job at Ford Motor Company. This year, I celebrated my 30th anniversary.
Wow.
It's from Jeff. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kurt next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm on the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so I started off in college going for an IT degree, and I was working at UPS part-time. I ended up finishing the degree about 15 years later. Now I'm full-time there. I was a package car driver at one point. Now I actually drive tractor-trailers for them.
Wow. And
work your way up.
Circuitous route, yeah, working your way up. There you go.
Yeah, it's been a whole lot of fun, real rewarding.
So the Brad Holmes story, it's funny, though, to listen to him tell it because you realize, like, these idle conversations that he started with the running backs coach and what it led to, and then doing the wristbands, and then, you know, the Wilbur Montgomery saying, you know, maybe we could get you into scouting, and how just things fall your way.
Yeah.
You know?
I can appreciate that.
Yep. I mean, because how do you get from the mailroom to on air?
It was.
How the hell did you pull this off?
Because I clearly had done some on-air work when I was in high school, and they weren't going to say, you know, hey, oh, you're 22, you just graduated. Here you go. Why don't you get an on-air shift? That wasn't going to happen. So what I did was I used that opportunity to get in the bottom level and just learn everything. I at one point or another, I basically worked with every department and tried my hand at everything there, whether it was promotions. I worked with promotions, putting on some events.
Were you on a street team?
No, we didn't have a street team then, but I worked at putting
street team.
We put together a couple of pretty big events that we had done that I was part of.
Sales? Did you mess around in sales?
Not as what the sales part was helping to write commercials.
Oh, okay.
I did some of that, and then I did.
Let's go skiing.
Right. Did some voiceover work. I worked with production, and I would help to record the spots for people after hours. I worked as a part-time screener, a part-time producer, literally every aspect of the station, and eventually had opportunities when we got the Lions contract and being a full-time producer, and then cutting up highlights and helping out with the pregame and postgame shows, and then hosting pregame and postgame shows.
How much time did you actually volunteer where you weren't on the clock? Because I did a lot of that in TV and radio.
Not
really pissed off the union.
No, I work probably quite a bit, actually. I guess. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah,
maybe probably 20 hours a week.
All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, someone put out a list: 3 NFL teams that will fall short of expectations. Uh-oh. Are the Lions on the list? We'll get to that today at 1:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Gator, I should have told you to do this before the commercial break. I apologize. You too, Kang. Vegas over-under totals for the NFL.
Okay.
Got that list in front of you?
For win totals?
Win totals, yes. Over-under for win totals.
You want me to look this up?
I would like you to have it in front of you and just take a brief look at it and tell me which teams you think are most likely to fall short of expectations this coming season. This is really poor planning on my part. But yes, if you could bring that list up. Kang, you do the same. Vegas over-under win totals. Because prominent writer for a major website has put together a list of 3 teams that will likely underperform. So these are likely under candidates. Now, just for the record, as people know, our Lions total is 9.5. 9.5. And so 2 more. What were they finished? They finished 9-8 last year?
Yes.
So that's an interesting number. But I mean, it's settled. I think that's where it opened. And it means as many people are betting the under as the over, even though they're like one of the most heavily bet teams to win the Super Bowl, aren't they? Didn't we hear that last week?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have a team that jumps off the page for you?
It strikes me as one that's going to perform below expectations.
Yes. I will give you, while you're looking and looking it up, one of the teams I might have said was the Packers. They're number 7.5.
Okay.
And I think the Jordan Love thing is going to come with some bumps and bruises.
I will say the Falcons. They're at 8.5.
Okay. That's a pretty good one. Kang, which one would you say?
Were you going just under or over or either?
Yeah, the one that's most likely to fail to live up to expectations. So most likely to go under.
Yeah, this is very poor planning, Doug.
I know. I'm admitting.
Like, seriously, man.
Yep.
Failed to live up to expectations. I would go with.
I'll give you another one while you're thinking about. What about the Ravens at 10.5?
I like the Ravens.
I'm not sure.
But you're asking to win 11 out of 17 games.
Yeah.
So I get it. It's not that I look at the Niners and I think 10.5 seems like a lot when their quarterback situation isn't exactly settled at this point.
Sure.
The division's so bad, though. That's probably
is it though? Because I would say an over candidate to me is the Rams at 6.5.
They're a candidate for sure, but they've got a quarterback who's beaten and broken up. They've dismantled that team for cap space. That's why, could they surprise? I got them as a dark horse to win the division, a very dark horse, the Rams.
What about your beloved Bears?
Well, I got the over on them, of course, not the under. Come on now. If I had to pick the under, by the way, I'd go with Seattle because of the Geno Smith thing. I mean,
you don't buy Geno Smith.
Not that I don't buy it, but if I'm not gonna buy anything, that'd be I'd go with a quarterback that's been in the league for a while, and then all of a sudden had this spike year.
Okay, so
you're going Seattle, and I see a couple different over-unders, whether it's 8.5 or 9.
All right, 9.
Okay, so this is done by Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated. These are the 3 teams that he think most likely will go under. He starts with the Cardinals.
Under with the Cardinals?
Yes.
And they're last in the league at 4.5.
Yes.
Under?
You're right. So I'm on record this preseason thinking I think the Cardinals are a heavy favorite to secure the number 1 pick. I think they are certainly on a more respectable side of what I've termed the Cleveland Browns tanking line, since the NFL has unofficially blessed cash payments to coaches as incentives to attain higher draft picks. The good old-fashioned strategic bottoming out of a roster doesn't seem all that nefarious now, does it? So he's got the Cardinals under 4.5.
He's got them as the worst team in the league, but trust me, they're worse than that.
Right? You may think they're bad because I have them ranked 32nd. But what if I told you that I think they win less
He says
in 5 games.
Arizona's division is also a gauntlet. The improved Seahawks and front-running 49ers are obvious threats, but as I mentioned in our companion piece, I think the Rams did an intellectual overhaul of their organization as well. They will be as difficult an opponent as anyone for teams this year. So next, teams most likely to underachieve, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Underachieve?
Yes.
They're 31 in the league at 6.5 is the over-under.
He thinks the terrible is just worse than we actually think.
Now, it's a terrible division.
Working against Tampa is the obvious option. Their receiving core is talented but aging. Their offensive line struggled last year with the fastest release quarterback in the NFL. And if they were struggling to keep the defenders out of Brady's face, what happens to Baker Mayfield, who in his last full season as a starter was 0.3 seconds slower in getting rid of the ball on average than Brady? Tampa may end up losing the vertical element of their offense without Brady.
They got Kyle Trask, right?
Yeah. Trask might be a good sleeper, but I think I might be wrong. Next, the Texans.
They're 30th in the league.
I know.
What is this doing? Did he understand the assignment?
Right.
He's basically saying the worst of the league is worse than you expect.
Yes.
6.5 for the Texans. To this point, and this is all just conjecture, right? This is all preseason stuff, off-season stuff. But it sure sounds like everybody's coming out of the woodwork to let you know that the quarterback situation will be just fine.
Yeah.
With the Texans.
The Texans are on a lower tier talent-wise. They have rookie players projected to start at center, edge rusher, and quarterback. Their highest ceiling defensive player is Derek Stingley, who last year's number 3 pick is adjusting to a new system and will still be rookie-ish. For all of those reasons, I have a hard time imagining that a team opening the season against the Ravens would be a 7-win team, especially when the Browns, Titans, Raiders, 3 teams that were better in 2022 than the Texans should be in 23, barely reached that mark. So the Browns, Titans, and Raiders, who barely were that good in 2022, they're all better than this year's Texans team. So he took 3 of the worst teams in the league and said they're worse than you think. Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated. No, the Lions didn't make the list. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Brad. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Brad?
Hey, guys.
Hey,
guys. Long-time listener. Love you guys.
Thank you very much.
So I was one of those guys that actually had, the psychology degree in undergrad.
Oh, yeah?
And then, ended up really wanting to do pharmaceutical sales for a long time. So kind of geared, all the post-college jobs towards that. Got laid off like when 2008 hit. Ended up going back to school and then went through med school, became a doctor. Like, honestly, it was kind of a wild ride. I meet all my fraternity brothers from back in the day, and none of them believe it either.
So psychologist to pharmaceutical sales to a doctor.
Correct.
Wow. So when did you actually start med school?
25. When I was 25.
Yeah. And when did you actually become a doctor? How old were you when that whole process was done?
About 30, 32.
Okay. Well, hey, man. Worked out for you.
But it was wild. So I see how that career path, you fall upwards, like, Brad Campbell.
How's that dog doing in the back there?
Oh, dude, he is kind of a pain in my butt. He got on the table and ate a whole tuna steak yesterday. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no. Sorry to hear that.
Leave him alone for 5 minutes.
Gator, would you know what that's like?
Actually, Lois has been very good not to grab food from the countertop.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she knows it's a new kitchen remodel, so stay off the countertop.
So there's that.
Showing some respect.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, some. Yeah. She doesn't get people food.
No. Ever?
No. Never.
Wow.
Well, and then I had to really be disciplined about it now because of her pancreatitis issue she had 1.5 years ago. So
how does a dog get pancreatitis?
It's a great question, Doug.
Okay.
Not really sure how. We don't really know how it happened. Sometimes it happens. Different breeds of dogs, I guess. I don't know. But she has it, and you've got to worry about the flare-ups. So it's a special gastrointestinal diet, veterinarian prescription diet. It's expensive.
Yeah.
And very bland. So she literally gets the food and she gets these gastrointestinal diet treats. That's it.
Yeah.
How do you know it's bland?
It can't be good, man.
Well, I know. I'm just
gastrointestinal diet. I don't think it's low in fat. It's low in carbs. That means low in flavor. You know how it goes.
So what? Doug is okay with that.
Yeah, it sounds like my diet.
Right. Sounds delicious to Doug.
All right, straight ahead. We look ahead to the second half of the Tiger season. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Gator, in your show sheet today, you said taking stock of the Tigers headed into the second half of the season. 11 games under. If we go back to opening day, 11 games under, does that sound about where we thought they would be?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah. Taking stock of the Tigers heading into the second half of the season. 5.5 games out of first. Does that sound like somewhere you thought they would be?
No.
Yeah.
No, but it's not terribly far off, though. I didn't think the division was going to be very good, but I still thought somebody was going to separate themselves and be maybe a handful of games better than 500. And I think right now, is it one game above 500 or 2 games above 500 leads the division?
I think they're 1 game above.
So, yeah, no, the 5.5 being that close to it, I did not expect.
I don't know if I would describe then this season as a success so far. I'm more interested than I expected to be. I'm more interested, and I followed the outcomes of the games more than I thought that I would.
Yeah, I'm very interested in the second half of the season because what have we seen in the first half of the season? Well, we've seen that Riley Green has developed into a future star in the league.
That looks pretty good.
That looks really promising of what we got with Riley Green. Matt Vierling has done a nice job. Is he part of the future with this team, or is he a guy that they can dangle in front of another team for a trade offer? Mm-hmm. He's been really good for the Tigers. He's still pre-arbitration though, so that he's under Tigers' control. But he's been a plus player for them. Outside of that, you're seeing flashes. Jake Rogers has shown some power and being a little bit more consistent, but he's got a long way to go. Spencer Torkelson, his OPS is 100 points better than it was last season. And I know it's not enough progress for some people. It's progress. And I don't think it's incremental progress either. I think it's a step forward. It's just not a giant step forward. But what can he do in the second half? Can he improve on that? Now that his buddy is back with him, right. Will they play well together? Kerry Carpenter, what is he going to be the second half of the season? Is he, kind of flash in the pan, or does he have some staying power here? The pitching has been, in some ways, promising. Obviously, the group no hitter was fun to watch with Matt Manning. He's pitched well. Tarek Skubal back. He pitched well. These are guys they need to have there. The allure of what's going to happen in the next 3 weeks leading up to the trade deadline with mid-4 as your all-star representative, Michael Lorenzen, and then Rodriguez, they've got some pieces to move. And I'm curious at what they're going to get in return for those pieces. Are we going to start seeing more guys being promoted from AAA to the big leagues? I also want to see the guys promoted from single A to double A,
right,
and double A to triple A.
Nobody follows that stuff like Gator. Well, nobody on our station follows it. Like
maybe
Caputo.
I'm sure Pat does. But there is some talent in those levels that you don't see show up on the top 100 list yet. But when those lists get updated, you're going to see a couple names on there like, oh, okay, fair enough. And, where these guys get assigned right away that they just drafted. Can't wait to see these guys play. Can't wait to see Max Clark in a uniform somewhere at the fields down in Florida, and maybe he gets a chance to play with Lakeland by the end of the season. I'm looking forward to that. I think there's some stuff it's not all rosy necessarily, but there's some things I'm looking forward to. And, this team at the major league level, they've got some things you're looking forward to. But to me, the big thing is Torque. Is he going to take another step this second half of the season on top of what he did in the first half?
It'd be nice to have him have one of those reassuring and encouraging months like Riley Green has, and that really signified perhaps a turning of the corner. The over-under back on opening day was, depending on where and when you made your bet, it was either 69.5 or 68.5. Right now they're on pace to win 71. So maybe we should be a little bit more encouraged than we thought what they'd be. They're slightly ahead of pace.
Well,
expected pace.
I'm knocking on wood here. Please tell me that they're not going to have more injuries. This significant kind.
Yeah, sure.
Please tell me that's not going to take place, because they missed more games. At one point, there was more games than anybody else in baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the case there, but good God, they suffered. I mean, their whole rotation was gone at one point. And they're getting guys back now, and it's encouraging, but it's not everything.
It feels like of late, their most tradable commodities have lost a little bit on the sale price.
Well, Alex Lang for sure.
Yep.
Based on the one start that Eduardo Rodriguez made since coming back, that doesn't look good. But I think that's going to change. We'll see.
And he had a couple before he got hurt where, he was pitching way above what he ever had in his career. But at that time, he was trending towards being an exceptionally good trade piece. But Alex Lang has had some pretty rough outings.
Yeah. And when you're a relief pitcher, all it takes is a couple of those to watch everything else balloon. Your ERA balloon, your whip balloon, which has been encouraging with Michael Lorenzen. His whip is actually very good for a starting pitcher.
Yep.
And his ERA dropping down to 4.0. We'll see if he has a couple more good starts. I mean, that's a guy that a team would want to take a shot on down the stretch? Or do the Tigers say, well, look, maybe we want to invest in him? He's a free agent at the end of the year, so you don't have to.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We were talking earlier about when we bring up the Powerball, people talk about the Powerball and discuss what they do with the winnings. And that made us talking about that the Powerball in baseball is Shohei Otani.
The dare to dream.
The dare to dream. And we put it together that literally the Tigers have north of what appears to be, and I'm always cognizant that there's like Miggy's $32 million, but he's got a vesting option of $8 million that they'd have to pay him next year. So they're saving.
It's spread out, I think, over 2 years, but whatever it is.
Yeah, they have to pay him more than nothing next year. So it's not like they get the full 32, but they get, let's say, north of 24. And you start doing the math on all the contracts that end, the Tigers could free up maybe north of $80 million just by letting everybody walk. Like letting everybody walk, which means they could spend that money on or offer ridiculous money to Shohei Otani. He is the Powerball dream of free agents.
Right. And this is so appropriate because when you dare to dream about the lottery, of course you know you don't have a chance.
Well, you have 1 in a 282 million plus chance.
There you go. So it feels like the same thing with Otani. I just want to think about it. Just let me dream about it.
No, I just want him to. Well, why not offer?
But that's the thing. From a money standpoint, the Tigers have the money to do it. Mm-hmm. At least to make him an offer somewhere even better than what he's going to end up getting. The problem with it is, can you convince Shohei Otani that Detroit's the place to go? Because something tells me that even if the Tigers were to offer $5 million a year more than anybody else, that he's going to go somewhere where he feels comfortable. And I don't know. Maybe he won't feel comfortable in Detroit. You don't know unless you ask. You don't know unless you try. Yep. What is it? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take?
Yeah, Michael Scott.
Take a shot. Take a chance.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Get shot down. That's fine. But just so you know, we're willing to go $65, $70 million a year. Sure. If you want.
Other than other than the Tigers actually landing Otani, the second headline I'd most likely want to see or hear is Otani turns down bigger offer from Tigers.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like, hey, they put him out there.
Yeah. Right. Just so we know.
He actually took less money to go somewhere else because the Tigers made such a crazy offer.
And remember to chant, "We want Shohei" when they come to town at the end of this month, like the Seattle fans did last night. 248-539-9797. Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man?
It's funny. We were actually talking about that last night in the game. He's going to get paid so much money.
Isn't it ridiculous?
That it's almost going to seem irresponsible for whatever team signs him.
Right, you're right.
That you're going to have to tell your fans, we just spent $600 million on this player.
Yep.
I'm sorry, how much?
Yep.
So maybe you get him over 10 years, so that's only $60 million over the next 10 years, and you hope that he, can live up to that expectation, but you can dare to dream.
That's why we dare to dream. Yep. Because, you got the lottery tonight that's worth an incredible amount of money.
Do you buy lottery tickets?
When it's like this, yeah.
Okay.
Because you dare to dream. Look at you. You're a dreamer.
Well, and it actually,
Rico's a dreamer.
It actually sparked a debate that I had with my financial planner because I often wonder, no. Is it okay to just take the installment payments and go Bobby Bonilla style and just know that every year, once a year, you get a $7 million check that's going to go up in increments for the next 30 years? Or do you take the buyout that's significantly less over time? I mean, it's going to be less over time.
I think most financial planners tell you to take the lump sum.
Yeah.
It's because you can invest the money.
And that's what I was told. It was like, okay, are you done? You done? You done yet? Okay. You would take the lump sum. So I'm like, you could live like an athlete or an actor, and just $7 million a year. Like next year, it's $8 million a year.
Isn't there something incredibly safe about knowing you've got that money coming every year? You live within a budget because you don't have it to overspend.
Doug, you can have a gap year where you just blow it, and you just say, I'm going to be so irresponsible in year 8.
Year. Yeah,
in year 8, you want that solid gold toothbrush? Honey, it's yours.
Right.
It's yours. Matter of fact, we're going to set up an Amazon factory in the backyard.
Does anybody ever do that? Ever?
I think that somebody told me the last time somebody took the
annual
buyout,
payout.
the annual buyout, annual payments was, I want to say, like 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah.
But most people just give
it all to me.
Because even with the almost $8 million, you're only going to get $215 million, which sounds like, well, that's a lot of taxes.
It is a lot of taxes.
And if you take the annual payments, you end up with, close to half of that.
Yep.
So you're leaving a lot on the
half of the 800.
Yeah, half of the 800. Yeah,
instead of 200. Yeah.
So.
All right, so I'm assuming you're talking about that. What else?
Actually, no, that was
okay.
No, here's a question. Is there such thing as just too much football? This is the last month that we will be without football until the month of March. Right now, July. After July, there will be football going on up until March. But is there such thing as too much football? I'll tell you why. At 2:03.
All right, there it is. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break following the Home Run Derby and last night's All-Star game. Lone Tigers representative Michael Lorenzen tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless last night in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break starts Friday night against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters for that series. The Tigers exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first-place Minnesota. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions, where rookies report to training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans join camp on July 22nd. The first practice that's open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just a week away from the start of camp. And staying in the NFL, former Lions division foe Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will be this year's team featured on Hard Knocks. HBO did reach out to the Lions about a second straight season on Hard Knocks, but the team opted to take a year off. And the Pistons will play their third Summer League game this afternoon in Vegas. They're taking on the Raptors at 6 o'clock. Detroit 1-1 so far this summer with a win against the Magic back on Saturday and a loss to the Rockets on Sunday. At the Ticket Update Desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And that, people, was the winner of the Stoney and Wojo 5th annual drop contest. Congratulations to our own Mike Valenti. And the next time he says, oh, I really didn't care, I saw the video Jeff Rieger put out because Rieger got the final moments captured on the phone. Mike throws his hands up in the air the second he gets it. I don't think he realized he really was that invested. Because around the Elite Eight time, I think, because it was like a little bit of disappointment. When mine got knocked out, I was disappointed. David was bummed out when his got knocked, and Mike won it all. So Mike gets the day off for winning the whole contest. So I got a question for you guys, and it's very simple. We had a pre-show meeting, and we had something lined up for the 2 o'clock hour. But then Big 12 Media Day is going on right now. The Big 12, it was the conference that everybody thought wasn't going to make it. Everybody thought the Big 12 was going to fold. Oklahoma's leaving. Texas is leaving. But the Big 12 said, you know what, we're going to go get some other teams. In comes Central Florida. In comes, I think, BYU and Cincinnati. And they're still looking.
In Houston.
And I still say, they're looking at Colorado. I understand Colorado because Colorado used to be a part of the Big 12. That's fine. But if you're doing it because of Deion, you're making a huge mistake. That's gonna fail miserably. I promise you that. The two teams that they should be looking at trying to get, if I were them, I would try to go get Arizona and Arizona State. Those are probably the last pieces of the Pac-12 that are still worth something, especially Arizona. They may want to take Arizona State with them. But a couple things came out of the Big 12 Media Day. One is they're going to be like the Super Bowl at halftime of the Big 12 championship game, and this is according to different reporters who are there tweeting stuff out. I got this from Chris Faini from The Athletic. They're going to hold a halftime show with a live musical act that they're going to announce August 12th. You're going to find out who the act is. So similar to the Super Bowl, they're going to roll out the stage at halftime of the show. So no longer will you get the Dr. Pepper two co-eds trying to throw the ball through the canister in order to win $100,000. You're going to get a real concert. That's okay. The other thing is, the Big 12 is looking at playing their games on Thursday and Friday. Why Thursday and Friday? Because the SEC and the Big Ten, they've taken up all the slots. ESPN and Fox are in bed with those two conferences. So all the time slots, we joke about, well, that game should be on at 9 o'clock. The 12 o'clock games, 3:30 games, 4 o'clock game. Fox does 4 o'clock games. 7 o'clock games, 8 o'clock games, 7:30 kickoffs, even the stuff at night with the Pac-12. All of those games are gone. The Big 12 doesn't have this lucrative deal because everybody's looking at the Big Ten and everybody's looking at the SEC because that's the best conference in football. They may have to play their games on Thursday and Friday, which begs this question. Today, this month, is the last month that we'll have no football until the month of March. Think about that. July is the last month. After July, there will be football all the way up until the month of March where we're talking college hoops. My question is simple. Is there a such thing as too much football? The Big 12 is looking at going Thursday, and Friday. At some point in the year, the MAC kicks in, and they play MACtion on Tuesday and Wednesday. That means for a certain part of the year, football will be played every single night. Is there a such thing as too much football? I say yes. 248-539-9797. There is a such thing as too much football. The reason why football is so popular, the scarcity. It used to be only 16 weeks a year. Now it's 17 weeks a year in the NFL. College is 12 weeks. It used to be you had Saturday, you had Sunday, and one Monday night game. Okay, well, what if we threw in Thursday night games? Okay, throw in Thursday night games as well. Okay, so now it's Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Okay, now what if we put a couple games on Friday night? Okay, now it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If this goes through, there's a possibility it'll be football every day of the week. That's not a good thing because now football becomes watered down. Now it's not as special as it used to be. The reason why nobody really follows the baseball season, the NBA season, the NHL season, it's every night. Every night you can see something. For the NFL and college football, man, you waited until the weekend. You look forward to it. You planned. You did everything. You tell the wife, take the kids and go. I want to spend heck, Gator does the rant every year where he's saying, I just need my time in front of the TV set. Not anymore. Not anymore. Because if this goes down, there will be football every single day of the week. Can there be too much football? 248-539-9797. I say yes. Football is only special when it's less games, when it's less days, when it's less times, when you look forward to it, the anticipation. I don't need it every day. I don't. Because, I mean, especially, all of a sudden, to me, I think that point of delineation happened when the NFL came out with the Thursday night games every week. It was cool, Thanksgiving. That was fine. Or, the Saturday games late in December. That was cool too because college football was done. But now it's to the point where, Monday night is over and then it's Thursday night football. But now, no, they're going to fill in the gaps and there's going to literally be football every night of the week. I think that's too much. 248-539-9797. What say you, David? Is there such thing as too much football?
I'll start off like this. I love football. We all love football here. And I really want to say no, that there's no such thing as too much football.
But it is. Go ahead. It's okay.
I really honestly think this would be too much football. We just don't need football every day or even 5 out of the 7 days of the week. We just don't. And you're right. Back in the day, I don't sound like an old person, but back in the day, it was great when you waited for Saturday for your game, and you waited for Sunday in your game, and then you had the Monday night game. We all had that, but when you waited for that matchup for that day.
But Monday was special because Monday was normally a good team.
Correct.
It was that one game, and football fans, we have compromised so much. Okay, well, what about? Okay, well, you could play this. Okay, well, we'll play this. Okay, well, this is a special circumstance. The product's getting watered down. If this goes through, the Pac-12 that you could see Houston versus TCU on a Friday night. Now, I didn't even get into the point. The Houston and TCU and all of those teams can't be happy at the fact that Texas high school football is a pretty damn big thing. You're playing football the same night as Texas football. Guys, I don't know if you've ever flown into Houston or Dallas, San Antonio, any major city in the state of Texas. But when you're flying in and you see these stadiums, those aren't small colleges. Those are actual high school stadiums.
It truly looks like you are seeing a small college, like an Albion
The
Like,
stadium,
that would be that.
No. Albion would be lucky.
Yes.
To have a stadium as good as some of those stadiums.
Yes.
I remember I was flying into Houston for the first time, and I was at Fox 2, and I looked over at Woody, and I'm like, man, how many small colleges are here? He's like, dude, those are high school stadiums. I mean, 6,000, 7,000 enclosed stadiums. 6,000, 7,000 seats, enclosed, concession stands, like legitimately, wow. Field, lights. Wayne State would love to have that. When you look at our high schools compared to theirs, it's a joke. But football, is it just too much? I say it is. It used to be Saturday, college, Sunday, pros, big time game, Monday night. Okay, great. Well, what if we did Sunday night football? Okay, all right. Okay, Saturday, Sunday night, Monday. Well, what if we expand to Thursday night? And we keep compromising, We've now watered down our own product that the football, college football, NFL, is going to start to feel a lot like the other sports where you don't really pay attention to the regular season. Because there's so much of the regular season. It's every night you could turn on a game and see something, and it's like, okay, well, what makes this game any different from the game that's going to be on tomorrow? I just think it's too much. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. You heard me talk about Specs at LTU. And look, it's located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. Specs at LTU wants you to kind of pay attention to this because the fall is coming. I just said this is the last month without football until March. School starts in about 6 weeks. You got enough time to go online to find out about the broadcast media arts programs, the digital media arts programs, and the graphics communication certificate programs through Specs at LTU. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website ltu.edu/specs to learn more, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, the fall is approaching quickly. That's ltu.edu/specs. Big 12 Media Day going on right now, and one of the things on the menu, expanding the Big 12 games to Thursday and Friday. Why? Because the Big Ten and the SEC have taken up all the primetime slots, and they're trying to get in where they can fit in. But that means that you're now going to have major college football. No offense to the MAC, but there's going to be major Power 5 football now on Fridays. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you're going to have football. And when the MAC kicks in, Tuesday and Wednesday, you're getting action as well. Football, 7 days a week. Is this too much? I say yes. I do think that the beauty of football is the scarcity, that it wasn't every day, that it used to be just once a week. And then that went to, okay, well, we'll play some Monday night games and we'll play some Thursday night games. But now we're going to bastardize this product to it's just going to get to the point. It's going to be like every other season out there where every night you can turn on the TV set and you can see some football. Whether it's good or bad, there'll be football being played. I'm against that. I'd rather just see it the way that it is. I think that it's just too much as is. But now this is pushing the boundary. This is really going too far.
Yeah, to your point, and you mentioned like the Thursday games and how it started. Well, I looked that up. 2002 was the first time the NFL introduced the opener for the season. Super Bowl champion, come back the next year, you play on Thursday. 2012 was when they started the every Thursday thing. So for people saying, oh, well, it may just be for a little bit the Big 12 does it. No. It will be permanent. It will never go backwards.
Here's the thing. When it comes to sports and it comes to money, if it makes money, it's good for business and it's going to keep going forward. Nothing ever goes backwards. Nothing ever goes the way that it used to be. And if this happens, this is going to be the new way of life. So, yeah, the opening weekend games, okay, it's cool. It's Labor Day. I get it. We're all off. That's fun. And now we have the Amazon Prime games every Thursday night to go along with, sounds like Big 12 Friday games, to go into the regular games, to go into the games on Sunday and then Monday. And action's starting. We got those Tuesday night games, Central versus Bowling Green.
See, but you just mentioned money, and you mentioned just Monday night just now. And think about it. A couple times a year now, the NFL does 2 Monday night games. Staggered starts, 7, 8:30. You know what's going to happen because it makes money. Half of the schedule will have 2 Monday night games. It can become too much when you think about it, people.
It is going to happen. 248-539-9797 if you want to chime into this, or you can send a ticket text at the exact same number. Mike, you're kicking off the show. You're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, Rico. How are you today?
Good, my friend.
I'm just, it is getting to be too, the one thing I don't like is, Black Friday was supposed to be, college football. Now they're trying to put an NFL game there. Thursday night was supposed to be a college football game, and they're fine. They have NFL too. That's fine. But, I don't like that, and I don't like the streaming services that you got to have 100 different things. But, I want Pac-12 after dark on Saturday night. A lot of people don't have to get up early on Sunday. You can watch, late night games, I love that. So,
Mike, that
late
is
night college football games on Saturday night.
Mike, that may be one of the greatest secrets that most college football fans do not know of is Pac-12 After Dark. And if you don't watch it, you're going to want to watch it this year with all the great quarterbacks in the Pac-12. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of overs, man. And the thing is, though, is I don't know, football. They even have the spring football now, so you can get football almost year round now. I mean, it's not a great product, but you can get it if you want it. So there is a lot more avenues. There is something to be said about not being too much or whatever. But I feel like football would be popular even if it was every day. I don't feel like it's like the other sports, even though because your team's only playing once a week, regardless of how many days football's on. So that's one thing. These other teams, your team plays more than once a week too. Your home team or whatever team you root for. So it's kind of different in that way sense too,
A fair point, Mike. Appreciate the call. But I will say this, it's the anticipation. It's knowing that you had all week to set your fantasy lineups, or all week of anticipation of knowing this weekend is going to be a special weekend. It's every day. Football was special because football used to just be 3 days a week. And really it was just 2, because Monday night you had to be good teams. I'm old enough to remember it was 2 teams, and they were good teams, and then you look forward to that. It was special. Now you're going to be able to turn on your TV starting in September all the way to January, and there may be football on that night. We may be giving you football bets. I think that's just too much. I mean, it's going to lose its luster because it's all around. It now has that same feel of the NBA, and we all talk about the NBA schedule or baseball's 162 games. Why? Because every night there's baseball being played. Football, it was a weekend thing, man. You worked all week, and then you got to relax on the weekend watching your favorite sport. Not anymore. Good luck trying to go to bed at night knowing you got an important Big 12 game happening with serious bowl repercussions. Playoff repercussions happening. 248-539-9797. Alex, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man.
So I'm looking at the Pac-12, and their 2 draws are USC and Oregon, sometimes occasionally a Washington. And when I was working sports radio in Phoenix before I left, we were watching this all go down. The name of the game with the Pac-12 right now is who's going to get the TV media rights. And if they get desperate, once USC and UCLA leaves, and if Oregon jumps ship, if they get so desperate that they need a TV deal, they're going to be like the MAC or the WAC. They're going to play Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Mm-hmm. Like an Arizona State versus Oregon State, like a game that doesn't really move the needle.
Right. But that's Alex, you understand, and that's where it's going. That's where this game is heading, is you're going to see football every day of the week. And it's not bad conferences or little conferences. We're going to be talking about the Big 12. We're talking about the Pac-12. Heck, the Big 10, Michigan State, Penn State is Black Friday. It always starts with little subtle, we're just going to try it this one time, people. Don't believe that. That is the banana in the tailpipe. It's not going to just be one time. It's going to happen again and again. And if it makes money, because David, mark my words. I know a lot of people blew their, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe that Michigan State, Penn State game on Black Friday is going down. They're losing a home game, all of that stuff. If that game has Big Ten repercussions, humor me. MSU exceeds expectations. That game's being played, and the winner of that game puts pressure on the game getting played the next day between Michigan and Ohio State. And it makes money. And it sells out. Guess what you have there, my friend? That's what's called a new tradition. Now, that game, whether it's being played here or being played in Happy Valley, it's going to be a Friday night game at night, knowing the TV is going to make money, eyeballs are going to watch, people are going to be in the seats, and that's going to be the new Friday night tradition for those 2 schools. If the Big 12 does this, as the caller just said, the Pac-12 is going to go the exact same way because you can't compete with the SEC and you got to get in where you can fit in. So now you're looking at the MAC saying, yeah, I know people are going to want to watch our games versus your games. What you got for me on the ticket text before we get back to the calls? 248-539-9797.
Rico, I agree with you. Every night is crazy. How am I supposed to do my research for my bets? Ryan in Arizona. That's fair, actually.
I guess the good news is right now is the antithesis of that. There's nothing going on unless you want to bet the ESPYs tonight. That's about it.
I forgot about that tonight.
Everybody else did too. Don't worry about it. Unless you want to bet the ESPYs, there's nothing going on. But when this happens, it's going to be fun for a while, but I'm telling you, after you're going to get like, man, football won't seem as special around the middle, end of October because it's going to be every single night. You got nothing to look forward to. And good luck trying to stay up watching these games because they're going to be primetime games. They're not going to be played during the day. You don't have to worry about a noon kickoff on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Those will be late night games. One more ticket text and we get back to the phone calls.
To your point about the high school football stadiums in Texas, someone says McKinney, Texas High School Football Stadium hosts the Division II National Championships. So that tells you what their stadium looks like.
Yeah, and it's the one, it's in Allen, Texas.
Oh, yeah, I've heard, yeah.
That's, I think, the biggest high school stadium. It's over, I want to say like 13,000 seats. David, they scalp tickets.
Yeah, they have.
Did you hear what I just said? You could buy scalp tickets to a high school football. They take bets, not legal, but you can make bets on the high school football games in the state of Texas.
What did you say the capacity was?
Was it 13?
That's too low. It's 18.
Wow.
And they had a record attendance of 21,766.
To put it in perspective, Northwestern, if they build their new stadium, I think it's going to be around 33,000 seats. Oregon seats double that. So that stadium at capacity is half the size of Alston Stadium that Oregon plays in. It's no joke. I couldn't imagine those kids know what real pressure is. Because you're planning for, think about our high school here. You get a couple hundred people. Oh, it was packed. Couple hundred people there means, wow, where is everybody? 248-539-9797. Is football being played on Thursday and Friday going to make it just too much football? Because I think it is. I think football just needs to be limited to the amount of days, but money is dictating this. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Big 12 Media Day is going on right now. One of the things on the table for the Big 12, the possibility of having to play football on Thursday and Friday nights. SEC and the Big 10 are taking up all the primetime spots. So if you're the Big 12, you want people to see you, you're going to have to go into new territory, especially Friday night, which is everybody knows is high school football night. Yeah, you're going to force a lot of parents and a lot of kids to figure out what they're going to do because these are the only slots available to you. I say that that's too much. I don't think we're going to go backwards. If this happens, and you know the Pac-12, if they stick around, they're going to have to probably play on Tuesday and Wednesday or compete on Friday night as well. It's going to mean that football is going to be played every single day of the week. And I'm sorry, folks. Sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. And I think that that's what would happen with football. It's just going to be too much. 6 to 7 days a week? Nah. I liked it more, and I may be sounding like get off my lawn guy. But when it's just on the weekends, when it was Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. The Thursday, okay, for Thanksgiving Day, all right, that's fine. But now, it's just going too far. 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts before we jump back to our callers.
Yeah, I'm going to place these two together because they match. One says, the worst thing about football every night will be that they'll all be on paid services. The next one comes in. If Apple offered the NFL a bunch of money and they say, give us a day, they would 100% give them Friday night football. So the concern here from both is it's going to be on paid services and it will take Friday night.
Now, I know a lot of people are the paid services, but here's the thing about that. You've all seen the newest Netflix show or the new shows on HBO Max or whether it's Hulu, whether it's 1833 on a Paramount Plus. We all have the services. So the whole, well, I don't know, I'm going to watch the game. You already have it. You already watch it. You've already watched all those series. So you will watch it. You will find a way to get it or you're going to subscribe. Now, if your services, they're smart, they're going to offer you some type of different type of package. Heck, I know with the Big Ten coming up, Peacock's offered that package, David, where you're literally getting it for $20. I think $30 for the year. Yeah, I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying it's there for you. But yeah, a lot of it will be on streaming because you're not going to interrupt, I guess, prime time television. You're going to have to find different ways to get it in. I just think this is too much. And like once the Mac kicks in and they start doing Maction, that means it's going to be every day if this goes through. And the Big 12, I'll give them credit. They're trying to stay relevant because they know we're the fourth conference right now. We're just trying to stay ahead of the Pac-12. That's it. We're never going to pass the SEC. The Big Ten is going to be, I mean, if it was a family member, if this was a family, the SEC is the successful one of the family. The Big Ten is the one that makes the most money in the family. But the SEC is the one when they walk in the party, everybody wants to hang around them. The ACC hangs out with the SEC, so they're kind of cool by association. They're like SEC light. The Big 12, Pac-12, they just want you to remember them and recognize them when they walk in the party. Like, didn't you used to be good? Didn't you used to be the Big 12? Texas plays in you, right? Well, not anymore. Maybe this year, then after that, they're gone. All right, one more, we get to the phone lines.
I think viewership is going to go down because of football being played on too many days.
It is. I just think it's going to oversaturate the market. Football was special because you had to wait all week. You look forward to Saturday. You look forward to Sunday. You got one game in on Monday night, and then you went back to work, and you talked about what was going to happen next weekend. Not tonight, not tomorrow night, and the night after that. It was, okay, I got 5 days that I get to anticipate what's going to happen next. Now it's just getting watered down. 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hi, I got 2 points to make, and as far as that many games, the first one is think of the bowl system. You added all these bowls, and now you can't even find teams over 500 to fill them. You can't fill up a bowl season with quality games, and there's just not enough quality games to do it. And I'm going to borrow Mike Valeni. This one's not my idea. It's something he talks about. Your scheduling and what you do to those teams and the beating they take, and having a long week one week and a short week the next without a sound routine will also hurt the product. So I think there's two legitimate reasons. And you just mentioned another. High school football gets washed aside on Friday night. So those are all reasons why there can be too much of a good thing. Plus you got it year round with the draft and free agency and all that. So you pretty much got football all year round in games, like you said, from August to March.
Yeah, I appreciate the phone call, Jeff. It's going to oversaturate the market, I think. This is a bad idea. And I know people think football is king. Well, you know what? Even kings make bad decisions and they lose their throne. Okay? Boxing used to be king. Okay? Men's tennis used to mean something. Baseball used to be at the top of the food chain. Just to put things in perspective, folks, because none of those are anymore. 248-539-9797. Ned, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? David, I don't know if that's Kenny taking calls. Rico,
That is Kenny.
Doing good. Hey, shout out to Eddie Bishop down in North Carolina. Listen, I'm on board with you, Rico. It's oversaturation. As a degenerate gambler, I'm not going to mind it too much, but I think what kind of the point I want to make is that is how this is killing. I don't think it's necessarily just football. I think money is killing sports in general between NIL and the transfer portal. Like 20 years ago, like I was telling Kenny, 20 years ago, you used to get up for USC Texas, that national championship game, and kids had school pride, and kids had you wanted to play for your school, and you had Saturday nights and you had Sundays for NFL, and you got up for that stuff. And now it's just like you can't even get excited about it anymore because there's so much money running through these sports now that it's just killing the sport. And it's like, what am I going to get excited for when this kid's transferring here, this kid's transferring there? You got kids going all over the place chasing NIL deals. You got NFL is a little bit, to me, I'm only watching NFL mostly anyway, but I love the Tuesday actions. But other than that, I think you're dead on. It's oversaturation, and I think money is killing the magic and the luster that the football season brought.
No, I'm totally with you, Ned. And this is going to be a football problem. It's going to be a college football problem. I mean, maybe this all goes away when we get to the super divisions, and then we can just kind of pick and choose. But right now, Big 12 is trying to stay relevant. They went out and they gathered 4 different teams in there, and I don't think any of those 4 teams combined is going to give you the same attraction that Texas and Oklahoma brought to the table. You lost your best 2 teams. I mean, to put things in perspective, imagine the Big Ten if all of a sudden Michigan and Ohio State left to go play in the ACC. The Big Ten wouldn't look the same. They would have to scramble to try to find some teams. They're just as good. No, they're not. They're not even close. No one cares. No one's going to get excited when Cincinnati and Houston play. No one's looking forward to that BYU Central Florida game because you lost your main guys. So now you're going to have to try to get in where you can fit in. I think it's going to hurt the product. I think eventually there's a lot of things that's going to lead to the downfall of football. Right now it's at its peak, but I'm telling you, if you keep making these same mistakes, look at other sports. They got too arrogant. They thought that they were invincible. They were untouchable. And in the end, they're all struggling to try to be relevant. You don't believe me? Baseball had to do something they never thought they would do. They changed their rules. And baseball is the one sport, man,
We need it to be the same way it was back for Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and all of that. And this is the pitch clocks. Hey, what if we put people on second base in extra innings? What if we do this? What if we do that? Why? Because they realize they got passed by. They made a lot of mistakes. They got arrogant. The 90s. Baseball killed itself in the 90s. That strike, David, they never recovered. I think it was the 94 strike. They never recovered. And, yeah, because at that point, they sold them their soul for the home run derby, and they let the players get juiced up.
And
Why?
none of them now can make the Hall of Fame.
Right, and now they're, well, you use steroids. You bought them for me. You knew I used steroids because you bought them for me. You still got the receipt in your pocket. If you're football, you want to watch out. 248-539-9797 in the 3 o'clock hour, because this is why I don't want them to oversaturate your product, because I'm excited for football, because this is July is the last month until March that we won't have any football being played. I got a question for Lions fans in the 3 o'clock hour. We've kind of tiptoed and danced around it. I'm just going to bring it to the table. I'll tell you about that in the 3 o'clock hour. But what we got next, David?
Football today.
More football. Let's go. 97.1.
All right, let's talk about some of the fun, positive things about football. David, what you got?
So it has been made official by the NFL. The Jets will be on Hard Knocks. The reason why I bring that up because as Garrett Wilson spoke on the team a little bit, he's quoted as saying on Aaron Rodgers, "We took full advantage of the time in the spring." So Garrett Wilson believes the team is ready. Are we going to see that reflected in Hard Knocks when we watch them?
No, because I think how much did you see of Jared Goff last year?
Jared Goff? None. A little bit.
What, it took like 3 weeks before we saw Ben Johnson?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen anybody avoid the cameras more than Ben Johnson.
So you're going to tell me that Aaron Rodgers is going to avoid the cameras?
Yeah.
No way.
No, Aaron Rodgers will avoid the cameras because he's not getting paid individually for this. Now, if this was a State Farm commercial, he would be there. But right now, he does not want to do this at all. David, they'll talk about him, but I don't think that they're going to showcase him. He won't be one of the main storylines. Let's put it like that. You'll see him throwing passes.
No.
He won't have a camera following him.
He is their starting quarterback in New York, and he's coming off the most controversial off seasons. No way.
No. Because it's as we said before, it would be oversaturation. I think people are a little sick of Aaron Rodgers, where – okay, follow around Sauce Gardner. Follow around the incoming rookie. Follow around. Okay,
Brees Hall's come back.
That's stories I want to see. What is Aaron going to say or do that we haven't heard already?
I don't need him to say or do anything. I just want to see him. And the fans want to see him.
You'll see him, but he won't be like Jared Goff. You saw Jared Goff, but they didn't put cameras in his face.
I hope they show everything he said when he was in the Denver talking about mushrooms that he wants legal and all of that stuff.
See, once again, no one cares.
I think a lot of people in New York care about this next story here, and it is Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley and the Giants remain at a stalemate in contract talks, and on his side, it seems like he's willing to sit out a few games of the regular season to make his point. Is that smart on his end?
Yeah, it works so well for Le'Veon Bell. Yeah, sure. I mean, no. I'm never going to tell a person to play when you feel you shouldn't, but these types of situations never really work out the way you think that they are, because here's what happens. You find out that NFL stands for not for long. Somebody comes in there, does what you've been doing, and now teams are like, well, did we really need? Hence, it's why Dalvin Cook's not a Minnesota Viking anymore. It's why the Lions are just, hey, let's just go find another running back, and we're going to get rid of these two. Let's bring in two more. The running back position is not what it's supposed to be. That's not Saquon's fault, but it is what it is. He's never going to get the deal that he wants. The Giants, when they chose to go after Vanilla Vic, the quarterback, Daniel Jones.
Forgot about that nickname.
They pretty much told you this is where we're going with the team. Quarterback, not you.
So let's get into this here because it's your guy, your favorite quarterback in the NFL. His name is Kyler Murray. Quote from him, "Last year was necessary. Good will come out of what happened." So for those that need a recap of what happened in Arizona, they had a horrible year. He tore his ACL. They then fired their GM, fired their coach. Everything is redone. DeAndre Hopkins is now gone. So was last year necessary, and you think good will come out of what happened?
No. Okay.
Agreed.
Here's the funny thing about it. I was talking to the guy building my deck, Ron. We were talking about the Arizona. Arizona is so screwed. Arizona may have pick number 1 and number 2 in the upcoming draft. I've never seen that happen before. You would think that this is the most enviable position to be in because I could take the best two players. I don't have to decide. I can take them both, okay? Except in a year, like I'm mad that the Lions weren't high in the draft this year. This is the year you want a quarterback. There's probably about 4 or 5 quarterbacks. They can't take any of them.
Can't take Drake, can't take Caleb.
They're locked into this guy till 2028.
Can't take JJ.
And nobody's going to take this contract. 2028. Now, the best thing they could do is flip those 2 first-round picks for maybe 4 first-round picks or some down the line. But he single-handedly has killed a franchise. I've never seen anything like that before. The owner, the general manager, and Kyler Murray have decimated the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know how they bounce back from this because they're going to be bad because he doesn't care about football. When you have to put in the clause, I kind of need you to read the playbook, yeah, that tells me everything I need to know.
So the Patriots and Colts are set to play in Germany this year. I believe that game is going to be a Week 9 matchup. And it sold out. Tickets sold out in a matter of minutes, according to the NFL.
Do the Germans know that Brady doesn't play for the Patriots?
I don't think they know. I don't think they understand who plays for the Colts because there's nothing exciting for that matchup. But it sold out within minutes.
Yeah.
And the other game, Chiefs-Dolphins, who's also playing in Germany, that sold out quickly as well.
It makes sense, though. It's an event. And for those who are like, but it's the Colts and the Patriots. It's the same way when the World Cup comes here. We don't get it that often. So if you even remotely follow football and it's coming to Germany, you're going to make the drive to go see it. Just like if you remotely follow soccer, you're going to go see the World Cup game. Your average person doesn't care. But if it's only going to be here for a game or two, okay, you'll sell out. Now, if it was a whole season, no, you would have empty stadiums there, just like you have empty stadiums here.
And then I'll close it out with this because we were all watching the video, the reveal of the creamsicle jerseys returning for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I keep bringing this up because Lions fans, I want you to understand, when you face them this year, they will be wearing these, and it will be the greatest thing you've ever seen because the Lions can't compete uniform-wise.
They can't compete uniform-wise, but I guess it's time and history. It's what people are going to be saying years from now. Oh, my God, the Lions are wearing the black jersey. You do realize those jerseys in Tampa scream losing.
It sure did. You're right.
They were the first team to not win a game. When they asked the coach, it was Rich McKay, what do you think about the execution of the offense? Oh, I'm in favor of it. I mean, they were that bad. I think Steve Young, I think the Leroy and Dewey Selman, they didn't win games. But now it's the hot fashion thing. I mean, it'll be cool. They'll do it once. If you're the Lions, don't try to match it. Just wear your normal road jerseys.
You don't want them to wear the grays, the kind of match.
If you try to match it, David, you can relate to this. It's when Michigan tried to match the pro combat jerseys of State, and you looked ridiculous.
It was a mistake.
You should have just played in your regular jerseys. It's okay to let somebody else have their moment. Let Tampa have the moment.
You go out there on the field and you beat them.
You just prepare, right. And you know what'll happen? I don't even know why we brought these losing jerseys back anyway. They sucked then, they suck now. But, yeah, the creamsicle jerseys with Bruce the Pirate on the helmet.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember those days. Steve Young running around before he went to the privileged team.
Doug Williams was in that jersey as well.
It was. So, no, it was, yeah. It was a lot of people that played, I think, what was Warren? Yeah, Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp started in that. Rondé Barber started in that.
So, yeah.
John Lynch.
Wow.
Well, it is what it is. They're okay, but you're right. They lost.
What I should simply say for this, if you're the Lions, don't try to match it. Let Tampa have their day that day, because you don't possess a jersey that's remotely close to that. And don't tell me the Thanksgiving Day jersey, because it's not. It's not.
It is not.
That's like the Brandon Inge of jerseys.
And that's a great way to end it. That is in football today.
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. The Tigers are enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break following the Home Run Derby and last night's All-Star game. Lone Tigers representative Michael Lorenzen tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless last night in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break is Friday night against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters yet for that series. The Tigers will exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first-place Minnesota. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans join camp on July 22nd, and the first practice that's open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has got the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just 1 week from the start of camp. And staying in the NFL, former Lions division foe Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will be this year's team featured on Hard Knocks. HBO did reach out to the Lions about a second straight season on Hard Knocks, but the team opted to take a year off. The Pistons will play their third Summer League game this afternoon in Vegas. They're taking on the Raptors at 6 o'clock. Detroit 1-1 so far this summer with the win against the Magic back on Saturday and a loss to the Rockets on Sunday. Jalen Duren has led them so far this summer, averaging 20 points a game. And the Red Wings wasted no time signing their top pick in last month's NHL draft. Detroit signed a number 9 pick center Nate Danielson to an entry-level contract. The 18-year-old was captain of the WHL's Brandon Wheat Kings last season, leading the team with 33 goals. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, I want to say this one made it all the way to the Final Four in the Stony and Wojo drop, 5th annual drop contest that happened yesterday. All right, Lions fans, we've kind of danced around this. And I got a question for you Lions fans out there. At what point are you going to be satisfied for this upcoming season? Now, I've heard people say, hey, they got to win the division. Okay, is that it? Is that it? If they win the division, you're okay. They win the division, they lose a playoff, you're fine with that. Where are you satisfied? Is it a wild card? Is it a playoff win? NFC championship? The funny thing is there's 2 words I never hear Lions fans talk about because you can't talk about that, and that's Super Bowl. But I want to know, where do you plant your flag for this upcoming year? Right here, right now. What is this? On July 12th. What would make you satisfied for this Detroit Lions team? If they because I heard the morning show talking about this earlier today, and it just got me to wondering, like, yeah, what is that line of delineation for Lions fans? Where is it that if they make it to this point, you cannot complain? You'll sit there and say, you know what? It was a good year. A lot of people said last year was a good year. You bounced back from 1-6. You finished off the year. You didn't make the playoffs, but you finished off the year, 8-1?
Yeah, I believe so, right?
Yeah, 8-1, yeah. Where is that line? Because I have one. Plain and simple. You have to do something you haven't done in over 30 years. Got to win a playoff game. You win a playoff game, you're good. And I don't care if it's a wild card weekend. I don't care if you backed in and got the last wild card spot. You won that game. On the road is even better because I don't even recall I don't think they've ever won a playoff game on the road. But you got to win a game.
But let me correct myself. It is 8-2 because they lost to the Panthers as well. 8-2.
They did. So where is that point? Where are you planting your flag, Lions fans? 248-539-9797. Where is it that you'll say this season was a successful season? This season, yeah, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, they got this thing going because we reached this point. Because I do wonder, would anybody say Super Bowl? Because you say Super Bowl in this city, that look that you just gave me, David, is the same look that most people have. Nobody's going to call up and say Super Bowl. I know that. I know. So most teams, good teams, yeah. You win the Super Bowl or the season's or it's a failure. But for here, what's success? What does it mean? Where do you plant your flag on July 12th? Is it winning the division? That, and it's successful. Playoff game. You make it to the NFC Championship game. 248-539-9797, because I would like to know. Because if expectation is raised in this city the way people make it seem that way, then let's start calling your shot and let's stop treating this team like it's the West Side Cubs. And it's actually an NFL team, and let's have some real expectations for this team. And you'll be willing to just go ahead and put it on record. I think they're going to do this. This is a success right here, right now, because everybody's telling me how special this team is, how they're going to do so much. So call your shot. I want to know. 248-539-9797, because for me, it's simple. You got to win a playoff game. All that other stuff is just word soup. Don't care. Well, we won the division. Don't care. Did you win your playoff game? No, don't care. I do believe in taking baby steps. Now, here's the thing. You make the playoffs. It's not like hockey. But if you make the playoffs, strange things can happen. You never know. You could have all your quarterbacks get knocked out of the NFC Championship game, and you're just dead meat to the Eagles. But I know, privilege. But where are you at, Lions fans? Where is that point that you're saying If they make it here, I don't care what happens after that. I'm labeling this season a success. 248-539-9797. I want to know. Call, text, because here is your chance. I don't want to hear it later. I don't want to hear when they're losing, or I don't want to hear, oh, well, I never thought that they were going to do anything. Yes, you did. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to me. You're lying to Kenny, who's taking the phone calls. Tell us right here, right now. And it's okay to have high expectations. We're going to treat this like the judgment-free zone. I'm not here to ridicule you. I'm not here to make fun of you. I simply want to know, what is that line of delineation that you're saying, yeah, if they do it and they make it this far and then they lose, I'm okay with that. I like this team and they're on the way. But that also means if they don't reach that point, the year is a failure. 248-539-9797. David, I haven't asked you, what do you think?
Okay. It would be winning the division and a playoff game.
Okay.
So I'm combining it.
And I was about to judge you, but I said this is judgment free.
I'm combining it because I'm tired of I already believe they can win the division. And I think with that being my belief already, I think failing to win a playoff game because it'll be at home is a disappointment. So you have to then win the playoff game if you win the division. Now, if you don't win the division, which I think you can do, they can do, you still have to win a playoff game.
See,
you do, period.
And I know a lot of people are bent on the division doesn't mean that much to me.
And I understand it. That's why I'm still saying if you don't
Congratulations.
win the division,
yeah, you went 10-7, you won the North, and you got knocked out in wild card weekend. Are you happy?
Exactly. You have to still win a playoff game. You cannot win a division and lose.
Or, you know what, you go 9-8, you get that last wild card spot, but you beat the Vikings. I think you're happy.
You can, yeah, well.
No, you're happy. There's no well. There is no well,
You got to win a playoff game, period.
No.
To me.
You have to win a playoff game. A division, don't care.
Okay.
Winning the division is okay.
It's like the Vikings last year. They won the division and then they lost at home to the Giants.
Right.
Can't happen.
You think Cousins is happy about, but they've won games before. You haven't done either. But if I had to pick one,
it's the playoff game.
You got to win a playoff.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you totally.
I mean, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be bringing guys like Herman Moore back for the 30-year reunion of your last playoff victory.
Chris Spillman, Herman Moore.
Think about it. There are fans down there who were not alive. That is unacceptable. Okay? We're not talking Super Bowl. We're talking playoff win. Stuff that Tim Tebow has a playoff win.
Don't remind me of that playoff win. Thank you so much.
Who did they beat?
They beat my team.
Oh, well, guess who's going to beat them this first weekend? 248-539-9797. Lions fans, where you playing your flag? What is successful? At this point, if they make it there, you're happy. If they don't, season's a failure. I want to know. 248-539-9797. We got your phone calls. We got your ticket text next. 97.1. So the question is very, very simple, Lions fans. This upcoming season, great expectation. Where is your point of no return? Where is it that you want to see this Lions team get to that you'll say season was an absolute success? But if they miss that mark, you're disappointed, and the season is a failure. 248-539-9797 for me. You got to win a playoff game. I don't care about the division. I don't. Make it to the wild card weekend. You could be the last team to make the playoffs. But if you win a playoff game, especially on the road, that is a major step to me. That is going in the right direction. Now, for some of you, and I don't even know if it's people out there, Super Bowl. A buddy of mine actually texted me and said, it's the Super Bowl. You got to get in the Super Bowl. He didn't say win it, but he said you got to get in the Super Bowl. I'm not mad at him. I'm not. Because that's high aspirations. But I want to know. 248-539-9797. We got a few phone lines available. Kenny.
So the more I thought about this, at first when I woke up, if you had asked me first thing in the morning, I would have said win the division, just because it doesn't happen often in this town, especially with most of our teams being as bad as they are right now. I would have been like, that's good enough. But then I got to thinking about it. I don't know that. I mean, I obviously haven't seen the Lions win a playoff game in my lifetime. That's what the goal is. That's what you have to accomplish. Because even if some shenanigans happen during the regular season and you fall into a wild card spot, I expect them to win the division. I expect them to win over 10 games, win the division. But even if for some reason that doesn't happen and we fall to a wild card spot, I would still be happy with a wild card playoff win. I just want to see them do something that has never happened in my lifetime. And that's the sign of progress that I need as a Lions fan to get me to that next step.
You're right. Like I said, you shouldn't be having reunion games for your last playoff victory. Okay? That in and of itself should just depress the hell out of you if you're a Lions fan. I mean, David, I was there. Little did I know, I was watching history. And the funny thing about it is I remember they're like, oh, these two teams are going to be battling for Super Bowls for times to come. They beat the Cowboys. They beat Troy Aikman and Emmett and Michael Irvin and all. And one team took off.
Sure did.
Other one, not so much. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Yes, I'm calling about the Lions.
Yeah.
I think if they win the division and get just one playoff win, that would be a success. I remember when they won that one playoff game in '91. I was in seventh grade, and then they got blew out by the Redskins the next week. But it's a playoff game because people acting crazy talking about Super Bowl. But,
Chris, but hold on, Chris, you're a Lions fan. Why is it crazy to talk about Super Bowl?
Well, let me rephrase that. They crazy, but I think people are jumping the gun a little too much because we didn't make the playoffs last year and we did finish strong. But it's a whole new season, whole new expectation. The big thing I want to see, how they going to handle all the expectation. It's one thing to sneak up on people, but now the expectation of how the guys going to be able to, and all those guys ain't been through that. The only person that really you can say has been through that is Jared Goff. He's been to a Super Bowl, but how's he going to rally the young guys who are expected to play big roles, like Emerson Williams when he come back, Jamar Gibbs, the new tight end from Iowa? Like, how they go understanding the expectations of what they going through to really be able to get it done? Because I can see a division because Rodgers gone, I don't trust Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields a baby. This division is for ours for the taking.
All right, so it's division. Division and a win. All right, Chris. Appreciate the phone call. Chris said division and a win. He's like you, David. I don't think.
Oh yeah, he's like me.
What?
He how can you expect Gibbs and Laporta to come in as a rookie and because it's the NFL?
Okay, I really do think that Gibbs, I can see.
Laporta may take a little bit of time.
This Laporta love that everybody has, acting like he's going to come out there and be the next Kittle.
No, your hope is that later in the season he becomes what you need him to be.
I mean,
he ain't gonna be like that early.
I mean, it took T.J. Hawkinson.
I know.
Who, to me, is a good tight end. Not great.
It takes a
good.
second. Yeah.
But people, he's from Iowa. He's just gonna walk in like.
No,
he's not gonna be Kelsey. He's not gonna be Kittle. What
to be the full?
What are we doing here?
To be
with
the
him?
full tight end you need, it will not happen year one. Maybe late in year one, you may get some a few things that say, okay, I see it, but it ain't gonna be Kittle. And you're right.
248-539-9797. Chad, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, Chad.
How's it going? I just wanted to say that I think realistically we can expect or hope to expect a first-round win in the playoffs. Anything over that, I think, is just unrealistic, if not impossible. Going from the worst team in the league, we can't get the players we need. I think Goff is a sleeper. He can hold his own out there. We just need, a couple more years, more draft picks to get Super Bowl level. I don't think anybody should expect Lions to be a Super Bowl team.
Okay, but Chad,
for next year.
Chad, hold on. You can't play the card you're the worst team because you challenged for a playoff spot last year. And it's a different organization. The Eagles got bombed, barely made the playoffs, got bombed in their game. They went to the Super Bowl the next year.
Yeah, but, nearly making the playoffs. But if you actually go watch their season, right, they started out hot, but that just fell off. You can't do that and expect to be, a Super Bowl team if you can make it only a third or a halfway into the season before your guys just, I don't know if they stop trying or what, but obviously we just really struggle. And you can't have that happen. That's why I think it's just unrealistic, to say that they can make the Super Bowl next year.
I appreciate the phone call, Chad. David, I've kind of handcuffed myself because I said it's going to be judgment free.
I'm having a hard time here, okay?
I really wanted to say something. So I'm not going to talk about the calls. It's judgment free. Fans, you can't have it both ways. You can't be, oh, look at us, we're poor, we don't have this, we don't have that, and then pound your chest. Oh, yeah, Campbell, Brad Holmes, they turning it around. You can't play the whole, well, we were one of the worst teams last year. You weren't. You were one of the first teams to start the year off, but you finished strong. You don't get to play both sides of the fence. That, I'm not going to allow. I'm changing the rules on the fly. I'm not allowing that. Now, if you tell me, like the one caller, I don't know if they can handle expectations this year and I expect them to fall off, I'm okay. All right, if they win 9 games, I'm okay with that. That's fine. But you can't give me the whole poor me's. Well, nobody ever believed it. No. That will not be accepted, okay? We've changed. It's like baseball. We've changed the rules now, okay? Can't sit here and give me that. 248-539-9797. Yes. Oh, I thought you were about to say, we got any ticket text?
Yes, we do. I'll read those, okay? The Lions must win the division and win a playoff game. Anything less than that will be a failure. This is our one shot. We can't miss it. Another one says, Lions fans can't forget, this is an NFL team. It's Super Bowl or bust. Doug Peterson did it in year 2 with the Eagles, and he's about to do it again. AP in Tennessee.
I wish that person would have called because I really want to know. If you believe that they got to get to the Super Bowl or they could win the Super Bowl, I would love to hear that phone call because I keep hearing expectations, but nobody will plant their flag. It's just, well, we're going to win the division. Okay, and what does that get you? Nothing.
See, here's where it only gets you somewhere, and I agree with Paul here from Shelby who texted in. Well, Rico, if they take the North and they get a bye, then 2 playoff wins, they're 2 playoff wins away from the Super Bowl. So yeah, I'll say they can get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but there's only one bye.
Right. So I guess that would be the pathway, right? We're talking about Super Bowl is possible. If you think they can win the division, you're saying they're the best team in the NFC possibly. And then, yeah, there's a pathway, right?
I guess when I talk about winning the division, I talk about the NFC North.
No, I know.
He's saying they will have a better record than the Philadelphia Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers.
But he's saying that could be a pathway for those that say division. Yes.
Yes, it could.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, sure.
That could be probably the pathway to get to the Super Bowl for them. They have to be the bye team. Because winning a game, they'll probably still lose in the next round.
But talk about small-minded thinking. Wow.
No, I'm not thinking that way. I'm saying this is the Lions, right? So Lions fans will say, "Oh, we won one playoff game, wild card weekend.
Mental note.
That's it."
This may be the last judgment-free topic we ever have. Because, man, I'm trying to stick to the script here. We only get to the Super Bowl if you could make it and get a bye week.
Well,
yeah, because in Philly, they're thinking, well, if we don't get the bye week, fellas, we're
No, I think
John
he's
Lynch
saying,
is telling the play, hey, Debo, you better get to the bye week because with no bye week, we stand no chance.
No, I think many fans like Paul is saying that could be probably the best pathway for the Lions.
Yes.
Because they're thinking Lions.
In theory,
yes.
True. I just want to know. I simply say you got to win a game. You got to win one game, and anything after that to me is house money. It's gravy. You keep going on, but you got to be able to do better than just still talking about beating the Cowboys. Guys, it's been so long since they won a playoff game that the triplets are all in the Hall of Fame. Their careers were so great and over, and then they waited the amount of years to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. I think all three of them are there.
All three of them are there, including Charles Haley, who's also there, who was a part of those teams.
That's how long ago it was that Troy Aikman, I think, was in year 2 or year 3. He's in the Hall of Fame. It's been a while. 248-539-9797. We'll get to all your calls next. 97.1. Speaking of judgment-free, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and summer is a great time to head on over to Planet Fitness. You can join. You can walk into any of the facilities, and you'll be amazed when you walk into those facilities. Clean environment, friendly staff. If you got some type of a goal, they're there to help you reach that goal. And you got elliptical machines. That's my favorite one. Free weights, treadmills, rowing machines, bicycles, whatever it is, they have it. And if you're like, well, I don't have that much time. No. They have the full body 30-minute workout that takes, 30 minutes and you're done. You can go on to the rest of your day, but think of how proud you'll be. It's very simple. Now through July 19th, $1 down. You spend more on coffee than that $1. $1 down, $10 a month. Now through July 19th, head over to any Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans, they'll join camp on July 22nd. The first practice that's open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just a week away from the start of camp. And staying in the NFL, former Lions division foe Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will be this year's team featured on Hard Knocks. HBO did reach out to the Lions about a second straight season on Hard Knocks, but the team opted to take a year off. And the Pistons will play their third Summer League game this afternoon in Vegas. They're taking on the Raptors at 6 o'clock. Detroit 1-1 so far this summer with the win against the Magic back on Saturday and a loss to the Rockets on Sunday. Jalen Duren has led the Pistons so far this summer, averaging 20 points a game. Fellow second-year player Jaden Ivey also averaging 18 a game and checking in on those rookies. Asar Thompson averaging just over 9 a game, and Marcus Sasser is scoring 6 points a game. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the phone lines. Lions fans, where you at on this? Where you planting your flag for this upcoming season? Abdur, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, how you doing?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm all right. So hear me out, though. Mine is the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
And I say that because I can't believe in San Francisco without a quarterback right now, not knowing who the quarterback is or not knowing what the quarterback play is going to be. And Philadelphia is truly the only team that I think is truly 100% better than us. And I don't think that in order to get to the NFC Championship game, we even if San Francisco's okay, we won't have to play both Philadelphia and San Francisco to get to the NFC Championship game. So we only have to maybe see one. Hopefully it'll be San Francisco. But I think that we could beat everybody else who could be possibly playoff teams. And I think that we could get to the NFC Championship game and have to play either Philadelphia or San Francisco to go to the Super Bowl. So the NFC Championship, and I told all my friends for the past couple of weeks, the NFC Championship game is what to me will signify a successful season.
Okay.
So I just don't think that them having to play San Francisco, they won't have to play San Francisco or Philadelphia, both of them, to get to the NFC Championship game. So that's where I stand right now.
And if they don't make it to the championship game, season's a failure, right?
The season's a failure, yes. The season's a failure, yeah.
All right. And I mean, a lot of slander against my team, but you know what, Abdur? Judgment free today. But don't slander my team.
No, Rico, I'm not slandering the team.
I'm
just saying to you I'm not slandering. But I'm saying to you, the quarterback play, we don't know who the quarterback is going to be.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Brock Purdy's not walking in that door right now. You know what I'm saying?
No,
you don't know what he's going to do.
I got you. Appreciate the call. I keep trying to tell David that, but he doesn't believe me. 248-539-9797. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going? First time, long time.
Hey, man.
So, so my thing is NFC Championship. I think the thing with Lions fans is that maybe it's just a Detroit thing. We get kind of stuck in this losing mentality, and I don't think winning a playoff game is really just the bottom line acceptable, because I don't see them as legit. You guys talked about it with the Broncos beating the Steelers and the Giants beating the Vikings. You win a playoff game, that doesn't make you legit. You need to put yourself in contention. So the NFC Championship for me is a minimum. Anything less than that, it's not going to feel well.
All right. Appreciate the phone call. So we've had a couple callers. NFC title game, that's it. If you don't make it to the game, that's a failure. You know what? I'm not mad at you, because it means you got standards. It means that you have done something that most Detroiters are afraid to do. You raised the bar. And in this city, right here, right now, winning a game is the bar. Making it to the NFC title game, wow. So kudos, and I applaud those who say, if you don't make it to the NFC title game, season is a failure. Everything is lining up for you. You're in a division that you should win. But I'm not caught up on winning the division. I'm more so on what you do in the playoffs. The Vikings won the division. Didn't mean much. You can win your division, and if you lose that first week in the wild card weekend, I don't think any Lions fans are going to be walking around happy. I mean, you'll be happy when they raise the banner the following season in week 1. You'll cheer that, but That's it. We once again, we still. I mean, think about it. Back when the Lions first won, in their first, second, and third season in the league was Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, and Emmitt Smith. They're all in the Hall of Fame. Jimmy Johnson, he's now in the Hall of Fame. The owner of the team, they've retired. They've moved on. They've had second acts. You still haven't won a game. Think about that. 248-539-9797. What do they have to do? What do the Lions have to do to be successful? That if they don't make it to this point, man, season's a failure. But anything past this point, I'm okay with. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, David, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, good afternoon. Satisfaction and expectations are two different things. I'd be satisfied with a playoff win, but this is what I expect. That Thursday night game, Lions win 31-24 in Kansas City. They go on to a 12-5 record, get the bye, beat Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game, and then beat Buffalo in the Super Bowl 41-7.
Okay.
That's what I would be satisfied with a playoff win, but I would be very happy with what I just said.
So a playoff win and everything else is gravy, but they don't win a playoff game, and Mark, you're upset.
Well, not upset, but I'm back to square one. Okay, now what do we do?
No. But Mark, if they don't win a playoff game, is the season a failure?
Well, depending on if somebody gets hurt, say they go 8-2 and Goff goes down.
Mark, it's okay.
And then
it's okay.
Then they don't win another game. I'm not upset, and it's not a failure.
Let's say they're all healthy, relatively healthy.
Hey, David, that sounds awful judgmental. It's judgment free. That's very judgmental, Pastor. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Mark.
I'm judging.
Go ahead, Mark.
If somebody gets hurt, but and it goes down like Goff does, and they're 8-2, and they don't win another game, I'm not going to be upset. I'm going to be like, you know what, man, they had it.
No,
man, they were ahead in there.
I got you, Mark, and appreciate the phone call. Yes. And we're going under the whole premise that nobody's going to blow out their knee. Nobody's going to have that Joe Theismann moment where the bone comes jettisoning out. No. None of that. You just lost the game. All your people were out there. Amara, J-Mo, back off suspension, Goff. All the people were out there. You just lost. That would be a failure to me. 248-539-9797. Plenty of people want to talk about this, so we're going to talk about this. Your phone calls, your ticket text, next, 97.1. I asked the question, and Detroit has responded. What is the line of delineation when it comes to the Lions? What marks success? What marks failure? What do they need to do in order for you to say, yes, this year was a successful season? They did everything that I needed them to do. At what point, yeah, they didn't reach the goal. And I'm not happy with this team. Now, we've had people so far. We've only had callers go all the way up to the NFC title game. David and Kenny are not too happy with some people. Pastors over there judging. Just saying.
Yes, I am.
Steeler fan. We have 6 rings.
Well, here's the thing, because I'm glad you brought that up, because every fan base should believe that their team can win it all. I know what my team is. But I know if everything goes right, yes, I have an expectation that we should be back in the Super Bowl. I don't think it's going to happen, but you should have that expectation as a fan. So, I'm kind of on board with the people that are saying NFC Championship game or bust. I get it. Have an expectation. But, Kenny wants to make fun of all of them.
He
thinks they're crazy.
Kenny,
my expectation is not NFC Championship game. Let me start by saying that. But to deny that there's a route if everything goes right, I mean, I'm with David in that. It's okay to believe that your team it's possible, because if the Lions are as good as we think they're going to be, win the division type good, 10-plus wins type good, that means you probably are hosting a playoff game. That means you're probably, you're not – I don't know if you're the favorite, but you're in that conversation of teams that could make a run. There's a pathway for you if you win your division. And to say, oh, well, nope, that's it. That's good enough. Tap out there. I mean, I don't want to see those fans in Ford Field if they have another home playoff game.
Please, you sit next to them every game. Can you buy
I understand that, but it bothers me that that's good enough. I mean, it is good enough for like the low bar to clear for this season. That's my low bar, win a playoff game. But after that, come on, it's possible if you do that. There's a pathway there. That's all I'm saying.
248-539-9797. Dan, you are on 97.1.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you. So I just want to preface this a little bit. For me, mine's a little convoluted, my answer, but it basically comes down to this division because Aaron Rodgers leaving. Everything's up for grabs. So success to me either is winning the division or having a better playoff performance than the other 3 teams in our division.
Wait, winning the division or being better than everybody else in the division in the playoffs?
Yeah, we got to do better in the playoffs. So if the Vikings win the division and we beat them in the playoffs, then I'm happy.
Okay. I mean, Dan, I appreciate the call. I thought you would maybe aim a little higher. I think we could all say this is a bad division. It's like the Tigers saying, so long as we can outplay everybody in our division, well, that's not saying much. Okay? You're focused on the wrong thing. Well, we outdid the Bears, so we're the best of the least. All right. Hey, I asked the question. Dan had the answer. Appreciate the phone call, Dan. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's bring in Larry. You're on 97.1. Larry. All right, Larry, fast-paced show. All right, back to the phone lines. Ralph, you get a chance to be a hero. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, how are you?
Good, man.
Good. I say that they need to win the division and go to the NFC Championship game.
Division and make it all the way to the NFC Championship game. This is a man with standards. Why is that, Ralph?
Well, all the smoke around them, and they're talking the talk. Now they need to walk the walk. I am sick and tired of hearing we're going to do this next year. No. You know what? You guys have the pieces in place. You guys sat there and jumped and grabbed what you say you need. You upgraded the running backs. You upgraded the D-backs, all of the backfield, everything. You know what? Sure, you have some weaknesses. What team does not? But what you need to do is walk the walk and get to that next step is to go to the NFC Championship game.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Ralph. So it sounds like the Lions fans who are really buying into this team, you got to make it to the NFC title game. You got to make it to the Final Four of the NFL. Whether it's a home game, whether it's away, you want to be one of the 4 best teams with a chance of making it to the Super Bowl. I'm not mad at that. I like that, as a matter of fact, because I think too many times in this city, man, this bar is low. I mean, for me, I just want to see him win a game. But I applaud people who will say, if you don't make it to the NFC title game, the season is a failure. That's where you should be, Lions fans. That's where you should. Now, I'm not saying you have to be there, but, man, I love to hear it. 248-539-9797. Where should the Lions be at the end of the year that you're going to say, yeah, success? And if they don't make it to that point, this is an absolute failure of a year. This didn't go the way we planned. I want to know. David, a couple ticket texts.
Rico, these people are out of their minds. Winning a playoff game would be incredible. I believe this team will be better, but still miss the playoffs. Tom from Waterford. Wow.
So Tom is saying be good, but you're not even going to just don't embarrass yourself. Don't go 3-14 is what he's saying.
Yeah, be better, but miss the
playoffs.
playoffs.
You're going to make the playoffs. So last year, duplicate last year. You went 9-8.
Yeah, just don't start 1-6. But yes, I guess that would be better because you don't start 1-6, but you still finish 8-9,
right? That
or
means
9-8. Rather
means you had a couple of losing streaks throughout the season.
Correct. How can the expectation be to make the NFC title game, win a playoff game first? They say.
Well, it's saying that I know that you're going to win that playoff game, and now you get to the divisional round, and now you're in the NFC Championship game.
Division and playoff win have to go hand in hand. Backing into a wild card likely lands us in Philly or San Francisco first round, which means loss more than likely from Chris.
But remember, if you win that game, if you knock off one of the big boys, you've cleared the path for yourself. Somebody did not do it for you. You took care of business. You slayed a dragon. That's how I see it.
Hello, gentlemen. Lions need to be playing in the NFC Championship game for me. No reason not to expect that with all the additions to the roster, Matt in New Baltimore.
Okay. And I'm with you. But my bar, and I like that, my bar is maybe a little bit lower. You got to win a game. Win a game. I don't care about winning the division. It would be nice if you won the division. But if this is one of those years that maybe, you know what? Jordan Love really was all that and got slept on. And the Packers go out and they are 12-5. You're sitting there at 11-6. You're a wild card team. Don't care. Get to the playoffs. You win your game. Because in the end, you'd rather take a playoff victory than winning the division. But I get it. I applaud the people who say you got to go to the NFC title game. Now, you notice we haven't had anybody say Super Bowl, which if you can make it to the NFC title game, you know what? It's your opinion. 248-539-9797. One more ticket text, David.
Someone says, Rico, stop hyping up our fans. We haven't won a playoff game in ages. This city needs to manage expectations, win a playoff game, and go from there.
Hey, I'm not hyping up the fan. I want to know. It's July 12th. Optimism has never been higher for this team. All I hear is how this is going to be different. We got a real coach in Dan Campbell. Look at what Holmes is doing as a GM and the players he's bringing in. I'm hearing wait till J-Mo gets back and how he's going to stretch the field. Okay, so fine. Let's put your money where your mouth is. What's a successful season? I'm not hyping the fans up. I just want to know. I'm tired of fans hiding in the background and not really being accountable. So for today, I'm holding people accountable. You tell me what's acceptable for you. What's successful for you? What's a failure for you? 97.1.
Brought to you by 5 Iron Golf Detroit. The Tigers are enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break following the home run derby in last night's All-Star game. Lone Tigers representative Michael Lorenzen tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless last night in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break starts Friday night against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters yet for the series. The Tigers will exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first-place Minnesota. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans will join camp on July 22nd. The first practice that's open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just a week away from the start of camp.
What about the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl, I'll check in on those. The Pistons, I don't know about NBA championship for them. They'll play their third Summer League game this afternoon, though, in Vegas.
How about 10 games?
I'll take 30, maybe. They're taking on the Raptors, Rico, at 6 o'clock. 1-1 so far this summer, not too bad. They got a win against the Magic back on Saturday, lost to the Rockets on Sunday. And the Red Wings, they wasted no time signing their top pick in last month's NHL draft. Detroit signed a number 9 pick, center Nate Danielson, to an entry-level contract. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That should have won. Right there. That was my favorite. Not because it was me. That screams summer. You can dance to it. It's got a great beat. Guys let me down. You really did. But that's okay. 248-539-9797. It's not offensive. It's happy. Nobody got angry over that. Wasn't controversial. Just a fun dance song. But apparently, you guys didn't like fun. You don't like fun. And you don't think your team's going to make the Super Bowl either.
Apparently they like black boys instead.
Yeah. I mean, that was your title. That and calling all black.
Right, exactly.
I sense a theme here. I present fun. The black guy presents fun. No. 248-539-9797.
Kenny's so uncomfortable right now.
Kenny, what are your thoughts upon this?
We do not pay running backs.
How come that didn't make it?
It was eliminated. We had that song in there, but it was eliminated in the selection process.
Man, I mean, just as a drop, we do not pay running backs.
Actually, we don't even have that as a drop. I just say it every single time.
Right, but you know what?
We never made it a drop.
It's grandfathered in. If you get snapped at and you do it over 15 times, that's a drop.
I guess you're right about that. We could have pulled that.
Right. This one didn't make it?
Got eliminated.
Wow. All right, 248-539-9797. Talking Detroit Lions. Expectations, Lions fans. Everybody's happy about this team. You like the draft. Jahmyr Gibbs. Got J-Mo when he comes back. Heck, Laporta is going to be all-world tight end, according to some. What are you going to do? At what point will you say, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. This is what's supposed to happen. You've exceeded my expectations. This is a success. I got a text. My boy John texted me in. He's out listening in California. Says he expects division and a playoff win. He's like you, David. Win a division, win a playoff game. So, okay, I'm not mad at that. I simply say win a playoff game. Because if you win a playoff game but you lose the division, nobody in this town would care. You would be celebrating, and as a matter of fact, most people wouldn't even realize, oh, by the way, you didn't win a division that year, but you won a playoff game. You went past where you haven't gone in so long. 248-539-9797. Ticket text. We got a bunch of callers we got to get to. Go ahead, David.
Expecting the NFC Championship game is delusional. Improvement needs to be shown. This is as simple as controlling your own destiny going into the last week of the season. Wow.
So basically, that ticket texter is saying last year, except for if you win the game, you're in. So I guess in theory, you beat Seattle in week 2, and then you would have been in, if that's the case. All right, one more.
Win the Super Bowl. Then it says trade Jared Goff to Arizona for the number 1 pick. Okay. What?
There's so many layers in that. You win the Super Bowl.
Then you're going to trade the quarterback that
and then
won
you
the Super Bowl?
Do you realize if Jared Goff won the Super Bowl, Jared Goff could do whatever he wants in this city.
Yeah, you know what isn't a debate? How much you're going to pay him. Because you don't care anymore. You won.
If Jared Goff wins the Super Bowl, he would have a stat. Literally, they would pick up Joe Louis's fist, toss it in the river, and build a statue right there of Jared Goff. Dan Campbell, the spirit of Detroit would be taken down, and it would be 100-foot Dan Campbell holding 2 pet lions on a chain leash with the little cartoon bubble saying, "Man, if they won." The Renaissance Center would be called the Brad Holmes Center. If they won. You're not trading your Woosah. Okay.
Judgment free.
Judgment free. Woosah. Let's go back to the phone lines. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Hey, Brian.
I just want to see them start off the season like they ended last season. I think you almost have to break down their entire season into 2 halves to even call it successful. And in the first 8 games, we have to be 5-3 or 6-2. Otherwise, like that ticket text had said, we're not going to be in control of our destiny. And at that point in time, we're no better than we were last year. So we've got to come out of the gate like we did, and then we've got to stay consistent all season long, and then hopefully to the end of the season, after into week 7 there, when J-Mo comes back, we really can pick up the extra wins, but we've got to we can't be losers for the first half of the season and then expect to come out and dominate the second half and have all this hype next year again, and for it to be a success, we've got to come out the first half and have a 600 plus.
Brian, I can respect that because you're saying let's not put the cart before the horse. Appreciate the phone call. Let's not start off 1-6. Starting off 1-6 this season is a failure because you saw it's difficult, and you almost played perfect football, and you couldn't overcome that 1-6. And the game that really got you was the Seattle game. Woo, one stop. All I know is, man, if you bet the over, you were collecting your money at halftime. Was it over 90 points? Was it 90 points scored in that game?
I think you're right about that.
Was it 48-45 or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. First time I've ever called. I've been listening forever.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on. This is your first time, Kevin? Wait.
Yes.
There you go.
Good afternoon. So I quit being a Lions fan when Barry Sanders walked. I walked too. But one thing that I did become was a Steeler fan. And what I see as a Steeler fan, 2 years ago I went down to Pittsburgh to watch the Lions play the Steelers. Sat in the rain.
That was a tie game?
That was a tie game. And I'm walking it back in the hotel, and I see all these Lions fans coming in screaming, "We didn't lose." That's a Lions fan.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, they got to get to the championship game, not to the Super Bowl. I'd find it a success to be getting to the conference finals. Okay. That would be a plus. That would be something I've never seen in my lifetime. I expect that from the Steelers with a second-year quarterback, but you expect different things for different teams.
No, I got you. Too bad you're going to lose your week 1 game, Kevin, but appreciate the phone call.
I
Call
don't
back
think so.
again.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Kevin. We're not. Thank you. Thank you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kenny, you would like to be the quarterback of the 49ers. You, too, could beat the Steelers. All right. Carlos, you're on 97.1.
What's up, Rico? Good afternoon.
Hold on, man.
So, listen, let's be realistic. We've been talking to a lot of people from Detroit trying to figure stuff out. Let's have a time machine. Let's go to the future here. Let's be honest. If you look at the teams that are all in the NFC, San Francisco will be first, Philly's number 2. Detroit has a chance to be the 3rd seed. Now, after that, you have Atlanta or Carolina winning the South. So when you talk about the wild card, you're going to have rather Dallas or the Giants. You're going to have Seattle, Minnesota, or Carolina. Maybe Bryce Young does something big. I don't know. So if we get a division game, we will win our home game. But to beat San Francisco in the semis or playing Philly in the semis, it's not going to happen. So realistically, I'd be happy if we win a playoff game, but in our reality, that's exactly what's going to happen because we're not going to beat San Francisco's defense, and we're not going to take on Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. So if we beat one of them, we're not beating any of them two in the NFC Championship game. So I would be happy if we just win a playoff game, and I think that's a good thing for the Lions, especially what happened last year.
Okay, Carlos, and if they make the playoffs and they lose that playoff game, season's a failure?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I see it as a failure because let's be honest, Rico. I mean, if you win the division but you don't win a championship game, what do we accomplish?
Fair enough.
What do we accomplish?
No, fair. Appreciate it. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls next. Plus, we're going to bring it back. Did a little tweaking. But the WTF headlines. Less murder, more fun. Next, 97.1. We got the headlines coming up in the next segment, but listening to the morning show with Stoney and Costa, and they were just talking about Lions expectations, and it got me to wondering, Lions fans, what's your expectations for this team? What's successful? You know, everybody wants them to win, but at what point will you say, yes, they have won enough that I deem this season a success, or they didn't hit this point. This season was not successful. And if it ain't successful, it's a failure. So that's what I'm asking. Couple ticket texts, David. We'll get to these phone calls.
Yeah, I love these calls, texts that come in after a call like that, because he said he was a Steelers fan. Now this guy says, this guy's a loser, just like Hatchet. Well, you just want to be me. You want to be us. That's all.
I mean.
That's all.
I mean. Seriously, Kenny, what's your 40 time? We may need a quarterback. And you can quarterback the Niners and beat the Steelers.
Stephen Troy, NFC North Division champs is my floor for a successful season. I think that's reasonable for a third-year coach and GM. Someone says a bye in the first round is what is my expectation. Wow. They're going to be the number one seed in the NFC.
Yeah, I don't think people realize the new playoff format, where it used to be a lot of teams got the bye. There's only one. Okay? And if you had to put the betting odds of between the Eagles and 49ers and the field, I would take the Eagles 49ers.
I would too, even though the 49ers are going to start 0-1. Need to win the division. They've never won the NFC North. And yes, they need to win a playoff game, someone says.
Okay.
One more here. A win for me is playoffs, but playoffs with a positive winning record, not sliding in at 8-9. Oh, man.
Okay, see, that person is a liar. And anybody who agrees with that person is a liar. I'm not judging you, person, but I'm saying you are lying. You're not being correct. You would sit there and watch, put on your old Barry Sanders jersey, go out to the game or watch it at your favorite watering hole because this team backed in with an 8-9 record, but because of tiebreakers, they made it in. You're lying to yourself. You tell me, well, I'm not going to be happy at all. They backed into the play. You in the playoffs, man. Come on. You're not that good of a team that you could sit there and, well, it's not the same. David, if you back into the playoffs, I would allow that because you've won Super Bowls. It's like, I ain't really proud of it, but you know what? We made it.
Yeah,
not proud of it.
It almost happened last year, and you go, know what? I would have been excited about it.
But to see, I'm trying. You know what? Let's just go to the people. Ben, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, boys?
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Here's the thing. Anyone can call in and tell you what their personal expectation is for this team, whatever makes them happy. I'm telling you right now, what Dan Campbell's telling his team is we're going to win every single game until we get to the Super Bowl. That's their goal, right? They're not sitting there being like, well, if we win one playoff game, we're all right with it, then we can be done. No, once they get there, which their goal is obviously to make the playoffs, they want to win the Super Bowl. They're not there to be eliminated in the first round, so why shouldn't I believe in that too?
Oh, wait. So you're saying all the way to the top?
I mean, if their goal is to make the playoffs, I think everyone's consensus goal is the playoffs, right?
Right.
Once you get to the playoffs, nobody's goal is to get eliminated ever. Once you make the playoffs, your goal is the Super Bowl.
Correct. No.
That's what Dan Campbell's telling his team.
No, no, Ben, you are correct. The Super Bowl, appreciate the call. Super Bowl is the ultimate goal. I mean, little known fact, the players play the schedule game too. Now, they won't ever publicly admit this while playing, but they play the schedule game. And they look at it and they know these are the games we have a better chance at winning. These are the games we got to work a lot harder to win. It's not necessarily a loss, but we got to work harder. We have to play perfectly. We can't have any mistakes, and we can beat this team. I promise you, Kansas City on the road is one of those games. Guys, no screw-ups. We got to play perfect football in order to compete and beat the Chiefs. Yes, they want to win, but I'm asking you, the people, because you're the fans. You're the ones in the stadium. You're the ones paying for the tickets. You're the one buying the merchandise. You're the one that's going to be trying to rock that alternate helmet. That's you. I want to know what makes you, Detroit Lions fan, happy, satisfied. Not the team. Team wants to win it all. But what makes you satisfied? What makes you happy? What is a failure to you? 248-539-9797. Brian, you're on 97.1.
What's up, Rico?
What's happening? Wait, where is it?
Hey, so here's my take on it. Here's my take. They got to win the division. They got to win the division, and they absolutely got to win a playoff game. I mean, that's, for me, that's an accomplishment. Anything less than that, backing into the playoffs, however they get there, long as they win a game, long as they win a game. And I'll say this, man, that I really think that this team is going to shock a lot of people. I think they take a loss that first game, though. I think KC going to put it to them. But I think that's also going to spark the players to say they don't believe in us. Let's go. I mean, because this is definitely a different roster, different team, different mentality. And for that other caller, man, that dude was like, I don't want him to back into the playoffs. Come on, dude. We haven't seen the playoffs since Caldwell. Remember, the 9-7 is not good enough. Come on, man. Get out of here. You're going to be more happier than ever before if they get to the playoffs. Period.
I'm with you. Appreciate the phone call, Brian. Nah, you're right. Yeah, you back into the playoffs. Yeah, you still celebrate. That is disingenuous, plain and simple. Where we going? Phil, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, Rico? Love listening to you, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I get these guys just crack me up. They got to win the division and got to win a playoff game. I don't care if they win the division, win a playoff game, get to the NFC Championship. Then I'll be happy then. But I don't care how they get there. Just get there.
Okay. Right. And I say, that's why I feel winning the division is great, is cool. Winning a playoff game, to me, higher priority. That's something that nobody has done.
I think a lot of these Lions fans say, well, they got to win the division in a playoff game. Well, they're only saying that because if they win the division and lose a playoff game, they can say, well, at least we won the division. It's kind of a fraud type. They're guaranteeing that the Lions are going to meet their expectations at least part way.
No, Phil, I appreciate that. You're right. They're hedging their bets. We didn't win, but we're better than Chicago and Green Bay and Minnesota, so that should mean something. It really doesn't. We're seeing that in baseball right now. It really doesn't mean a thing. Oh. Darren, I'm going to give you the last word on this. You're 97.1.
Hey, guys, first time. I'm an out-of-towner from Philly, in town visiting relatives, and I'm really excited about what you guys got going on out here with the Lions. I think at the end of the day, the Eagles and the Niners and the Cowboys are better than you. So at the end of the day, you want to win the division, and you want to play somebody not named the Niners, Cowboys, and Eagles in the first round. You should be favorite, and if you're the favorite, you got to take care of business. And if you take care of business when you're the favorite, then you should be happy with that. When you're an underdog, that's when you're playing with house money, and that's when you got to, see what happens. But as long as you guys win as the favorite in the first round, which you should be favored, as long as you're not playing Dallas, I would say, then you guys got to be happy with that. But I'm really excited about Gibbs, and I want to hear just your guys' opinion on everything going on with Jameson Williams. I love that guy, and I wish he wasn't suspended. So I want to hear your take on the future of those two guys. Have a good one, fellas.
I appreciate the call, Darren. I mean, you know where I stand with J-Mo. I think he's got all the talent in the world to be that guy in the NFL. I think the thing holding him back right now is him. He's acting like the diva wide receiver, but he's yet to put up the diva wide receiver stats and the accomplishments. And I need a little more Amon-Ra St. Brown out of him than just over the top. Less D-Hop, more Amon-Ra. How about that? Gibbs, I wasn't happy when Gibbs was taken with the 12th pick, but I see where he fits a need. and I see how he could help this team out as kind of that running back slot receiver, a Christian McCaffrey type of back where you could line him up line him up out in the flat. He can catch a pass, or he can go in the backfield. He can do a lot of different things. But J-Mo can't help this team out on the bench. I'll leave it at that. We got our headlines coming up next. 97.1. We all think we know somebody who knows these best life hacks, like things like opening a can with a spoon or using your wireless hotspot for your internet at home. But those hotspotters don't know that there's a much better hack out there. See, Xfinity gives you 99.9 reliable internet, so you don't have to settle for just using your cell phone for home internet. It means more gaming and streaming and looking up other life hacks that are actually like real on your connected devices. It's time for real home internet, the next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. And now through July 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet and one line of unlimited mobile together for just, get this, $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contract, only from Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or just simply stop into a local Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans, they'll join camp on July 22nd. The first practice that is open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just a week away from the start of camp. And Rico, if you're interested, like you are, Detroit has the 9th best Super Bowl odds at plus 2,200. Couple dollars on that.
Super Bowl is not out of the realm of winning it all.
Not too bad. I think David's going to throw down a couple dollars on that. The Tigers also enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break. I'll check in on their odds. I think they're probably a little longer than that. The Tigers, they're back from the All-Star break in 2 days. Lone representative Michael Lorenzen last night tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break is in Seattle against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters for that series. The Tigers, they exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first place Minnesota. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
So last week we tried something new, and the people said that they enjoyed it. We a little fine-tuned, a little tweaking to this. It's a little segment we call Headlines. David, hit it, please. So basically, this is the moment where we kind of see headlines because, to pull back the curtains, when we do our show meetings, occasionally we just see these weird headlines and we bring it up at the table and we all laugh. And we're like, you know what if we just brought this to the people? We tweaked it. So more fun, less death and depression. Don't want anybody drinking after we finish this. So
I'm putting the obituaries away.
Would anybody want to go first, or do you want me to start this thing off?
Yeah, I'll go first here because I couldn't believe this when I saw it. Doctors find an entire octopus stuck in a man's esophagus. Doctors in Singapore were shocked to discover an octopus was lodged in a man's esophagus while performing a gastrointestinal examination to see what was causing him to vomit.
Ugh. Just slurp that thing down, huh?
I was about to say, so many layers to this story. Like, you ate a live octopus, and you didn't want to tell the doctors about this.
Right. What'd you eat? Nothing out of the ordinary.
Squid.
And then he's like, I wonder why I'm vomiting right now. Let me go get that checked out.
Isn't that what Mike has in his 7 fishes meal during Christmas time?
Oh, my God. Yeah, what he put on that pizza that time he gave to him. Oh, you're going to love this thing. Man,
I think it was like calamari on it or something.
Yeah. All right, this story is probably anybody who goes to an amusement park's worst nightmare. Roller coaster riders were trapped upside down for hours.
Come on.
At a state fair in Crandon, Wisconsin, it unexpectedly stopped and suspended the passengers hanging upside down for hours.
That's why I'll never go on one. Never, ever, ever will I go on a roller coaster.
You've never been on one?
Never.
Ever?
Never, ever,
Okay,
ever.
and that's it. For people like you, that's why you don't do it. Now, here's the thing. All apologies to people who run the carnivals. This is why I don't do rides like this at carnivals, because they're put together and taken apart by the people running the rides.
There's certain ones that you should probably stay away from.
I'm sure they're very highly educated professionals.
I heard Yeah, what is the training courses to be able to set those up?
Right.
Come on, it's a 2-week course.
Right.
Yeah, it's like taking that. It's longer to get your bartending license than it does to get
You
that.
hold your cigarette in the one hand and the ratchet set in the other one, and next thing you know, roller coaster. I have a food-related headline if you'd like to hear it.
Yes.
So Burger King in Thailand is now offering an all-cheese cheeseburger with 20 slices of cheese. But here's the catch. There's no meat. It's just 20 slices of cheese between their 2 sesame seed buns.
The grilled cheese.
Slightly melted cheese.
So you're buying a grilled cheese.
Yeah. You're buying a gigantic grilled cheese, an excessive grilled cheese sandwich.
For a couple gummies, why not?
Yeah, we've been there. I mean,
another slice of cheese. That's what this needs. Next thing you know, you're at 20.
Sounds gross to me, man. Makes feels like my stomach would kill me after that.
Right, as this guy comes in to work last week with a jar of dill dip,
homemade
with just hot pickles floating in it.
Right.
But he won't try the cheese sandwich.
Right. It was like the chip dip container. I don't think you were here like, you guys want some dill pickles? It's in this chip dip container.
It was the day I was leaving to go out of town, and I said, I can't have this. I'm getting on a plane tonight. I cannot have spiced pickles.
Beef jerky? Have some. There's plenty, you know.
So, Evan and I were talking earlier today about the movie Oppenheimer that's coming out. I think it comes out next week, right?
The 21st, same day as Barbie.
It's Oppenheimer, not Oppenheimer.
Yeah. Oppenheimer.
It's not the sequel to the Disney movie
Right.
Up.
Oppenheimer. It's the story of American scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer and his role in the development of the atomic bomb, directed and written by Christopher Nolan. But the cool thing about this, Rico, is I thought you would like this because you're like a movie guy. You love going to the movies. This is shot in IMAX in 70 millimeter film, the highest quality you can possibly get. If you go to one of these special IMAX screens that can actually show this movie, it says it's the highest quality imaging ever devised, 10 times the resolution of standard formats. 10 times.
No, and I mean, it's going to be great effects. You have any idea what this movie's about?
It looks wild.
Yeah, so the guy that helped develop the atomic bomb. So there's a guy that plays Einstein in it.
Yeah.
And
Matt Damon's in it.
Matt Damon.
It's a Christopher Nolan movie, so you know
every actor that's in it was all in Inception.
I think I saw Brendan Fraser in the background of one of the
Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, no, I didn't know if you knew the actual story.
And Einstein. You know. I mean, you get Einstein. Who? Einstein's in it. You haven't seen the trailer?
No, yes, I have. I'm saying of Robert. Okay,
no,
never.
I don't. That's why I want to watch
The Einstein is in it.
Right. No,
I went to Roberto. I'm like, yeah, Einstein and Matt Damon are in the movie. He's like, Einstein?
Yeah, Rick Einstein.
You know, this is one that I was wondering why Roberto was like, no, I'm kidding. Man pulled over for DUI. He blames it on this dog. In Colorado, a man was driving, blew past the police, 11:30 at night. Police pull him over, Springfield, Colorado. Officer gets to the car, notices something wrong. He switched places with his dog.
Well, we don't know that.
The dog was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat. He said it wasn't him.
Right.
Oh, wait, it gets better. So as the cops pulled him out to arrest him, drunk guy thought, you know what? I can outrun the cops. Took off running. Didn't get too far. So, yeah.
Where was his homie there? The dog should have played interference. He could have got away.
Right.
Yeah.
What if it was like a poodle or something?
They actually said the dog won't face any charges.
Oh, that's good.
Well, and
we let the dog go with just
Did
a
they
warning.
even breathalyze the dog? I mean, clearly that's who was driving the car.
Yeah, how do they know that they switched spots?
How drunk do you have to be?
I mean,
to think that this would work. Wait. No.
What did that guy blow? And I'll tell you.
Wait. You know what?
Yeah.
What if I put the dog in the driver's seat and I wasn't driving? It was Fido. It wasn't me.
It'd be funny if it was like a poodle or a little like rat dog.
Oh yeah, just a little itty bitty thing.
Can barely see over the thing.
Can't even get to the pedals.
So let me give you this, because we've all seen videos of robberies, right? Surveillance cameras.
Oh, I hope it's one that I saw yesterday.
An Atlanta man attempts to rob a nail salon but gets ignored by everyone. I've seen the video. The guy goes in with his hand in his bag. He's going around the nail salon like he's robbing the place, telling people to give him their money, and they're looking at him like, dude, get away from me. He goes to the register. They say the same thing. He walks right back out.
Basically, I don't have any change. I'm sorry. I don't have any change. I just got credit card. Like, they treated him like he was some homeless man asking for $1.
Well,
he's trying to rob them, and son, I don't have any change. Just go bother them, not me.
There's a video that's trending now of these two older gentlemen at a golf store trying to figure out how to steal this putter. So he puts it down his pants and just tries to walk out with his buddy there. And it's like, dude, you now have a limp because you can't bend your leg because a putter went down.
Is that your putter? Or are you just happy to see me?
I've seen David walk like that many times.
All right. This one, We'll wrap this up with this one. This one, I thought of David when I saw this headline.
Oh, it's the same putter video.
No. Jury says that Aretha Franklin's will found in a couch is the valid document.
What? So did you watch the interview of the Sons? Or they were like, all right. Like, they were so happy that they won this.
There were two wills out there.
There's people in the back that are like, yes, we finally got it, justice. But correct me if I'm wrong, and I very well may be wrong, but she doesn't have much left to give out, right?
House.
Right, but
house and copyrights of everything that she has.
She owns her own music?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then that will is very valuable.
The next time some commercials on there playing Respect, you get that money.
I found $3 in quarters in my couch.
Right. You didn't have that much in there. Don't lie.
I got to be honest, legitimately. So you worth money. You write a will and you stick it in the same place as coins and old Frito chips.
Everything I've heard of her, this makes sense.
Yes. So, but here's my question. She wrote it. I'm guessing fell asleep, kind of rolled over on it, and went into the couch cushions.
I'm thinking she's writing it. Someone comes in the room that she doesn't want them to see it. Just she goes,
oh,
and then
forgets
that she ever
because
did
she
it.
got sick.
Or that person wouldn't go away, and she's like, oh my God, and then forgot about
totally
it.
forgot about
Look at Roberto. Big brain over there.
Columbo over here.
Every now and then.
Who discovered it? Was it one of the kids that found it? And they were
It
like,
was the son, one of the sons, I believe, because it benefits them.
At least it's better than James Brown, so I'll leave it at
Yeah,
that.
he's still on the couch.
To find it in the couch, though, you must have had ransacked that house. Like
That's
you were
what-
like the
it's in
FBI
here
or something.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Did you go through the couch? I found 75-cent weight in a piece of wait a minute. Wait a minute.
They probably found a lot of cool stuff, I bet.
I know, lifesavers.
Yeah, they probably found gold records or platinum records.
Half-eaten
all this stuff
Whoppers.
you can- those are in the couch.
With just cheese.
With just cheese. All right. That's our WTF headlines for the week. 97.1. I got a Tigers-related question for you in the 5 o'clock hour. But right now, let's catch up on some ticket text. David, what you got?
Much better this week, fellas. The My Dog Was Driving story has me dying laughing. That is Brian in Seattle.
How drunk do you have to be to not only think of this, but try to think you're going to pull off the ultimate con, and this cop will never know the difference? Can I see your license, please? Wow, you just licked my hand.
Grandpa shoved 2 putters down his pants, LOL. That's a response to Evan bringing up the golf putter story. And I just found the video. Yeah, they put 2 putters down his pants.
I told Evan, if I was the cashier, as they walked out, sir, I see you stealing that putter, but I no longer want it anymore. It's yours. Go enjoy it.
It's funny because the 2 older men, they walk in, not limping, walking regular. He puts the 2 putters down his pants, and all of a sudden he has a limp. He's walking with the limp. Yeah, we don't see a difference here, sir.
You don't understand. My short game sucks.
Right. All right. All of a sudden it's like, well, I'm at that 4th hour, and I probably should go to the hospital.
Someone's asking if Roberto would have known what the Oppenheimer movie was about if they didn't have the description on his computer.
No.
He wouldn't have. No, it's about the guy that made popcorn, right? No, that's Redenbacher. That's Orville Redenbacher.
Popcorn
Someone says, king size no, but 20 slices of cheese? Yes. Sign me up for that. No way, man.
20 slices of cheese?
No. I don't think I can even try that as a bet.
Right.
No.
I'm not even talking about the repercussions on your body for the next few days. You on strike like the UAW. The writers.
For a long time.
Right. You all right? No, I am not.
Yeah, you're walking with the limp.
Right. Yeah, I'm far from okay.
Says, sir, may I interest you in a putter reduction surgery? Yeah, I don't know why he thought that he was going to get away with that.
No, I didn't either. So that was it. Hopefully you guys like the improved, like I said, more fun, less depression, less murder. But yeah. And there's even one. I didn't add this in because I didn't know it was found, but basically, it's a little of both, but it's a longhorn, the cow, not the.
Okay, I thought you were talking about a player. Okay.
No, is presumed dead. Basically, it got away from this is in the Upper Peninsula, not Texas. Somebody had a pet longhorn in the UP. The owner, she raised the cow. It's her pet. It's not for like, I'm going to eat you later. It's her pet. Sees the hoof prints to a house. Asked to go and say, hey, I think my longhorn is on your property. They wouldn't let her on there. But they said they did hear 5 gunshots. Lady, they're having a barbecue. Just want to let you know. We can stop looking.
Oh, no. That pet is gone.
Right. I was like, wait, why do you have a longhorn?
All of a sudden, they're having a party for everyone in the neighborhood but you.
Tracks. Like, I got to figure if you got enough property to raise a steer like that, you don't really have neighbors. So you can narrow it down to 1 of 2 people. Oh, and they're out of town. It leads up to your house. Person wouldn't let her on the property. So, yeah. That story actually ran on the J side. I was there when Cassie was writing, and I'm like, please send me that. All right. All right, I got a question for some Tigers fans. If you watched the All-Star game last night, which it was entertaining, but I always like baseball's All-Star game because it's the only one where they're trying. Pitchers want to get the hitters out. The hitters want to hit the pitchers. It even finished with a little flair. The National League wins 3-2. And the American League, had a 2-1 lead. The Tiger pitcher gets in the game. He gets a hold. Pitched well in the 7th inning. They gave up the lead in the 8th. NL wins in Seattle. It was also weird because it was daylight. Because I was thinking wow, those are some strong lights in the stadium. No. It was still daylight in Seattle when the game ended. But the fans were chanting for Shohei Otani to come to Seattle. I had a question for some Tigers fans. We'll hit that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. The Tigers are enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break following the Home Run Derby and last night's All-Star game. Lone Tigers representative Michael Lorenzen tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless last night in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break starts Friday night against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters for the series. The Tigers will exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first-place Minnesota. The new season is right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp in Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans, they'll join camp on July 22nd. The first practice it's open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel has the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North just a week from the start of camp. And if you're interested, Detroit has the 9th best Super Bowl odds at plus 2,200. The Pistons will play their third Summer League game this afternoon in Vegas. They're taking on the Raptors coming up at 6 o'clock. Detroit 1-1 so far this summer, with the win against the Magic back on Saturday and a loss to the Rockets on Sunday. And the Red Wings wasted no time signing their top pick in last month's NHL draft. Detroit signed number 9 pick center Nate Danielson to an entry-level contract. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
See, I would have had a problem had that won the 5th annual Stony and Wojo drop contest, because he literally made up everything in that. That wasn't from a real segment. That was just Roberto saying, I was on 125th Street. Well, Roberto, if you're on 100th Street and 25th Street, you can't combine them and say, I was on 125th Street. Anyway, last night in Seattle, the MLB All-Star Game took place. National League wins 3-2. But it was funny because when Shohei Otani got up to bat, basically the fans in Seattle were chanting, come to Seattle. They want him here. Shohei Otani is going to break and redefine what people will make in sports in the United States. Like, he is going to make European soccer player money. He is going to, you got to get over the fact that this man is probably going to make $600 million over the life of his contract. That's just how he is. But you know what? Not only can he crush home runs, he could also go out there and win you a bunch of games as a pitcher. He is that good. Seattle is chanting for him. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. We keep saying people want Scott Harris to make some moves and get this team going. Scott Harris, would you consider it a genius move or a move of idiocracy for him to go out and sign Otani? Because I would say that's the move that Detroiters have been waiting for. Get past the $600 million contract, because it'll probably be a 10-year, $60 million a year contract. $60 million a year is still a lot, but it doesn't sound as bad that way. If you're the Tigers, you can still afford that and can go and get other players. Why? Your payroll right now is about roughly $93 million. Of that, a third of that is Miguel Cabrera, who falls off, which means him, let's say you lose Erod, that's another $15,000. Just to be competitive. Like right now, you're now sitting at roughly, what would that be, like $50,000. You're in Oakland A's category, right? Or Las Vegas A's. Just to be competitive, you have to probably spend close to $200 million. You are so far under the salary cap. You actually could afford to do this. Now, I know it sounds ridiculous. Like, man, they can't afford. Actually, Detroit, you can. If you're Scott Harris, I expect you to do everything possible to sign Shohei Otani. And not only that, you can still go out and get more people because you're not spending anything. You're about to lose roughly $50 million off your payroll between Miggy and Erod if Erod falls off. You want a superstar? You will get the superstar of superstars here in Detroit. I think it would be a boss move if Scott Harris goes out there, because you got the money. You got everything. You got the money. And not only that, don't stop there. Because as I said, just to be competitive in Major League Baseball, the average competitive balance threshold, you're looking about 200 million. You're about 150 million a year under what it takes to be competitive. Yeah, you're waiting on Torque. Yeah, we're waiting on Riley Green. Yeah, we're waiting on Colt Keith. We're waiting on all these. How about you just go out and get some players? How about you just go out there and spend the money? Now, I said I have no pressure on Scott Harris, but I think that this is one, this jumpstarts the team. So I ask, Scott Harris goes out. Do you expect Scott Harris to make a play for Otani? Because I do. I think it has to happen. I think because you have the money, you have everything, why not? Make Shohei say, thank you, Detroit, but I'm taking another offer. 248-539-9797. Should the Tigers be a player for Otani? Last night in Seattle, the Seattle fans were saying, hey, we want you here. He's free agent. He's making $30 million now with the Angels. 1-year deal. Angels probably going to try, but I doubt if they're going to re-sign him for that much money. It's get past the $600 million mark and just think of it as he's going to make $60 million a year. But you have it. You have it to spare. Because after Miggy and Erod fall off your payroll, you're looking at a payroll of roughly a little over $50 million. If you want to be competitive in Major League Baseball, you're going to spend between $150 to $200 million. So you could absorb that contract, player in his prime, pitcher, home run hitter, everything. Detroit, you want a superstar? This is the superstar of super. This is the Cadillac. This is top line. This is the Maybach. You can have him. Scott Harris definitely should do this. 248-539-9797. David, what you got?
It's not happening, Rico. I'm sorry, man. It makes sense with what you're saying that the Tigers should, because they have plenty money available to grab him in the offseason. Yes, that makes a ton of sense, but I think he wants to be on a winner. And I don't think Detroit will offer that side to him. The money will be there for him. They can offer him whatever they want.
See, here's the thing, though, David. It's the catch-22. Otani wants to be on a winner, but a winner can't afford him. Now, granted, you could go over the luxury tax.
The Dodgers are talking about a team to go after him. They're winning. Seattle.
You can outspend because you're so far behind. You can say, okay, we'll give you $650 million.
Okay, and that sounds great on paper, but wouldn't he rather take $50 a year if he's going to also win?
Okay, you know what? Then simply say, have his agent pick up the phone and say, Detroit, thank you, but no thank you. I want to know that the Tigers, Scott Harris and the Tigers put their proposal out there, said we can build a team around you, we'll pay you the money, and give us a list of other players we can go get. Because you can go get him, and you can still afford 3-4 other players.
You can. It's there.
I don't expect this team to be this bad. Like, I know we're all waiting on the young players next year. I told you, Scott Harris is taking this season as kind of a gap year. I'm going to see what I got on this team and know where to go out in free agents and pick up real people. But when I look at the payroll for them, I mean, seriously, this is like Moneyball status where you're just paying little to nothing except for you're not getting the winning results. You could afford this. They may not come here, but this is one where, to me, a success would be I turned down Detroit. Detroit was in the running. Detroit was one of the 3 teams I considered, but I ended up staying in L.A. and going with the Dodgers, or I went to the Mets, or I went someplace else. But Detroit just didn't say, well, you know he's never coming here, and we can't afford him. You got a ton of money. I expect Scott Harris to go out there and try to spend like a drunken sailor. Go get some players. And if you're going to spend money, don't piecemeal this thing together because maybe he comes here. David, I've seen stranger things happen. It's not the same, but yeah, I mean, I remember when Pudge Rodriguez came here. It was like, wait, Pudge Rodriguez came to Detroit? And it kind of jump-started the Tigers. I think the same could be here if you go after Otani. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. JT, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How you doing?
What's happening, man?
All right. So, look, I think the whole Otani thing is a good sports talk, radio topic, sounds good thing. He's playing next to Mike Trout now, and they're not winning. He wouldn't make this team that much better. And you spend $600 million on him, and the guy blows out his arm, you got a huge hole. And if you think after what Chris Ilitch has seen with Cabrera and his contract that he would even entertain a contract like that, I think it would be crazy.
Okay, but hold on, JT. JT, hold on. JT, let's have a quick conversation. Here's why it would make sense. For one, you come into this division, as bad as the Tigers are, imagine if they had Otani, that means you got better pitching and you got better hitting in this bad division. That's enough to win this thing. Right?
Yeah.
So this is one where you got to go for it and you got to at least try. And here's the thing. When they gave Miggy the contract, Miggy was in his prime. Now, they knew. It's just like if you sign Otani, you know in those final 4 years, you're wasting money. But it's the 6 years in his prime that you're hoping to win a title, same as they did with Miggy. When he was winning Triple Crowns, when he was actually hitting home runs and doing things other than being a clown at first base.
But again, what I would suggest to you is he's playing next to a top 3 player, top 5 player in the game. They've had absolutely no success. They haven't even made the postseason together. Trout made it earlier in his career, but they haven't made the postseason together. And so you got this big, beautiful Rolls Royce, and you parking it at a trailer. I mean, look.
The Angels are. Yeah, the Angels are a bunch of idiots, man.
Rico, I look at your team, Atlanta. Okay, all your time you put 8 guys in the All-Star game yesterday, and that was homegrown except for what was the guy you got from the A's in the trade. That was everything else was homegrown. And I'm not saying I agree with you. I do think they need to stop shopping at the bargain bin and they need to step their game up a little better. But that guy, like when Seattle is clamoring for him, Seattle's a really good team.
Right.
And they're close. But you're talking about going out paying a guy who's a two-way player, something we haven't seen before, that kind of money. He blows out and does Tommy John, you're screwed. You lose the hitter and you lose the pitcher.
No, I understand, but you got to get past the $600 million. Think of it as $60 million a year. Somebody is going to pay him that amount of money. Why not you? At least be in the running, knowing you're really paying for the first 6 years. And let's be real, every athlete is. Especially if you're one injury away from being done. You can't have that type of logic when it comes to contracts and players because you could say the same about any player in any sport. Well, what if he breaks what if he pops his Achilles? What if this happens? Can't play that what if game. I'm looking at this man dominate. Now, I can't tell you why the Angels are so bad and they're not doing anything, but that's not my problem. What I do see is I'm not saying bring him here and stop. I'm saying the Tigers are so far under the cap. You could go after him. You could go after 2 or 3 other players, and you still are probably in the middle of the pack paying payroll-wise in Major League Baseball. I don't think people realize how much money the Tigers are spending. When a third of the 26 people on the Miggy makes a third of the money. Combine everybody else, and that's the other 2/3. He's gone. E-Rod probably gone. That's another $15 million. Okay? That's about $50 million off the books, taking you to roughly about a little under $50 million that you're paying. If you want to be competitive, you got to spend at least $150 million a year. That means you got $100 million to spend. So even if you spent $60 on him and went and got a couple other players at $20 apiece, you're building a team in a bad division. I think you should go for it. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls, your ticket text next, 97.1. Hey, it's me. You know what? Maybe you were looking at the Major League Baseball All-Star Game last night, and now everything on your timeline is baseball-related stuff. It's because you're not using DuckDuckGo. You should be like me. Download it. It's a private browser, but it blocks trackers because trackers are the things that make you crazy. Trackers are the things that seems like, oh, they're following me. They really are. DuckDuckGo eliminates that. It's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Simply download it free in the App Store or just visit DuckDuckGo.com. No, I am not crazy. Yes, I did say Scott Harris should look in trying to sign Shohei Otani in the off season. Yes, I know. It'll cost you roughly $600 million. You could afford it. You have the money. After it's adjusted, your payroll probably sitting at about, let's just round it off, $50 million. To be competitive, you need to spend at least $100 million more per year just to be competitive. So why not go get the best player in baseball and bring him here to Detroit? And if he says no, okay. But at least I know you tried. You tried to really jumpstart this team. And you're not nickel and diming and trying to make your way. And, well, what if we get this and the young guys in the farm system? You get one of the best players in baseball. You go for it. You take your shot. You see what happens. You let him tell you no. Fans in Seattle out chanting his name, it just got me to thinking, and I started doing some research like, why not Detroit? Why not at least attempt to try? Now, I know most people can't get past $600 million. Most people can't. Well, that's just too much money. What if he gets hurt? What if he doesn't? What if he's the guy that all of a sudden other people say, you know what, let's go to Detroit and play with him. And now it's easier for you to get free agents and to make trades to get people to come here because people want to come here. I don't care what he did with the Angels. I don't care that he played with Trout. I don't care about any of that. I'm saying you could afford him. If you're Scott Harris, you have to try. 248-539-9797. David, couple ticket texts, then we get back to the phone lines.
Tom in Detroit says, I love it, Rico. I'm all for it. The last time the Tigers became competitive, their first move was to sign Pudge. It wasn't their only move, but
Right.
It was their first move.
And Pudge was the precursor to the teams that got good. Why? He was a leader. People wanted to play with him. It was like, okay, you're being serious now. That's how I see things.
Say full stadium 80 times, and Otani pays for himself. Yes, 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 on the move.
Right. It amazes me. People, well, you're just being radio guy. Like, actually, I'm being common sense guy. You could afford it. Your team, your payroll is right there with the bottom of the league. You want to know why you always are losing and why it just seems like you can't get over 500? Because you don't have the players to compete in this game. Now, granted, spending money doesn't mean anything because you look at the Mets. You look at the Yankees, okay? It doesn't guarantee you victories. But you can be competitive in this bad division. Just him on this team alone, and you're probably sitting in first place.
No way should we sign Otani. We're years away from being competitive. Also, imagine paying a 39-year-old $60 million a year.
You're paying Miggy $33 million now.
Not 60.
David, here's what you got to remember. By the time you get to 10 years from now, the cap is going to go up. Teams are going to be allowed to spend more money. It's not going to be the same. You have to expand your thinking, people. Okay? 10 years from now, that $60 million may be a deal. It may be a bargain. But right now, oh my God, it's $60 million. Doesn't matter. Because if he even just people can withstand Miggy's contract because Miggy at least was there for 2 World Series. And you remember the good days where you thought the Tigers were going to win. Imagine he comes in here and does something. So, yeah, you got to give it a shot. One more, and then we hit the phone lines.
I would love it. However, I don't think Chris Ilitch would approve that. That's my fear on this.
If Chris likes money, then this is a win-win situation. As the one texter said, it would be opening day every day. Every game would be packed, especially days he's pitching. You haven't had this goes back to the days of Verlander and Scherzer. Like, you would have somebody like, oh, Otani's pitching? Let's hurry up and get off work and let's just head down to the ballpark because we don't know what we're going to see. Oh, he's just batting. Okay, he may knock it out the park. He's the best player in baseball, and he's wearing the old English D. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're on 97.1.
I can see both sides of the argument because I remember when Mark Fidrich was pitching, man, you couldn't get a ticket to get in that stadium. It would be like that again. But the thing is, you can say, well, we're getting 2 players for one, but what if Otani has to have surgery like Scuba had to have? You can't say that, well, he can still bat. Because if he has to have that kind of surgery, he's not going to be able to bat. So, I really don't think it's worth the risk.
Look, Bob, hold on, Bob. I
I'm a
understand where you're
conservative
coming
insurance
from.
Agent, you know.
I understand, but everybody has a risk
But I
of
am
getting
tempted.
injured.
I'm very,
And I mean, think about
remember-
this. Think about this. He comes here, and under Chris Fetter, every pitcher that we've had has gotten better. So maybe he comes here and is like a Cy Young candidate. Just saying. Appreciate the phone call. Everybody has a risk of getting injured. Let's just take that off the table. Would it be horrible? Yeah, it would. But you know what? Javi Baez can go out right now and blow out his knee. You still paying him. I don't hear anybody saying, well, what if Javi Baez gets injured? You don't. But it's the number. You're afraid of the number, and I'm telling you, that's what's going to hold you back. Get past it. Because by the time you pay this man, either you have traded him or it doesn't matter because the contract is going to seem like a bargain. It's there. If I'm Chris Ilitch and I'm Scott Harris, I'm going for broke. Let him tell me no. Antonio, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's happening?
I have an interesting theory about this injury crap that everybody keeps throwing up. Yes, it is a risk because he's a two-way player, and if he get hurt, you lose two players, basically. But here's the solution that I have. Pitch him every 6th day where there's no stress on his arm, and that 5th day that will belong to him, you make it a bullpen day. He's proven that he's a great bullpen day guy. We're using the bullpen method right now.
Right.
Can you imagine Skubal, Mize, Manning, Otani as a pitching rotation?
Right. I mean, Antonio,
stick his bat in there with the young guys. He makes everybody better. I mean, all this injury stuff that can happen to anybody. You minimize the risk by pitching him every 6th day and make his day a bullpen day, and he'll go out there every 6th day and kill them. That's my theory.
No, I appreciate the phone call because I look at, like I said, what Chris Fetter is doing with the pitching coach for the Tigers. He's got these guys playing. Pitching is not the weakest point of this team. They actually do well when they go out on the mound. They can't get timely hits. That's the problem. They score in bunches, but when they hit a drought, it's like they had Kenny's 20 cheese Whopper. They hit a drought and nothing moves at all. You get Otani, and you're doing something, and you're not just going after him. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's a start. Go get other pieces. You have way more money than I think you realize, Tigers fans. Scott Harris does not have to just sit here and wait on the guys in the minors and on Torque. Is he going to? No. Go get some players. Go get some pieces. Go out, get Otani, and go add 2 bats to this lineup. And now, guess what? We're not talking about a fake division. We're talking about being in a real pennant race. We're talking about, you know what? If this team gets hot, they can go out and challenge the Rays. They can go out and challenge other teams. But you got to be serious. You got to play big boy baseball. You got to go get big boy baseball type of people. That's Shohei Ohtani. That's the move that they should make. 97.1.
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. The new season right around the corner for the Lions. Rookies report for training camp at Allen Park exactly 1 week from today. Veterans, they'll join camp on July 22nd. The first practice that is open to fans is July 29th. FanDuel's got the Lions as plus 145 favorites to win the NFC North, just 1 week away from the start of camp. And if you're interested, Detroit has the 9th best Super Bowl odds at plus 2,200. And the Tigers are enjoying the final 2 days of the All-Star break following the Home Run Derby and last night's All-Star game. Lone Tigers representative Michael Lorenzen tossed 2/3 of an inning scoreless last night in Seattle, and he will stay right there. Detroit's first series following the All-Star break starts Friday night against the Mariners at T-Mobile Park. Neither team has announced starters yet for that series. The Tigers, they'll exit the All-Star break 5.5 games behind first place Minnesota. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, Jeff Rieger in the bullpen, waiting to come up next. Him and Wojo, I guess taking you to the 10 o'clock hour because there is no Tiger game. Also, it's a ton of, I guess be careful. It's supposed to be flooding tonight. So if you got stuff in the basement, you may want to take it out of the basement. That's your PSA from the Valeni and Rico show.
Much better than telling people to go into the movie theaters without paying.
I did not say that. I said pay your fare. Did not tell you to go into the movie theater. Go see that Oppenheimer movie.
Roberto said, go see Redenbacher. Go see it.
Right, go see the Orville Redenbacher movie. So really, that's the guy. I should have been like, that's the guy that, makes the popcorn. Really? I thought so. Take a text before we pass this on to Rieger.
Yeah, regarding the football today, we were talking about the Bucs jersey. Someone says, Lions can't match the Bucs jerseys? Yes, they can. They can bring back the 90s jerseys with the bubbles and the actual Honolulu Blues with the bigger numbers. Those would be disgusting to bring back for that game. Please, no.
No. Just let them have their moment. You don't have any uniform that's that great. That's not me being a hater. It's just you're still struggling to find that, wow. The closest they have maybe is the all grays. I like the whites with the blue pants. I like that look.
Regarding Shohei, someone says Otani to the D, 10-year, $650, set it up for 75 for the first 3, 70 for the next 3 after that, 50 for 2 years, 25 for the 2 with deferred money of $65 million in an annuity like Bonilla. What? That's a lot.
But the thing is, David, people need to get past $600 million or whatever. Think of it as $60 million a year, and it's something you can afford. And I don't care. What if he gets hurt? What if Baez gets hurt? Then what? You're still on the hook for him. You got to pay him. But if you don't risk it, you don't get anything unless you're going to sit here and wait for the guys in Toledo to show up and help you out. How's that worked out? It hasn't.
Not going good.
Right. Wait. Yeah.
Someone says, as Wojo walks into the studio, maybe he can answer this question. Are we having Basement Lake Wojo again?
Are we having Basement Lake Wojo again? Because it's raining. Wojo's taking his time because,
Well, I'm still recovering.
He's Wojo. That's why.
The show only starts at 6 every day.
No, I'm still recovering from yesterday's marathon. 6 hours.
That is true. He worked 6 hours yesterday.
And then he had to wake up and be on the morning show.
Against my better judgment.
Do you know Wojo worked more in the last day than he probably has in the last 5 years?
Oh, shut it. I have not. And my whole basement thing was fixed. It's all fixed.
They're saying it's supposed to be another flood.
Not the Wojo house.
Yeah, you always think that.
No. They dug up pipes and they put in dirt and all this other stuff. Uh-huh. Oh, boy.
Think how discouraging it's going to be when you go home today and the water's in your basement.
No. I would be I'd be gone. I'd be done.
Rico, I was listening to you about Shohei Otani. What's your percentage on this? You got me excited. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh,
he's
don't
29
buy it.
years old. Let's
Too
go.
Old. Mm-hmm. Too old.
I just want the Tigers to be a player in this game.
He's too old. Eiserman wouldn't take him. 29. Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't meet Dylan Larkin's time frame, right?
Nope. Doesn't work.
I don't care. Yeah. Go for it. It's a win-win. He's going to pack the place. Everybody's going to come see him. You got a superstar of superstars here in Detroit. You could afford him.
I just think it's ridiculous that, like Detroit, when the Angels come to town, we need to do what Seattle did yesterday. We need to beg Shohei to come here.
But if you
because that's what they did, and then he said post-game that he likes Seattle, and sometimes he's there off-season.
But if you're just going to sit here and just it's just too much money, then you're a loser and quit playing baseball.
Well, no, I don't think that's – I think he wouldn't want to come here.
I agree with you, but who cares? Make him say no.
Exactly.
Fine.
Shoot your shot,
if you want,
if he says
if you want the refusal, that's fine.
Yes.
But we want the rejection.
Want to know why, Wojo? Because occasionally when you go up to the pretty girl, She says yes.
Never to Wojo.
Not when the pretty girl plays two positions. No, she's more valuable that way. What?
The pretty girls that you went after?
Yeah.
That played two positions never accepted you.
Right, correct. They're more valuable when they play two positions, right? All right. Now, here's the thing. If someone close to Otani can get him hooked on Detroit-style pizza, maybe we got a shot. What do you think? Huh? Or maybe he loves the Motown Museum and wants to visit it every day.
What about casinos? No, honestly, like we need to pack the parks when the Angels are in town in the second half.
Oh, stop it. Don't be pathetic.
We need to, you got to be pathetic. Are you kidding me?
I don't think you're going to get him.
No.
But you have to try because maybe, and you may have to overpay. But think about when Pudge came here. I never thought Pudge would come here. And it jump-started this team.
No, that did. It did, and that was surprising.
Then they got Mags the next year.
No one saw that
too.
coming.
Think
Here's
about
what I would
Chris
do.
Ilitch would be a god. Not if he landed him, but even if word got out that he offered him all this money, I think people might change the way they think about
Well, here's what I would do if I was him. Pretend like I offered him something. But just leak it out there.
But it's like
tell the beat writers,
hello.
We offered him $80 million a year.
Think about it. All of a sudden, the Pistons' expectations got raised because they got serious and offered Monty Williams a ton of money that nobody saw coming. It was like, wait, you want to be serious about no? But now it's like, oh, wait, you guys want to be serious about basketball? You went out and paid him $100 million. Okay, now you expect more.
No, of course you would love to do it, but I think you're needlessly getting people's hopes up. He's not coming here.
I'm not. No.
I'll pitch in and offer him.
I'm saying
I'll spread the pretend offer.
No.
You make a lot
I'm
of
saying
money.
offer him. Right now, your payroll is so low that the A's are like, man, do you need some money? You need some help because after Miggy and probably Erod, you got a payroll of about $50 million.
Well, you do have to have some money put away for when it's time to re-up with Max Clark in his fifth year.
Okay. All right, what do you guys got coming up?
What?
We're going to talk about you.
That was a good point.
We're going to talk about you.
We are?
I thought you were.
You're trying to win awards. Okay.
No. I thought you were mean. I thought you told the people. I listened, Rico.
Why?
You told the people you weren't going to judge them about their Lions expectations.
And I didn't.
Oh, you judged.
Oh,
I
you
heard it in
judged.
your
David
voice.
judged.
No, I heard you. Oh, you're a man of God, and you judged.
We
I sure
sounded
did.
like. We
I knew that was
like
coming.
It sounded like. So.
Thank God Rieger said it instead of me.
Yeah, I didn't judge. As a matter of fact, there were times I wanted to.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it in your voice.
And I stopped.
Judge. Couldn't quite do it.
I heard David judge.
I sure
heard
did.
the whole show judge. Like I think if you're a Lions fan and you are setting your expectations at NFC title game, you're crazy.
No, it's
You guys think they're soft though.
No. I said title game. I like those people because you're calling your shot. You're not willing. I just want them to play well. And no, you're saying, you know what? If you don't make the NFC title game, this season is a failure.
But then people call those people pie in the sky, Honolulu blue Kool-Aid. They think they're going to win it all.
If you feel this great about your team, draw your line in the sand right now.
They don't know what they feel deep down.
And that's what I wanted to know.
I think most
down.
Lions fans are actually getting a little anxiety
what?
now because the season
Really?
is so close to starting.
I got
I'm
something for
glad
that. Mm-hmm.
you can go ahead and talk about me. You know what that means? People are going to be listening to your show, 97.1.
Whoa.